on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
And I'm Sam Goodell.
We have a great episode for you today. We're on episode 17, guys. Our March to Doomsday. We are pushing right along. Look for our, right now on our page, you can see our X-Men 1 thing. So check that out, guys. We just did X2 the other night. And I just to give you a forewarning, we had a blast. And it's a fun movie to talk about. So watch for that coming. Samuel, we'll talk to you more at the end about that stuff too. But I'm going to give you a quick agenda of what we're going to do. If you're new to us, then, hit subscribe, like, all that fun stuff. But let me run down kind of what we're going to do for you guys, for your newcomers. We're going to have a multiverse minute. This is going to be our first segment. And we got some real fun news articles and news things that had popped up. We had to pick between some this time because there's a lot of different stuff going on out there right now, guys. And some of the stuff we got going on is X-Men weird or what? We're going to talk about the cartoon, especially the first 3 episodes. It's going to be different, right? And I think Spider-Man and IMAX need family court because they don't know what they're doing. So we're going to talk about that. And, yeah, I do believe Disney needs a plumber because they got a lot of leaks. And we're going to discuss this whole, should we talk about it? Should we not? What's it mean that they are? And Sammy and I had a good talk last night that we're hoping to kind of repeat or at least do again here because we got a lot of good points, and we're hoping to dive into that for fun, guys. Then we have a rumor mill rundown next. I got papers flying, guys. We have fans going. Just so you know, it's 10,000 degrees right now in New York. So we're sweating and we got a couple fans going. So if you see us, we're not under distress. No one's holding a gun to our head. It's just freaking hot. I said to Sam a few minutes ago, we need to figure out how to do this podcast in the pool.
Maybe Kevin Feige's holding a gun to our head so we don't talk about the leak.
Yeah,
but
yeah. There's definitely some
I
people
digress.
sweating right now. I imagine. Can't wait to see the after effects of this story. But we'll talk about it when we get there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Rumor Mill Rundown will be right after our Multiverse Minute, guys. And we're going to talk about in that possibilities of whose ass Magneto's going to kick in Doomsday. It's not whether he loses or not. It's who he's going to beat.
Yeah.
And Carl is back. More about that. And we're going to have a glimpse into the future for Marvel, possibly. And it's nothing that's news yet, so I'm not going to complain yet. But there's a few things that are rumored, that movies that are coming. There's a few. We'll have a good time with that. I looked over the list and we'll have some laughs because some of them make me go, nah. And some make me hope it happens. And hey, guys, today we're not doing a game this time because we actually have our Branch Point Breakdown is back. We're not doing a special movie with a guest today, but we are doing Werewolf by Night. We're in the timeline now where this comes out. This will be a very interesting talk. I had to watch this again because I didn't quite watch it the first time it came around. So this is a little more newer to me than before. I remembered it, but then I'm like, oh no, I better really watch this again. So that'll be a fun talk.
Yeah.
Get through that because interesting show. And then, guys, of course, our main event's going to be Spider-Man Homecoming. We're going to do a nice little long retrospective about that. And boy, I got some juicy stuff. I think Sammy does too. And another good movie that we're going to have a good talk about. And there's a few things that will be interesting to bring up. And
yeah,
I think we'll have a good time with that one. I'm excited. How do you feel about our show today, Sam?
I'm excited to give a little glimpse of how I kind of feel about the Spider-Man movie, just to let you guys know, as we've said this on the podcast before, this really is the golden age of Marvel MCU. So it's these type of movies, you're fairly going to get a more overall positive response. We'll talk about any nitpicks that we have, any things we will have done different, little things like that. But that's the thing. This is, at this point of the MCU, they're little things. It's when you get to phase 4 onward, then we touch upon bigger overarching things. But I'm excited. Spider-Man, he's so cool. And there's a reason why he's so popular. I even have a little snow globe right here of him, which is really, really fun. So I'm excited. And we're gearing up for the new Spider-Man movie coming out. So that's going to be really fun too. The Werewolf by Night thing, in case any of you are wondering, we are filming this right now, July 3rd, 2026. So I know it's a little early for like a Halloween-ish type of a special type thing, but with our schedule and how we're going to get to phase 4 onward, and we're going to cover the TV shows as our branch point breakdowns, we wanted to get the specials done too before we reach Endgame and Infinity War. The things that are going to take up most of our time in talking. So we're doing this one this week, and I believe is the Guardians holiday special next week. So I'm excited to review both of them because it's been a hot minute since I've seen them, and I had a ball watching Werewolf by Night again, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised by my rewatch of it. So I'm excited to talk about that with you guys today. And of course, the rumor stuff, I love theorizing what the next phase is going to be. So when that came out, I thought, whether this is really stupid or not, I just can't wait to talk about it just to see what creative juices are out there, you know?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to add on what you said about the golden age of Marvel, yeah, when we started our podcast, I internally was like, I can't wait to get to Civil War. Because when you look at the lineup after Civil War, it's like banger after banger after banger. I mean, gosh, we just did Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. And then this movie, and then next week's Ragnarok. I mean, guys,
gosh,
it's just exciting, right? And it's like, I really can't wait to talk about Ragnarok. So,
I know, right? Oh, so many thoughts on that movie. But
all right, guys, so hang in there with us. We're gonna hop into our multiverse minute and get talking some news. Hello, everybody. It's Goodell Multiverse here, and we are on to our multiverse minute. Maybe 45 minutes, sometimes an hour. Today might go a little longer. I'm not sure. We got 3 things, but there's a lot of meat to this today. And hey, just so you know, happy birthday, America! 250 years. You imagine? Still a young country, though.
Yeah.
But man, we're kicking good. You know, hey, you can all say what you want. You are lucky you won the lottery if you're born in the United States.
Yeah, there's a reason so many people want to come here, whether to visit or stay. So
we'll discuss how to make it better at a different time and a different podcast. But be very happy we live somewhere where we can do this like we are now.
Exactly. Yeah. So yes, I echo your sentiment. God bless America. Happy birthday. All right.
So I'm going to jump right into. I'll read our first one, and then I'll let you take it over from there, and we'll talk about it. This one's pretty easy and simple and fun. We're going to talk about X-Men 97, guys. Is it really too weird, or is it not weird, or is it all right? In anticipation of season 2 coming out July 1st, which was yesterday. The first 4 episodes of X-Men 97 season 2 premiered and left jaws dropped by attendees. We also got a new trailer.
Yeah.
I've watched the first 3 episodes, which is what's available on.
Yeah, actually, I am sorry. I noticed on here, I believe that's the same write-up that I had for the last one.
So guys, what this is what we're doing for X-Men 97 is we're going to talk about the first 3 episodes of it.
My apologies.
Yeah, I should have noticed
when I did this up because it was just back-to-back X-Men. So really, it's the first impressions of for us now.
Public,
the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, sorry about the guy. Like I said, it's 90,000 degrees out here. Give us a break. Anyways,
and forgive me. All right, so
have you watched them? I've watched the first 3.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I've watched the first 3. It took me a while to get to them, I'll be honest. Usually for a show like this, I'm so eager to watch it. I watch it the time it exact comes out type thing. But, we're reviewing Spider-Man, Werewolf by Night, and part of me is like, I want to make sure I lock in those first, and then I could watch this and not feel like rushed in watching it.
Yeah.
And so I watched it between last night and this morning, so it's very fresh in my brain. And I gotta tell you, this is really cool. This is, in my opinion, a step up from season 1. And in a couple different ways. One, I love this. I love that we released the first 3 episodes, and I feel like that's intentional because each episode deals with different parts of where we left off from season 1. They have the past, present, and future. And I loved exploring every bit of each episode to see what does the future look like right now. What is their present going on with Jubilee, who's kicking some major butt, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And then, I just have to say, just a personal preference, I love the past one, the 3rd episode.
Yeah.
So, not just because Rogue's in it, of course, but Young Apocalypse. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
awesome. Yeah.
I would love to see Oscar Isaac do something like that for Apocalypse for a change. Just, like a couple scenes of just young Apocalypse. That's so cool. Anyways, so I love them. I gotta say my favorite parts, I'll just touch upon this real quick. For the first episode is all the dynamic between young Nate Summers with his mom and dad,
Yeah.
and seeing how do they justify to them why they're not here, but also understand why they're not here. And it was very well handled, I think, for the writing part. And the writing, by the way, the lines for Storm, for Cyclops,
Storm is so good.
for Jean. Oh my gosh. Whoever is writing this, they need to be like behind the scenes involved in the X-Men MCU when they come in, because just some of these beasts, I could listen to him talk all the time. It's so cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, they really got the writing down, at least for the dialogue, to a T. Yeah, I like that in the first episode. The second episode with Jubilee, like I said, she kicks a lot of butt, and I do appreciate them demonstrating a little more of her power set. That everyone just thinks of her just shooting off fireworks, but really what those really are mini explosions that just look like fireworks. So to really see how they could tweak that into, she can make it look like a boomerang going around. She can make it look like a star being exploded. It's really cool, and I appreciate that. Because in our fan writing of X-Men, we wanted that type of Jubilee to be in there, to really show a little bit more than the side character that she usually gets to be. So I appreciate that. And of course, my favorite moment is Emma Frost in the second episode. I love that they brought her into it. I love all of her dialogue, her sass, and that she double-crossed them. I'm like, that's exactly the Emma that we need. And I can't wait to see when she does decide to be a good guy, because, she could be your best friend or your worst enemy, I tell you. Anyways, and you could tell how much I love Emma Frost. But then the third episode, like I said, is my favorite, only because I love dealing with the past stuff. I thought that was really cool. There are times where Magneto is talking to Insaba Nur, and he says a Magneto line like, "You must realize you're a god among insects." And I'm thinking, don't encourage him, because we know what's going to happen. Army is yelling at the TV. Army is like, "Have you not learned yet?" and then there's other parts I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing, but also Magneto, he's one of those where it's either could go one way or the other. You really don't know.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that, because it keeps me on my toes and at the edge of my seat. But also part of me is like, don't put those two in the same room. Not while Apocalypse is so young and gullible.
Yeah. No wonder he gets bad habits.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you blame Magneto for it.
Right.
But I did like that end touch of that episode where Magneto and Xavier are talking to each other and giving different points of view. And I actually agree more of Magneto on this side, where he says to Xavier, I'm trying to remember the exact wording, so forgive me if I get it wrong, but he says something to the degree of, what if Apocalypse had your dream? And instead of trying to conquer the world, he tried to save it and bring humanity together as the first mutant, as opposed to decades upon centuries later of now you're trying to fix a broken world. I love that aspect of it. And part of me is like, I want to see how that plays out. We know it's Apocalypse. It's not going to play out exactly to that. But to give that little sense of hope for all of them, especially Xavier, I think that's kind of cool. So,
yeah.
That's just my thought. All right. Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm going to say a few things I like, and then I have a pretty, I wouldn't say it's a hot take of this whole thing, but I do have a real big thing to say about all this. First of all, I love the exposition in this stuff. So, like you said, the writing is on point. When they're explaining things and showing stuff and doing some showing back in time or whatever, or just how they explain stuff, none of it's boring. None of it feels out of place. It's in the character's voice. This is some of the best Storm we've had for a while. I love it. I like the wacky sci-fi future stuff. By the way, I want to point out, and it might not be true or not, but in my mind, is not some of the visuals in the future. Does it not remind you of the Bryan Singer's Days of Future Past future look?
Yep.
Like when you look at the beginning of that movie with the neon and the ground and the pathway, that's something I'm like, oh my God, it looks like it comes right out of that movie. Which is actually quite amazing, in my opinion. let me get done with what I don't like real quick, because the rest I like. I don't care about Morph. It bothers me. I don't like his look. I didn't like it in the first place. His lines are terrible. He's the only character for me. This is my big thing. What I love about these X-Men cartoons, especially season 2, and season 1, but season 2 so far is proven so far to be potential probably way better than season 1. Is it transported me back to when I was a kid. I'm like, man, I watched it with my daughter, and she had never seen these. So don't call CPS on me that she hasn't seen the X-Men stuff, even though it's definitely child abuse. Because she should see it. So I'm rubbing over the next few months. We're watching as many X-Men things as we can. So she's going to watch the movies with me as I do them, and we're going to catch up. And she's on board because she's, I don't know why you guys love it so much. Well, have you seen it? She goes, no. I'm like, oh no. So we got to fix that, guys.
Yes.
But I told her it's even the opening song and how they do it with showing the character names and stuff, which is something I want to point out. I like when it's going to do different versions. It's a different opening for each, which is an awesome idea.
Mm-hmm.
But like I told her, this just makes me feel like when I was a kid, this is how it felt. And it looks like when you're a kid. They talk like when you're a kid. The dialogue's on point. It's just awesome. Morph's the only one that makes this show in the moments, the stupid little moments he's in, feel modern. And I gotta be honest, it's kind of like, I just wish you just stay true to what it was before and not give it in to whatever the woke reason is that you have them this way. And I'm okay with it. Whatever you guys are going to do, what you do is creative freedom. It's your stuff. But I just, I don't know. There's something about it that when he shows up, I'm like, oh, he's so new and abrasive that way that makes me feel, this makes me feel like a modern. And I struggle with the modern cartoons. And this technically is a modern cartoon, but God, don't feel like it at all. It feels like it's the old show.
And that's what they wanted you to feel. It's just like a continuation. Yeah. So I agree. I'm not too much of a fan personally of the character. Not only the redesign, but also the reimagination of Morph. I kind of liked how he was in the original show, but that's the only character I will say that I have a little bit of an issue with. But other than that, the rest of them, spot on. Yeah. Great.
And I like the idea of sending a team in the past to change things. And then, we'll send someone in the future in case that doesn't work. It's like you got 2 bullets. How we're going to use them, right? And I got to be honest with you. This show is probably the single thread that I hold on to. No, it's the second thread now. The first thread is that they hired the people who wrote The Bear to write X-Men. And to me, that's good because we're going to get some real deep dialogue. We're going to get things that have more meaning than just what's on the surface. But this show is... especially watching these 3 episodes, I actually have a little more faith in what the MCU can do with a live action X-Men because they get X-Men. The dialogue in this is excellent. The way the characters are, I mean, you get this is awesome Magneto, this is awesome Xavier. Just describing the conversation between them two. This should be in a live action movie conversation. I even go as far as say this, guys. I almost wish they didn't make this season. I almost wish that the mutant saga that they started, I almost wish that they saved this story for an Avengers-style movie apocalypse Star Wars story. Could you imagine, X-Men apocalypse in the MCU being them sending 2 teams to do just like they're doing in this?
Having 3 teams, past, present, future. You could do a Days of Future Past with apocalypse scenario type thing like this.
That would be so.
And then incorporate some of the other characters we like the Avengers and all that. So, but it's mainly mutants fighting mutants, and everyone else is there. That's the hard part, I think, when we're getting into talking about like the future of the MCU, incorporating mutants. They're a whole race. They take up a lot of stuff. And so it's how there's not too many that I could think of on the top of my head. And I know there are some in the comics, obviously, where it's a company-wide event. So everyone's involved in it. But where it's a mutant as the bad guy, like Apocalypse or a Sinister type thing. And then it has to be an Avengers level event that includes everybody. Most of the time, it's X-Men fighting them. And that's not bad. That's good. We like it. It works, of course. But
what a unique mix that could make.
Yes. Yeah. How can you do that?
It'd be Avengers Apocalypse with the X-Men logo behind it.
Right?
Someone who was sitting in the meeting for this season and didn't say, maybe we should save that for the movie because this is a great idea. I'm not complaining. I'm loving what we're getting. I'm not saying definitely don't think I don't want the show gone.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting thinking to myself, just the concept of the young in Sabanur, like being like still kind of like you might be able to change this guy's mind and having that. How many times can we have Magneto and Xavier have the conversation about ideals and what should be done, and it doesn't feel not fresh? This felt fresh. Like this felt like all the times we've heard them talking about how things should be done. This is like, wow, what a unique way of thinking about it. Because like you said, Magneto's right, and Xavier's probably even like, geez, I can kind of understand where you're coming from. Even Xavier's just a little more cautious, right? But Magneto's kind of, hey, think about it, Charles. In the long run, this guy could be the answer to what our whole problem has been.
Yeah.
And then what a unique movie to see evil Apocalypse in the future, them battling him and them trying to make him good in the past and how it might emerge. Like whatever happens, maybe how crazy would it be if they succeed in the past and halfway, partway through, you get to the end of the movie and the end of the movie is things change and he's a good guy. Or at least you think he is. And then Sinister's in the scene. I'm just saying, I was just so impressed where I'm like, I just hope, like you said, sit these guys down and say, help us with the movie too, because they are writing the right X-Men. I mean, this is my favorite. I'm loving Scott, loving a Cyclops. Loving. I told you, I'm going to draw a thing. I draw a lot, guys. I'm going to draw it and I'll present it here on a thing of Cyclops doing his beam, all that cool shit. But like that line he says at the end of that first episode to his son, when he says, so what about these people? What do we do? And he just says, good men don't search leadership, son. They summon to it. I'm like, man, if he didn't learn that from Xavier, right? Like if you're good and there's people that are good, you're going to find each other and then we're going to fight together. Is it this show is so full of hope. And it's like, this is the X-Men. This is the X-Men.
Yes.
So what gives me pause and makes me go, okay, wipe my brow and just calm down. Because at least someone working at Marvel right now knows how they should be.
Yes.
So, and then like you said, we have some good examples, like the 1 minute scene in Doctor Strange. Yeah. Multiverse of Madness, where they got that Xavier right. Then they killed him.
Yeah.
But they got that right.
But at least the moment you had him on screen
was true to who he is.
Oh.
Yeah. So like, I mean, it's a bad movie where I felt the most emotion in. It's such a mixed bag. But like this, though, it gives me hope for the future of what the X-Men is. It just gives me, I'm looking forward. I haven't been this interested in a cartoon in years.
Yeah.
You can't get me to watch cartoons, guys. Like I said, it's not, I don't diss it. It's just not for me. And it's just not my medium I excel in. I mean, I've only seen Toy Story 1. Sorry. Everyone's saying I'm missing out, but it's like, I don't know. I don't really feel like it. So, but I'll eventually watch some of this stuff. I've been working on it. And maybe through some of our retrospectives, we'll do a few fun ones.
We'll do a Toy Story special retrospective episodes.
I only asked if we do cartoons at all, we have to do American Tail first. Because if you're going to talk cartoons, I like the old school, the really scary ones. American Tail's scary. Those cats. Hell, release the secret weapon. I love that show. That's a great movie. Or The Wave in the beginning with the face. No way. Like, but we got to talk about the ones that are Littlefoot watching his mom die before time. Like this, I mean, that's some of the, I can't handle it. Yeah, but that's what they had us watching. You guys old enough know. Sammy knows. You guys think some of this stuff is sad that you see in some of your cartoons. We watched her lay there with her last words after a T-Rex gouged her out. That's heavy, man. Anyway, I'm leaving that fox behind. Yep. That old lady, she can go to hell. So yeah. But anyway, how do you do that? Right. It's like if you love your dog, just imagine driving them out in the woods and leaving them there. What is your problem?
Or Bambi's mother.
Because why? We don't even understand why
Yeah.
she did it still. To this day, she did. You guys don't get it. You're not supposed to. Come on. Anyway, back to X-Men.
Yeah.
I love Young Apocalypse. I love the past stuff. This is going to be a ball. I can't wait to talk more. We should talk about the next episodes as they come.
Yes.
And even if you want to do it in this segment, or we'll just add it on, I definitely want to talk about it. But well, the bigger take I have on it is, part of me is almost like, boy, this is an Avengers kind of movie.
Mm.
This could be a good movie, let alone
the episode
season.
Yeah, that you're talking about. That's my favorite episode. The 3 is the third one about the past. So the Pharaoh is King Ramatut, who is a Kang variant. So there are ways you could bring
You could make
all
this
other
happen.
things. Yeah, this is, you know what I love a lot about this is, and because it's Marvel Studios is doing it now, they had the creative freedom to use anybody. That's why we saw in the first episode, Morph turned into Thor for a brief moment. Be like, that's kind of cool. But this episode, this is bad guy versus bad guy, and the heroes are there to try to get back to the future and figure out, they have a chance to change one of these guys. Oh my gosh, that is a cool movie concept, because you don't want to root for Apocalypse, you don't want to root for Ramatut, but you're like, what do we do?
Yeah, and if you think it's too complicated, just look at Days of Future Past. Similar in that sense, where it's about going back, changing people's minds. Look at, they changed Mystique completely, right? Like, I just had an epiphany as you were talking. If this was going to be a live action movie, I have the perfect fan casting for Apocalypse, young and older.
Who?
Tom Hardy.
Playing both?
You imagine? Because he's the kind of actor that dedicates. He could lose a little weight. You'd use a little CGI and some makeup to make him look a tad younger. But he's a mutant, so he doesn't. You don't have to explain why he looks the same age. He's just Apocalypse, right?
Well,
yeah. We would just say, and then later it's obviously like, he looks wild. But can you imagine if he gets a little smaller, and then they give him a year to gain some weight, and he gets like Bane size to play Apocalypse? And the actor that he is, he'd be an awesome Apocalypse. He would be an awesome, because he could be a very menacing actor. Like, he's a great actor for that. He'd be an awesome Apocalypse. I love Oscar Isaac. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But if we're redoing it, right? I don't think Oscar would touch it with a 10-foot pole. You all crapped on him so much. He's like, fine, take it. But, which I feel bad, because if he was here, I'd hug him, because he's amazing. First of all, he's a great actor in everything he's done, but then let alone what he did with Apocalypse. It's just spectacular.
Whether he had he said, we talked about this on the podcast before, that he didn't have the best experience because of all the stuff they had to put on. But they make them realistic to the best you could. And honestly, that was the best way to do Apocalypse, especially at that time. So
I don't know how familiar you are with Tom Hardy, other than what you saw like with Venom and stuff.
Yeah,
is that really all you know?
Venom and Bane.
Off air, I'm going to show you some clips of him and other stuff, and it's like his Apocalypse would be awesome. Yeah, like, I'm not saying I wouldn't want him to be just like Bane, but he's the kind of guy that would get all big to just kind of, oh man, fan casting, call him, back the truck up. So yeah. I'm all set with it. We can go I can talk another half hour about this, but I'm ready to move on if you want.
Yeah, no, honestly, I agree. I agree with everything you said. To the team, if you're listening, if anyone in Marvel Studios is listening, to Lenore Zane, any of the voice actors that tune into this at all, if any of you do, which thank you if you do, but congratulations. This is a banger of a season to start with. We are looking forward to every episode as the week drops, and I can't wait to see what story you're going to tell. I love, by the way, that's on the screen right now, this foreshadowing. He sees the big Apocalypse, and once the dust fades away, it's young Apocalypse. I'm like, that is so cool.
It's genius.
That is so cool.
By the way, I like Magneto with the beard. Bearded Magneto is awesome.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, but you're right. That is like, I could see Tom playing this. Like, just this, like, oh God.
So
why are they doing it here? Like, but like I said, at the same time, because they're doing it here, makes me think, boys, they could do good later. If they pay attention and they know what they got. And maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. Yeah. I guess for us, I think it's more of how they get there that is our problem. I don't know if I'm so much worried about the movie that they'll make with X-Men later as I am how they're gonna make the X-Men exist.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
It's the path to it that bothers me more than the actual getting it later. Because if they were just already here, I think I would trust them with the movie already. For the most part.
Yeah.
But this mix, we'll get talking about it as we go with a couple of things we have on here. So.
Yeah, totally. So guys, comment down below and let us know your thoughts on your first impressions of season 2 of X-Men 97. Did you like them? Did you not like them? What were the things that you would nitpick about them? And of these 3 episodes, which time period do you prefer? And do you like this? Probably your favorite so far. Let us know in the comments below. All right, I'll kick off our second topic for our Multiverse Minute, y'all. So, Spider-Man Brand New Day. We can't go a week without talking about it as we're leading up to now 3 weeks until it comes out.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Like, the anticipation is high, guys. Anyways, like 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah, but by then, by the 4th week mark, we'll be here. Probably talking to you about it, honestly. So anyways,
actually, yeah, you're right. That's wild.
Yeah, because right now, timestamp this, guys. It's July 3rd that we're recording this. You're probably seeing it, though, on Independence Day, July 4th or July 5th, because it takes us a day or two for editing, finalizing, all that stuff. And so 2, 3, and the 4th week would be the last week of July, and we already decided because it comes out on a Friday and we're going to see it on the Friday, we're not going to record like we normally do on a Friday. We're going to wait till Saturday to record so we could talk to you about it while it's fresh and right before that review embargo list type thing. So we're all ready for it when we launch.
Try to attempt to see it twice. I'm to tell you to do this honest with this. I wouldn't mind if we go watch it with family like we did, and then you and I just go again.
Hey, I'm fine with that.
Then we take notes while
if we could do that, and if there's any seats available. Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, I just realized, guys, we're doing Thor Ragnarok next, and then it's Infinity War.
Right?
Oh my God, what so excited. All right.
Anyway, so
what we're talking about,
Spider-Man, Brand New Day. So there's some questions out there about the IMAX release, and there is a new poster, an IMAX poster, but the IMAX poster is in Japanese. There's no American IMAX poster. And there's a reason for that. I had to pull that up. Spider-Man Brand New Day will not be released in IMAX. Usually, that would be a big scandal. Like, what the heck is going on? So I looked it up just to make sure we're all in the clear and we all know what's going on. This is primarily because Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey secured exclusive month-long hold on domestic IMAX screens during the Spidey release window.
Yep.
So there are other theaters, of course, you can see them in some of their premium stuff like the 4DX or the D-Box from Cinemark, things like that.
Have real 3D probably and all that.
Yeah, Screen X, I hear, is another one. Adobe Cinemas at AMC Theater. But only international markets, like Japan in particular, and other ones. I guess even China and South Korea, it says here, will have a Brand New Day with the Odyssey. But for domestically in America, you're not going to be able to see Spidey, at least for the opening weekend in IMAX.
I think it'll eventually hit some IMAX theaters, but right off the bat, no.
Yeah, no, I get it, because they've been hyping the Odyssey up for a long time. It's Christopher Nolan. Heck, they did the pre-sale of the tickets 1 exact year in advance, so they are already gearing up for this movie. So I'm not surprised they made exclusive deals with IMAX. So that's part of the competition out there. It just means that for Spider-Man fans that want to see an IMAX, you may have to wait at least a week, if not longer.
Yeah.
So any thoughts on that any further?
I have a few thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. You'll see it in IMAX. You're just not going to see it right away in IMAX. This is controversial. I know this is a Marvel podcast and we love these movies, but I fall on the side of the Odyssey here. For 2 reasons. 1, it's Christopher Nolan. And for 2, the Odyssey is completely filmed in IMAX. So the whole idea of the Odyssey and what he's doing with it is a reinvention of how you're going to watch this movie. So it would be almost, why wouldn't IMAX commit to this? Because of the new camera and all that they did. Yeah. So it's just, you're just going to have to deal with that, guys. And I don't know if you've heard, but there's a big backlash on the Odyssey right now. They're upset about certain characters, and they're upset that Tom Holland calls his father and a dad at one point. They think that kind of language for those kind of people it doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm telling you right now, whatever all this bull crap is going on online that these people are doing backlash to this, you need to shut up. Because it's not a problem. This is not a problem. It's Christopher Nolan, guys. You guys are going to lose. These movies are fantastic. For some reason, it's like cancel culture is looking for a new target. And it's him. I don't know why they're doing it, but this last couple days, there's been a lot of release of look what they're doing and this and that. And guys, this is a fake story. It's not real. Like, it's a story based off some maybe real events that have a lot of mystical things that go on in it. It is literally a fantasy movie. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to win. It's going to be the best movie of the year. I mean, it just is. Until Nolan makes a bad movie, I'm not going to say it's bad. I have enough in me to know, or enough, I would put money down enough to anything he makes at this point is going to be, yep, that's going to be great. You can't name one bad Christopher Nolan movie to me. I'm sure there's different opinions, but if you think the movies are bad, you're wrong. So I'm just, I'm out there with it. I'm not going to lie to you. These movies are genius. Oppenheimer's not for everybody, but it's a great movie. And not all these movies are for everybody, but they're great movies. The Odyssey, I cannot wait to see this movie. It looks phenomenal. So yeah, sorry, Spider-Man. But Spider-Man is going to look great in IMAX. But Nolan, he's one of those filmmakers like a James Cameron, where not only does he make a movie, but he does something new in the industry to help move it forward, which is why you'll never see Disney do well with their Infinity Vision. Because he's one of these, you got a director out there literally still making product for an IMAX. And it's never going to be owned or beat by anybody else until Disney comes up with their own thing to make. Because you're just using a name to brand something. When IMAX is building things to make better movies. You're never going to beat it until you do that. So you can get as greedy as you want, Disney, but you're not going to get it. And you will lose out every time like this. Until you do that. And it's not going to hurt Spider-Man anyways.
Oh, yeah.
So overseas is going to make it work. And then maybe 2 weeks in at the most, they'll be on IMAX as well. And that also depends if the Odyssey, if you guys succeed at making the Odyssey get canceled, then you'll have it earlier. If you don't succeed at it, then you might have to wait 2 or 3 weeks because the Odyssey is going to take a lot of seats. That's the only thing Spider-Man's got against it right now is, I got to be honest with you. If it was Spider-Man or the Odyssey, I'm doing Spider-Man because I'm doing the podcast. Not that I don't want to see Spider-Man that bad, but don't get it wrong. The next weekend, I'm going to see the Odyssey, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or maybe even that same weekend. Maybe I don't even do it as a double feature. Maybe we'll do it as a double feature, maybe for fun, because it's going to be a great movie. And yeah, that until you start bringing something to the table for IMAX, they're always going to side with the people that make their brand stand out. And Denis Villeneuve with Dune, Christopher Nolan with the stuff that he does, even James Cameron when he does some of these new things, they're always going to go with that because they're going to be, see, this is why we're top dog. But you're going to be fine. Spider-Man's still going to make a ton of money, so.
Yeah.
I think it's just inconsequential, but it is definitely, it's interesting to see that, because I'm sure it would look great in IMAX, but this movie just has you beat. So.
Yeah, well, one thing that this Spider-Man has that the previous Spider-Man didn't have was a China release. So,
that's true. And because they don't like sorcerers over in China.
Well, yeah. China.
Or whatever they're.
Yeah.
No offense, I guess.
Well, great offense in my opinion because I think they do
have a problem with.
Yeah. Well, they didn't want Shang-Chi from my understanding too. And that literally is an homage to past martial arts from China. That did not make them a mockery at all. Actually made them kind of cool again. Yeah. So but that's their loss.
So once again, happy birthday, United States, because we'll watch all these movies.
Amen. All right. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Are you bummed it's not going to be an IMAX opening weekend, or are you just like us and we're like, you're going to get it eventually, probably sooner than later type thing? Or what do you guys think? Do you think that this is, are we missing out? Are we not? Comment below. Let us know.
I say make it a double feature like they did with Oppenheimer. I just don't have a good name for this one. Spider-Man Odyssey.
Odd Spidey.
Spider-See. No, that's weird. It sounds a little bad. Anyways,
Otter Man.
Seeds. Yeah.
Odyssey Man.
Odyssey Man.
There you go. All right, guy. Ike, I should say, why don't you take it off our last topic?
So this one here, guys, is a deep one. This one's gonna get some. We might get heated. We might not. You're gonna see some emotions. Doomsday plot leak, guys. I mean, someone needs to call a plumber because if this is true, then Disney's they got to work on keeping their people quiet. John Campea. Sorry, this one not one of the first times, but one time we are taking some news from a fellow podcaster who we only are putting it in the news because we do hold John that high in regard.
Yep.
That when he says stuff and he puts on his show, I've always trusted John Campea about what he talks about, what he says, and being honest with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he hears us. I want him to know that we feel that way. Watch the show for a long. I've watched him since he was in AMC. I always thought that his integrity with that is real good, and I trust him. Him and Rob both, and the whole crew.
Yes,
fantastic.
Yes.
So because John Campea did it, we're kind of doing this news based off of him. So John, you made the news for us.
Yeah.
So John Campea of the John Campea Show on YouTube has stated for months that he has had exclusive insight to the Avengers Doomsday film. He recently confirmed on his show that the full plot details have leaked online, and he did say that it would eventually.
Yeah, he did, and to his credit.
Yeah, and he's been right about that before. So here's the question that we have. How do we feel about that? And should we be spoiling ourselves? And Sammy and I we'll talk about this part of it first, and then we'll talk about what we talked about last night.
Yeah.
Or we can talk about it all at once. It doesn't matter. But it's interesting, this whole, how do you feel about leaks, Sammy? What?
All right. Well,
yeah. So, what's your thoughts? What's your initial thoughts right off the bat? Anyway.
My initial thoughts are I'm surprised. And this is, I want to make sure I articulate this and explain this coherently enough, and I'm not jumping all around the place. So bear with me, folks. Marvel Studios is not known for full plot detail leaks. We've talked about this on the podcast before, that Sony has had a hard time here or there when it comes to like the trailers being prematurely leaked or characters being revealed that weren't supposed to be, things like that. And that's a Sony issue. But also Sony has had a long time of fighting against hackers, where their company for a lot of times, more than that could count from my understanding, always has some sort of cyber attack. And so there's always some leaked emails or leaked plot things or leaked theories or leaked movie details that were never supposed to be revealed to the public, and now they are. So, but that's a Sony thing. This is Marvel. Sony has nothing to do with Avengers Doomsday. This is completely Disney and Marvel Studios, and they are not known for having a leak, whether it's maybe a minor insight of a slip of the tongue of a certain character is one thing, or a certain plot detail, but for the full-on plot of their biggest feature film that they're anticipating and been building towards for over almost 2 years now, they've been working on this thing. That surprises me. And that also makes me a little skeptical on if this is indeed the final cut of the film. Because as we know, films go through 2 or 3 rewrites in the midst of the process of filming. Sometimes scenes work, sometimes they don't work. It's the whole reason reshoots are in people's contracts, for either re-editing purposes, taking out or putting in characters. Maybe deals didn't close at the time they wrote the script for certain characters, and they were like, we're never getting Halle Berry. She's too big for us now. Then all of a sudden, oh, she's returning. We have to redo the whole third plot. We have no idea. So I don't want to say that John is lying or Rob is lying that they saw the script. But I don't think, honestly, from my personal perspective, and I will hold to this until I see Doomsday and maybe see what this plot leak is, if we decide to do that. Because that was one of our debates last night, guys, is we're not even sure if we want to partake in this plot leak, because we really don't want to spoil the movie for us, but at the same time, we want to kind of know what's going on in the conversation.
We also want to be relevant in this YouTube world because we've started this.
Yes.
So we don't want to be the guys not talking about it. At the same time, that was also part of our conversation, because you viewers might want to hear it, and if you like listening to us, you want us to tell you. But I don't know if we want to know. So
it's that fine line of do we spoil this if this is legit, or do we just see how it's going to play out, and then go from there. We kind of at a tug of war there. I think personally that this may be a true version of the script. I don't think it's the final draft. I think that I am surprised that someone on the inside, no offense, John, love you. As we said in the beginning of this, I watch you daily as well. I tune into your podcast. I even subscribe to your membership thing. You're great. I love listening to you guys. Even if I think your opinions are a little wrong, that's my personal taste. That's not
what makes it fun.
Yeah, that's not because I think you're a bad guy. So I digress there. By the way, you recently showed a picture of your pool on your podcast.
So nice.
I love it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You got a great piece of property, sir. Congratulations. Anyways, so besides that, I find it very suspicious that someone high up in Marvel Studios would allow someone like a John Campea to see this script. I get it, the people know people on the inside, but you're literally walking up to... I know you're not a news reporter, John, but at the same time, you do report the news to a degree.
Well, to us movie fans, you are a news reporter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so right? Yeah.
Whether you qualify that yourself or not.
Yeah.
John tends to downplay himself sometimes.
Yeah, you're very highly respected.
How important you are in a lot of podcasters.
Yes.
And how serious we take your opinion and what you do in your show.
Yes.
So I know you very humble about it, but you do know. I know you know.
Yeah.
But it's a big deal.
I just think this is my thoughts on this is I'm surprised that Marvel would even do this, that will allow someone like you who has a platform and a big following and are highly respected, that you would see the full details of their biggest movie. Maybe it's part of a publicity thing to help them hype it up, but also I'm kind of shocked that, John, you even said on your show, this is real, because it easily could have been real and you could have bit your tongue about it, and then no one else would have known and been very skeptical this whole time and just passed it as a rumor. And by the time we saw the movie, you would have forgotten about it because it's literally 6 to 7 months from now. So it's a double-edged sword. You kind of confirmed it by, if this is real, you've kind of helped with the spoilage of it. Whether you intended to do that or not, I don't know. If this is just your way of making news for your show, congratulations. Everyone's talking about you a lot more so now. But was it worth it? If it's real. So that's my thoughts on it initially. And as far as actually seeing the plot details, we go through our rumor rundown whenever a certain thought about Doomsday comes out, and we want to dissect that thought. We're going to get into one in a couple minutes with Magneto and Spider-Man's villains. That doesn't mean that that's the full movie. So we could talk about speculations, yes.
Leaks are different.
Leaks that have, at this point now, John, you've thrown your name behind it as validity to the leak. It's not just someone wrote this, posted it on Reddit, and now we're all running wild with it. This is something that you are now giving credit to this leak as real, which is either, I can't even say either very good or very bad. It's sad, my opinion. But anyways, that's just my initial thoughts on it.
I have a slightly different take. We have a different take on this, which is good though. I don't know if it's so bad. What I agree with 100% that you're saying is I think John is smart enough to know that some people are going to take certain things seriously if it comes from him or not. And I think that something that's you're trying to point at, which I do understand you're saying, that it wouldn't have been on our show today if it wasn't on your show. I think that's kind of the point I'm making too, is you are enough, John is enough of an influencer in this medium where if it's news on his show, it's something that we consider to talk about as well, or it's something that we take, that's real. He's not making this up.
This wouldn't be in our multiverse minute.
Whether it's a real plot leak or not, what you know of it, you're telling the truth about.
Yeah.
And we trust that part of it for sure.
Yes.
So yeah, so when you do put it in here as this, it's almost like you have now kind of perpetuated this. Now anyone that does go, so if I go watch this a day ago, here's a new plot leak, and they watch it, and you just got done saying all of them out there saying it's pretty much true right now, then it is spoiling that movie for them. But it's still their choice to click on it. And
That's true.
I'm going to give you that credit. You are 100% right when you say that. They can choose not to watch that stuff. And I completely agree.
And I give him credit on his show for blurring out everything and
100%.
not talking about it. So good for you on that.
That's why I'm not ever going to give him crap for talking about it on a show, because you don't have to pay attention to it. They've chose to do it. John can get on there and talk about fluffy kittens all day if he wants. It's his show, and we'll trust you on what you say about the kittens, but because you have been very trustworthy. I think, and the point I want to kind of talk about that we differ a little bit about is I don't know if Marvel's necessarily not known for plot leaks. I will say this. They're not known for plot leaks this far out of a movie. I think when you get close to these dates, like I think right now, I didn't watch them, but just for a point, I went on and looked at Spider-Man No Way Home or a Brand New Day plot leaks. And there's, as of like 16 hours ago, there's a new one. And there's tons of them. Now, whether they're real or not is the question, right? And that's where that line is blurred here when it's on your show about the one that you said is real, because it matches the stuff you guys read. But I think that some of these can be real, because I have, for other movies that I haven't really cared about, but I'll be honest with you, a couple of the Godzilla movies that had come out, I wasn't going to get a chance to go see. And I just wanted to know what was going to happen. And some of those plot leaks were out a month, and they were dead on. Now, what I will say about plot leaks, though, for the most part, and I think John touched on this a little bit in the show, somewhat, or Rob may have said it. By the way, Rob, we trust you, was very much as well.
Oh, yes.
But I also think that if you and I did decide to dive into this, it's going to be more of a bullet point of the story, and a lot of the nuances of the little things aren't going to be there. So I don't think this plot leak probably has this person versus this person, or how this person dies, or even down to like a detail of a specific detail of why something's a certain way. I think it's going to be, here's how the opening of the movie. There's a battle here. These characters meet. There's a battle here, and this is how it ends. And I'm sure there's some spoilerage there, but I bet there's a lot of stuff in the middle that's just like, you can see that coming, you know? And I think they touched upon this, where the nuance of the characters and the dialogue and how they do the things is definitely a surprise. The only thing I'll ever say to you and Rob that I disagree about when you talk about this kind of stuff is, you guys are excited to see the movie, even though you know what's going to happen in the movie, because for you, it's like, I just can't wait to see how they're going to do it. I still think that I'm going to call bullshit on that. Not for you guys and how you feel, because I'm not saying you're lying to us, but I personally like it when if I know that Iron Man's going to die at the end of Infinity War. Spoiler alert, if you haven't seen it, where you been?
Not Infinity War, but close.
Or I'm sorry. And see,
not to confirm the spoil. Just kidding.
Wrong. Yeah, but if I knew that Iron Man was going to die at the end of Endgame, sure. In the spoiler thing, it might not have said that he says I am Iron Man, which makes that scene even cooler. But it definitely would have taken away the feeling of him dying.
Because now you're anticipating it. Yes.
So is it cool to know that Doom is probably going to bring Sentinels to life? I'm just bringing up one that we've heard about and talked about. He's going to bring Sentinels up to life, and they're going to fight the X-Men. Sure. Do I really want to know that if it happens? No, because in the theater when it goes to happen, holy moly, how cool would that be? Because you can't. Hey, spoiler alert: Captain America is going to wield Mjolnir. Yeah, they don't tell you how and what he does with it, and that's what makes it cool.
But now you know it's going to happen.
Moment when he hasn't, you don't know what's going to happen. It's so awesome, man, and and it's meaningful, and so I do like certain ones. I like going into movies without spoilers. Certain movies I'm okay with it, knowing it all depends on my hype for it. So, also the thing I want to touch on is I don't think it's that uncommon for them to share this stuff with abundance and stuff like that, especially if like John or Rob, do have a connection to somebody that knows things
Mhm.
and they're trustworthy to not spoil it.
Yeah.
Then they're going to let them read it. I think it happens more than you think. And I think with John, it's even a safer bet because he made that mistake of showing pictures of Spider-Man stuff before.
Yep.
And then telling us, oh man, I thought it was fake and it wasn't. And he come right out and apologized.
Mhm.
I think that if anything, in a way, it's almost like, here, read the script so that when you do see some of these rumors coming, you know which ones not to talk about. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they do that 100%. I'm not saying they're that deep in, but if you know someone's going to find out because they're deep enough and they have connections and they don't mean to spoil your movie, I would sit with someone that was a serious news reporter, like I take it, John, when it comes to movies, and say, you know, that the Spider-Man debacle, we're not mad at you because clearly you didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
And you took it back.
Mhm.
So I'll tell you what, we're going to offer you this. You know, you want to read the script to this? First of all, we know the person you're connected to, you're going to find this out anyways, probably early, or have the opportunity to. So with that, maybe now when you know what's happening, you don't talk about, so when you do get a picture, don't show that picture because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
And I think that actually would help John in that sense, because you said he had stuff blurred out and he made sure, that he made, I still think we're jumping the gun too fast is my thing. But I do think that happens more than you think. I do. But I think it just depends on who's reporting it. When you look at the ones that you don't pay attention to that much, it is those guys that are just clickbait. I'm going to give you all these spoiler things. I don't watch those guys. I'm sure there's enough of them are nice guys and they're fun, but I don't watch them. I would like how John does it, like him to keep as much of it away from me as he can, or give me forewarning if he's going to talk about it like he has. And I think he's done a good job with that. Now, the question comes is, do we do this and we jump on board? And some of my personal thoughts about it is you and I still haven't quite decided, right? But I think one thing we did decide on is we're going to wait and see what the backlash of what this is.
Yes.
Not necessarily just because of what John said, but in general of the leaks being out.
If someone like Joe or Anthony Russo comes out and says, we see what's circulating online, that while that's a cool script and maybe part of our thought process would be, that's not what you're seeing. If you get someone high up enough to debunk it, then we will do a full deep dive in one of our rumor mill rundowns on the whole thing. But until then, I'm very hesitant because if you laid out a couple great examples of Iron Man and doing the snap and all that stuff, had the excitement that I had when I went into X-Men Apocalypse and then Jean turned into the Phoenix and killed Apocalypse. If I had read that before, the whole movie, all I would have been thinking is, when are we going to get it? When are we going to get it? Yeah. I loved going into that movie.
The emotional weight was there.
The emotional weight. I literally was crying in the theater seat when he said, Jean let go, and she did that flare. Tears literally were coming out of my eyes because of how passionate I was to see that, and how I literally, as we're walking into the theater for Apocalypse, I said to him, the X-Men can't destroy Apocalypse. If they end this movie with Xavier or Storm or Cyclops or Beast killing Apocalypse, no, it's going to be a bad movie because it's Apocalypse. They ended it the only way I told you they could end it, and they did. Yeah. And that's
all is revealed.
Oh, yeah. All is revealed. Yeah. So that's part of me is like,
as soon as Xavier says, I'm not alone, I'm like, oh,
and
she, do it.
And she walks in the camera and be like, Jean, let go. And like, oh my gosh, guys, I have goosebumps just talking about this. So that's why I'm saying, for this movie, if they're trying to give that same type of feels for you, as it sounds like they want to, do I want to know what's going to happen? Because I want to go into the theater on December 15th, be one of the first people there to see this movie and be like, oh my gosh, Halle Berry really is there.
I think we tread the line real well of, like, in our rumor mill rundown.
Yes.
Of, well, here's a possible scene that we're going to be talking about one today with Magneto. So could that possibly be a spoiler? Yes, it could. But we're not contradicting ourselves by telling you we want to do a full plot leak.
Yeah.
some of these things, we are very careful about that kind of concept of it, right?
Mhm.
Because I think we could sit down today for 5 hours and come up with a whole different ways of how they're going to do this, and I think we land on some of it being right.
Mhm.
And it's just because there's only so many ways you can do what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
So personally, like you said it perfect. Until it's from official sources, like, not that John's not official. In my mind,
More
it's
official.
trustworthy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the source of the creators of it, whether
Yes.
it's Marvel, whether it's Disney, any of the leaders in Disney, or the Russos, or Feige,
Yep.
or a writer. You know what I mean? Even then, depending on where they say it, who to, until they say something that's newsworthy, that is there, then that's when we need to make a decision if we're going to jump into it or not.
Yeah,
and I got to be frank with you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to spoil it for myself.
So sorry, guys, if you were anticipating when you saw this on the thumbnail that we're going to talk about the full leak. We're talking about the fact that it happened and what we should do about it. We're not talking about the details of what it is.
We'll talk about small little rumored leaks like we're going to next, but we're not going to talk about a full plot leak of this movie.
Yeah. At least not right now. Like my brother said, if someone comes out and says, that's cool, that's not what we did. Or if any of the trailers, when they get released, start contradicting what people, and we hear from people that say, well, we read the plot leak, but that wasn't the trailer. That wasn't a part of the plot leak at all. Be like, okay, you're kind of debunking it in the midst of doing that.
Yeah.
So
and before you throw shade at us like, oh yeah, but you talked about the trailer that is CinemaCon and technically that's a leak. That's a trailer officially sent out by Marvel to people to see.
yes,
It's different. We're going to get the same damn thing, guys. We're all going to see that.
What they saw there, we will see
eventually. So there's nothing that's not, I guess, is that the definition of a leak? Sure. Because if this is true, then we'll see it eventually, right?
when they,
they released it.
That's the
Marvel
point.
Released
That's the point. When they
this isn't just
officially
some
release
guy
something,
on the set giving you a script.
Yes.
Which is still could be very true, but I want to hear it from the boss. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
And so no offense to John and them, I do feel like, I think you guys talking about it gave it a little too much fire.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing about
hey, that's the world we live in the YouTubes these days.
And that's the thing about when they do these trailers, even for CinemaCon, when they release a trailer like that, they already have released a trailer knowing other people are going to see it, so they're not doing plot leaks in their own trailer.
They encourage them to write about it. They actually want them to.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everyone, the moment they got their phones back out, was doing live streams of, oh, I saw this, oh, I saw that. Yeah. That's not leaks because they showed them official footage.
It's actually promotion.
Actually, yes, it is. That's the whole point of that whole convention thing, was to promote their movie. And this is how big it's going to be. Now, everyone for the next 2 or 3 weeks are going to talk about this one thing of your whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, guys.
Yeah, I think we spent enough time on it. And guys, like I said, if it does come out and they say it is kind of legit or it's not legit and stuff, Sammy and I will still have to make that decision, and I'm still on the fence.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, do we want to spoil it for ourselves, but we also want to be up to date on our show. So we'll see where, I think the measure of it is the response to Marvel to what this is.
Yeah. I agree.
And they're going to respond. There's going to be some sort of...
There has to be. If this is catching the wildfire that it already is right now online, you're going to hear it from someone in one way or the other. So I think I really do think, like, for the Sony thing, when that second trailer for Spider-Man leaked, and they weren't so quick to take it down, it's because within a matter of less than a week, that was going to be out anyways.
Yes.
So this movie has 6 months, and they're starting reshoots in 3 weeks of this movie. That script could be entirely different than what that plot leak is. That plot leak, by the way, guys, is 1 page. The script for a movie is 200 plus pages.
There's no nuance in it, definitely.
So it's at the same time, is this spoiler? It's spoiler enough because now you get an outline of the movie, if that's even what they're sticking with. Again, we don't know. Until I hear from someone more higher up that says, sorry, you guys got spoiled by it, then we know that's real. Or something else. I don't really want to touch it too much.
Yeah.
We'll touch upon the little things like we're going to do with the Magneto thing in a moment. But that's one thing that's speculation that sounds really cool, and maybe an insider did hear about it, and maybe that is in the script. We don't know.
Yeah,
but
and no
it's
matter
not
how
the plot.
Right. And no matter how we feel about spoilers, I will echo something John said that I definitely agree with 100%. In the long run, it's up to you to not be spoiled.
Yep.
So I'm not going to condemn anybody for anything that they decide to do or talk about or how they do it. They want to go ahead and go out there and just say the whole thing or however they do it. That's fine, because I'm the one that needs to choose to watch it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So John is right about that. So that's why I'm not throwing any shade, not saying anyone's done anything wrong. It's not I don't think it's that classy to be a little guy that does I wouldn't want to be running a show that does nothing but leaks like that. But at the same time, hey, you guys run shows, you're popular, you're doing your thing, it's your job. I just don't watch it because for me, I like being, I like it in the moment.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's how these movies are supposed to be
It's like when you
experienced.
watched F1 with me, if you knew how that ended, that doesn't change how good the movie is,
Mhm.
but it would have made that ending not as, I can't wait to see what's happening,
Yeah.
right? And it's just little things like that. I mean, F1's kind of a bad example, but,
Yeah. Or
yeah,
like
it's-
Apocalypse. Yeah.
or any of it, right?
Any of them. Yeah. All right. So, guys, questions for you. Have you already seen the plot leak? Have you read it? Have you been dissecting it the whole time? Cool. I'm sorry
Does
if we
Magneto win?
disappoint.
Tell us in the comments. No.
Right? He's the last one. Anyways, it just ends with, and Magneto was there alone. The end.
Yeah.
Be like,
Or
whoa.
we get to the theater and it comes up Avengers instead of Doomsday. It's Magneto Day. Like,
Yeah.
what's
Whoa.
going on?
Yeah, so please don't do any spoilage on the comments too. Just saying, if you do, you do. But I'm just saying, for those of you who don't want to read about it and you do like our show, just do that on another channel's comments. Either way, guys, because we do read your comments too, by the way. So please do comment, please subscribe, all that fun stuff. But let us know what your thoughts are on this down below. All right. Next up, guys, we are heading into our rumor mill rundown, and I am very excited for a couple of these in particular.
Yes.
So let's just get right on to it. All right, guys, it's rumor time. We are on the rumor mill rundown of the Goodell Multiverse podcast. Thank you for staying with us. If you are just listening to us, by the way, on the audio version, we do have a YouTube version on our YouTube page. I should say video version on our YouTube page. Either way, you get the gist. We got video and audio, so please go like, subscribe, check it out. And also, if you can't listen to the full thing, we have as bite-sized pieces of segments on our YouTube page. So if you're here just because you want to hear rumors and that's all you listen to, welcome aboard. Here we go. We're going to start off with our first one, and I will kick it off with Magneto versus Spider-Man villains. What the heck, huh? Who thought we'd ever say that
how
sentence?
fast does he kill him?
Exactly. Yeah. Because I feel like that's not the question of who wins.
Oh, yeah.
It's just how long is it going to be? Honestly. So, early script rumors, primarily from insider Daniel RPK, suggest that Avengers Doomsday will kick off a massive multiverse-level event, such as an incursion between different universes, including the X-Men's reality and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man Earth. The rumor indicates that amidst the multiversal chaos, Eric Lanche, also known as Magneto, will cross paths and fight the iconic villains of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man films, including Green Goblin and Doc Ock.
Wow.
So, Ike, what do you think of this rumor? And how long do you think it's going to take Magneto to strip these guys?
I think he might listen to what they got to say and then use whatever they're wearing to kill them.
Yeah, right. Like,
so he's just gonna crush Green Goblin. He's done because he's got a whole metal suit. And Doc Ock is wearing ropes that's gonna hang him. So it's like he's wearing metal things. It would be cool to see, but guys, let's be honest, it's kind of unfair. I mean, I think that's one thing I will say going into Doomsday with Magneto is they got to do some real cool shit with him because he's bad. He's hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Magneto's hardcore. What we like about the old X-Men movies, even with them doing the younger versions of them, is at each movie, it's like he progressively gets stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, when you get to Apocalypse, even Apocalypse is like, I don't even need to unleash you.
No.
You're already there.
Yeah.
You just need to figure it out.
Yeah.
And so he talks him through it. And it's like, and here he is moving metal on. You can literally change what the planet does if he wants to.
Yes.
In the long run.
Yeah.
So it's like these Spider-Man villains don't have a chance, man. Like, don't get me wrong, it'd be great to see these guys again. I mean, Willem Dafoe, arguably one of the best villains in history when it comes down to comic book villains.
Yes.
And he's top 3 in the MCU, and he's not even from the MCU.
Mm-hmm. That's
hot
good.
take, but that's coming, guys.
He's so good.
And the little time he's in that Spider-Man movie is what? You know what I mean? Like, it's so good. So, like, and Doc Ock, he's a favorite, right? He doesn't speak to me as much as everybody else, but he's great. He's a big fan favorite. Spider-Man 2 is always renowned as a great movie.
Yeah.
But what are they gonna do with Magneto?
Yeah, right?
I mean, Doom's gonna have a hard time with Magneto.
Yes.
If it's not for magic, I don't know what he's gonna do. Like, that's kind of where I am wondering when it does come down to Magneto and Xavier. You're talking the 2 most high-powered mutants to exist.
Yep.
And I get they gotta die. I get there's gotta be an end. And I hope the incursion's the reason. Because I can't see a single person beating him.
No.
You know?
Yeah, like
Wolverine beats almost everybody, but he can never touch Magneto. Even in movies where, like, even when you get to Days of Future Past and Wolverine drops the bone claws, and it's like, well, you don't have the metal yet. He still F's Wolverine up.
Yes.
Like, it's like, well, he doesn't have a chance. Like,
he's like, getting you out of the picture.
Whatever, I'll just use these things. Get out of here. And it's like, okay. You know, it's like, with that helmet on and with his ability and how strong he is, you could put Thanos against Magneto, and I think Magneto would come out on top.
Yeah, and I don't think we're over exaggerating, guys. He is that powerful, and this is aged Magneto. This is one who's been through some stuff.
Been through it.
Like, you see all the movies of him in it, and all the stuff that he can do, and now you put him against, like you just said, Green Goblin. Even if he wears the same outfit he wore in No Way Home, which was less of the suit, he's flying a metal
weapon.
Yeah, a metal jet thing. He just crushes that up and he's gone. It's like the Doc Ock literally has robotic tentacles coming out of his back.
Yeah.
Just squeeze him like an anaconda and he's dead. Yeah. Like, their deaths are, I don't want to say they're meaningless, they're quick.
Yeah.
There's not much of a fight to put up there. It may be cool if you want to extend the scene for like a full 60 seconds, but you go longer than that, it's kind of like, Magneto, just end them already, because that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, unless they're not fighting to the death. You can have a fun fight scene, but it's still going to be one-sided.
Oh,
it's just going to be them trying to hurt him. And he's just going to no.
Yeah, I can't picture anything that Doc Ock or Norman Osborn can do that would supersede anything of what Magneto can do on his weakest performance day.
Unless,
oh boy,
unless they do the thing that we hope they don't do, and you know where I'm going with this. And Magneto's old. Maybe he's not as powerful anymore.
They depower him like X-Men 3 style.
Yep. I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed.
Yes. Because, see, that's one of the things that we're talking about
badass Magneto.
Going into Doomsday is we want to see these, if we're going to give a goodbye to these X-Men that we all know and love, they have to go out in the banger. And if you start off the movie with a depowered Magneto,
I'd rather see him die at the hands of Doom because of magic.
Yes.
Than him be depowered.
I'd rather have an incursion happen and he dies with the incursion.
Yep.
Than to have...
That's the best one. Second best is let Doom use magic to screw him up. Because then at least you got this, whatever this is.
Yeah. But you're showing the might of Doom.
And then it does show how formidable he's going to be. If you're going to kill anybody, to show how strong Doom's going to be, Magneto's the one.
Oh.
You know, and especially if he uses magic, then we can get around this whole metal thing and all that. But if you're just talking Spider-Man's villains,
no contest.
Don't do this. I mean, and you know, if you do it, I wonder what it's going to look like and what it means. And it would be interesting to see these villains being good guys, because now with the timeline, what happened with Spider-Man, they're not bad guys anymore, probably. Actually, I don't know how Norman's going to be in it. That's the one that makes me think this is bullshit. This is part of my French. Because from what I understand, if he goes back to where he was from the Spider-Man movie, he was given an injection, so now he's just a guy.
He doesn't have that dual personality anymore.
He's just a guy.
And it was that dual personality that was ambitious enough to do those crazy things that Goblin was doing.
Or the physical stuff, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes.
Now he's just a guy.
Yes, that's right. Physical strength.
So why is he here? So it kind of makes me think maybe someone thinks this would be cool, and they just haven't thought it through.
Yep.
I doubt this is in this movie at all.
I completely agree, honestly.
First of all, it's a bad team up, right?
Yeah,
Magneto wins. Even
now,
you can give Magneto cancer and he still wins.
It's one thing if we start this movie off and it is an incursion between the X-Men universe and Spider-Man, and obviously the X-Men they're trying to survive and they're going to destroy the Spider-Man universe. I get that, fully understand.
Yeah.
Great epic moments.
Great idea.
It's one thing if the X-Men are being hindered by Spider-Man villains and Magneto comes floating down and decides, no, we're not going to play games. This is serious. Our world's going to die. So then he destroys them. So that's the only way in my brain I could think of, they could do this, but it's not going to be the way you guys think. It's not going to be an epic fight between Goblin and Magneto or Doc Ock and Magneto. It's going to be Magneto saying, we're done playing games. Turn this bomb on. We're going. It's simple as that.
But without retconning what happened to Norman, he's not going to be there anymore.
I agree with that too. What they did in No Way Home, great ending for him and a nice Spider-Man ending touch, but that just means we're not getting that Willem Dafoe Green Goblin like that again. It's one thing if he makes a cameo as Norman Osborn. He's not going to be flying a glider. He's not going to be like we like him in, because he's just not that anymore.
Yeah, which I'm fine with.
Doc Ock's another thing. He was still fighting even after that, but he just was good.
He just gained control of his arms.
That was the thing. Yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Other than that,
they weren't controlling his mind anymore. Yeah.
Yes, but the Goblin part, I agree. I would love. Yeah, I agree. I would love to see Goblin again, but I don't think they're ever going to do it again because they gave him a perfect ending. Why ruin a perfect ending? But then again, they bring Steve back. We don't know, guys. So
yeah.
Question is for you guys. What do you think of this rumor?
How fast does Magneto kill them?
Yeah. How fast does Magneto squash these bugs, these insects, as he would describe normal mortal people?
He wouldn't have to look at them. You realize that? He could be talking to somebody else and just stop. Just do this.
Done.
Yeah. Anyways.
It's so simple. Yeah. Anyways, guys, what do you think? Let us know in the comments below. All right, Ike, take it away for the next one.
All right, guys. We're going to talk about Carl today. If you guys don't know who Carl is, I like Carl. Carl's a complicated man. Carl definitely has principles that he holds very dear and tight to his chest, and Carl will not back away from his principles. Carl's a guy that help you if it's right, and he's there in the end with you, but ultimately, his principles might even force Carl to be a bad guy. I hope you all know who I'm talking about.
I love his name is Carl, his real name.
Yeah.
Like, menacing Carl.
Right.
Anyway.
So recent insider reports and industry leaks strongly suggest that Chiwetel Ejiofor, I know I butchered it.
Chiwetel.
Yeah, Chiwetel, Carl, will reprise his role as Carl Baron Mordo in Avengers Doomsday. While plot surfaces are kept tightly under wraps, speculation hints that Mordo could play a key role related to sorcery or tracking the film's antagonist, Dr. Doom. Rumors of his involvement initially sparked when Ejiofor gave a cryptic and playful response. We'll see. Who wouldn't like a chair? Okay, guy. Yeah. It's just like someone needs to say, we told you to lie. During a red carpet interview when asked about an Avengers Doomsday appearance. The mainline Earth 616 Baron Mordo was last seen vowing to rid the world of rogue sorcerers in the post-credit scene of 2016's Doctor Strange. So my first official reaction is about time we get this guy back, because the next time we got him back was in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, and it was dumb.
And it was a variant of him, so it wasn't the same.
It wasn't even him. And the other thing is, I think it's a perfect spot for him, is being a sorcerer, helping do whatever he's doing.
Yeah. All
It's a
right.
great spot.
I like this idea of finding him because he is tracking sorcerers and he knows there's a new sorcerer in town. And so he probably has a spell or a way with Wong to track him. A way of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. You know what I
He's
mean?
going to help the good guys find. Because I think we're going to find Doctor Strange on a weird side of this whole thing.
Yes. I agree. I think how meta would this be? And I kind of like that this rumor is in our rumor rundown because we've kind of danced around another rumor that's out there. The Doom has a squad of sorcerers and witches that are helping him with his events, whatever they may be. That's one of the biggest rumors out there is that's where you're going to see the Wanda variants. That's where you're going to see Doctor Strange and Clea. I don't think Baramoto is going to be a part of this. If anything, why I say this is kind of meta, it'll be interesting how the tables would have turned that there is a villainous Strange working with Doom. Maybe because Strange sees a bigger picture, like he sees Infinity Wars, why he gave the stone away, be like, what the heck, man? But now you see why. Maybe he sees another bigger picture of, I have to help Doom in order to finally rid this MCU of the multiverse. So, I get it. Maybe he has noble intentions, but it would be kind of interesting to see Baron Mordo teaming with the good guys just to track them down and try to stop them. So he still is a bad guy, Mordo, because he wants to kill sorcerers, but at least he's targeting.
That's who you need in this situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? So
Blade in that way too.
Yeah. So I dare I say I endorse this rumor. I kind of hope we do see it, just even if it's not a huge part, but it's enough of a part to say, hey, we need to figure out some sorcery crap that's going on. Wong has his antennas up and knows something's wrong. So we're gonna get the one guy who's been doing nothing since 2016, but looking for sorcerers.
I'll even take it a step further. I agree with you 100%. I also think something that the MCU, I'm gonna call you out. If you guys got the balls to do this, you'd have one happy guy seeing someone to go this direction. If it were me, when it comes down to Doctor Strange in this situation, being on Doom's side, I would simply do it because he just is.
He just is on Doom's side?
Yes. What a unique idea to take this boring ass character we have right now and just heel turn him. And just be like, yeah, it's all about survival. And this guy happens to be right.
It does make...
And it's not that he's being forced. Yep. It's not that there's a spell. It's that he just agrees with him.
It's actually complementary to the character assassination that they did in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
Because that could make a unique Dalton, like, moving forward. You could have fun with the fact that people aren't going to trust this guy. And then maybe they shouldn't. And you could have a new anti-hero who's a good guy and a bad guy when he chooses to be. And that might revitalize this feeling that I have about Doctor Strange, which is boring. It's like, because his solo movies are not going to happen for me anymore. The first one's borderline boring. We gave it a decent score, but it's boring. I mean, I'm not going to want. If I never see that again in my life, I'll be okay. And that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah, I think I know. I said this on that podcast for Doctor Strange. That was a podcast ago or 2 podcasts ago, guys. So go check it out. The first Doctor Strange movie is the only appearance of him I like. Because he has a complete arc in that story. He starts off as arrogance.
His own character?
Yep. And he ends as I'm taking on a leadership role and I need to be serious about it. And I like that. It's the only time. I
like his role in Infinity War.
It's
but it's
good.
Got nothing to do with anything about building this character.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's just
that's why he's better.
Of it.
He's better in the Spider-Man No Way Home. He's better in other people's movies. But then when you got to Multiverse of Madness, it was a complete 180 on the character growth that he had from his first movie up until then. Just like with Wanda, complete 180 on what the character growth for her. It's one reason why that movie kind of sucked, honestly. But anyways, we'll get there. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that will make Doctor Strange more interesting, and I would be a little more anticipating of a potential third Doctor Strange movie if we get it. Because I'm sure they're going to do it. It's just a matter of when and how is it going to be.
It'd just be new, right? She could just be bad to be bad. Do it. And it's not like he's doing it to do bad things. He just so happens to be like, this guy, okay, Dr. Doom might be destroying worlds, but when it comes down to our survival, this might be the only way to do it. I mean, Doctor Strange did let half of everybody die, or, basically.
Yeah.
To get to that same point. You look at that as almost that, but not. It was on Thanos' side, but he allowed a terrible thing to happen for a better thing to happen later. And I'm not saying that I would use this time to do that same thing, but I could see him just being, I just think you're wrong and he's right. And I'm not going to let you win.
Simple. Yeah.
And just be like, oh, shit. And just let it be that, right? Like, hell, even kill him. No, I'm kidding. Now I'm stepping. But I'm just saying, I think if you did a heel turn with that character, not only will you show everybody that we can do this with people, and we're going to revitalize him, because frankly, you all got to know he's boring.
I don't know if they'll be that daring to try to make him a bad guy, though. I get it. He has the tendencies for it. So, and that was actually definitely explored in Multiverse of Madness. He has tendencies of being bad. That's why Xavier, he's one of them that said that Strange that they had to go, because even though he did help them in the end, he did bad things to do it. And so that makes me think, okay, if they take that same character model of him from Multiverse of Madness, put him into Doomsday and Secret Wars like that, you can easily see him being a bad guy, but maybe he is also the one that would remember things and help fix it. Who knows?
Yeah, to me, that would be rinse and repeat. Like Morgan said yesterday. Didn't I do that already? So
yep.
If you're going to do it where he is a heel turn, I would prefer it to just let it be that character's choice.
Be more daring.
Because that would be something to really chew on, right? Like, you'd be like, whoa. Again, because isn't that kind of why we like Loki choosing to be good? It's not the circumstantials. It's like that he actually chooses to be good.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that do the reverse of that, right? Where I want to see Loki be an Avenger. How crazy would that be? And which is cool, but to be an official Avenger, like, accepted by them would be unique, right? And we might get a taste of that in these two movies, especially by Secret Wars. Because he's going to be on the same side of fixing everything if it comes down to it.
Yeah, if he's still alive after this Doomsday movie, we don't know. Right. It'll be cool. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
But, all right, guys, what are your thoughts on Carl joining Doomsday?
Carl,
do you think that Mr. Chiwetel is lying or telling the truth or being cryptic about actually being in this movie? Do you think that if he is in the movie, he's going to be more on the side of good? Or do you think he's one of those secret sorcerers behind Doctor Doom doing nefarious stuff? Let us know in the comments below.
I think he told us he's in it. Maybe, you know what? He might not even be in this one. He might be at Secret Wars. It might not be the right rumor for the right movie, but
that's true. Yeah. Who knows? Really, guys, because correct me if I'm wrong. Are they already filming Secret Wars right now, and then they're doing back-to-back Doomsday reshoots in August?
They may have not officially announced they're actually doing Secret Wars, but I'm telling you right now, I would bet whatever's in my pocket right now, I don't even know, lint, but I would bet money that they are filming scenes now or have filmed scenes during Doomsday that they plan to use later. Because you got to talk scheduling wise for sure. You're doing these two. Say, hey, while we got you, let's just do this for 3 days, and then we'll bank that here, and then later we'll do our magic and put it all together.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, when it comes down to like film dates of when they actually start filming Doomsday and Secret Wars, as soon as they start filming Doomsday, to me they're filming both of them.
Yeah.
We just don't know what.
And from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong in the comments below, they were filming Endgame while they were doing Infinity War.
Oh yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why a lot of the actors didn't know what scenes are where, if they even made it. That's one thing I love about these type of movies is the Russo brothers keep everyone in the dark for this. Tom Holland gets a whole new script for it. Like, it's the whole thing to be like, no one really knows what's going on. That's what makes me a little skeptical of this plot leak. But anyways, we're on the rumor mill rundown, guys. We're going to join in. We're going to segue into our next topic here. Our last topic on the rumor rundown, Marvel Phase 7. The slate has apparently leaked. Rumor has it. Now, this is not a confirmed leak. This is a rumor, but these are fun to speculate on if these have any validity to them or basically just what we think of them. So, industry insider Alex Perez states he has heard inside reports of at least 9 feature films in active development at Marvel Studios. So I took the liberty of listening to a couple of these breakdowns of these films and reading what Alex Perez specifically said and wrote up a little one-pager here on all 9 rumored projects. And we're going to talk about them. How do you want to do it, Ike? Do you want me to just read all of them, then we go one by one? Or do you want to just read 1, talk about it, read 2, talk about it?
Yeah, let's talk about it as we go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's start off with the first one that's discussed. Doctor Strange 3. So, rumor has it, Doctor Strange 3 was actually going to be released by now, either before the Kang Dynasty movie or between Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars, back when Jonathan Majors was going to be your MCU big bad. And after all that changed to Doctor Doom, pivoting over to Doomsday and Secret Wars, it's reported that Doctor Strange 3 is on the back burner, but still in active development with Benedict Cumberbatch attached to it, of course, still.
Yeah.
That is the most we got of that film, so it is still in development. It's just not one of those films we're going to get secretly, according to this rumor, between Doomsday and Secret Wars. It's probably going to be one of their first films after it. So what are your thoughts on this?
So this is if this is like, once again, guys, it's all rumors, so it's all speculation. I'm just gonna pretend it's true.
Yep.
If this is true, then it proves even more so that it's all damage control, right? And if it's also true, this is a great way in making it after Doomsday instead of before, because you have to change what you're doing. Do the idea that we just talked about. Do the heel turn of Doctor Strange, so that we can do a cool Doctor Strange movie. Because to be honest with you, I don't care about Doctor Strange I think it's a mistake unless you have a great story to tell. And without changing his motives or doing something very drastic with him, I feel like he's a character that can just keep showing up in other people's movies and we just wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd rather get a solo Hawkeye movie than a Doctor Strange movie. As crazy as that is, like, I just don't.
Well, I think one of the reasons is the Doctor Strange films kind of let us down on certain aspects of the MCU.
Well, this all proves damage control for sure.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go so far as a damage control thing. Well, my main point about this is for what I just said. Magic was introduced to us in the first Doctor Strange movie, but it never was explained to us in anything that followed after that, which has been one of the pet peeves of mine and yours personally, of what is the difference between a sorcerer and a witch? What is the difference between a sorceress and a warlock? Is there even a warlock in there? Because it seems like anybody could do anything and these titles are interchangeable. And I'm sorry, but if MCU has a formula for what these characters specifically are and what they can and can't do, great. It doesn't have to be the norm of what we common folk would think of witchcraft and stuff like that. That's fine. Go right ahead. But just explain it to us. Because right now, your formula of everything being chaotic is the reason why you're in damage control and you're doing Doomsday. It's not working. So whether it's in Doomsday the movie or in Doctor Strange 3 or however you guys are going to do it, that needs to be thoroughly defined for us in literally 2 minutes of your screen time of saying, oh, Scarlet Witch is a witch because she can do A, B, C, and D. I can't channel that power, but I'm a sorcerer and I could do D, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P. All that stuff. That's all you need to do. It's so simple that I don't know why these people haven't thought of it or just done it already.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, So if you're listening, this is a simple fix. You're going to win some of us back a little bit on these concepts. Then we'll be more happy to see a Doctor Strange 3. The only thing I don't like about this Doctor Strange 3 thing is I think, sort of like the Black Widow movie, you're kind of at the point where it's almost too little too late, depending on what you're going to do for this. Now, Doctor Strange could do a couple different storylines. Pretty cool, whatever. But the tease that you left us with Multiverse of Madness, where he is going to, Clea in the comics is his future wife. So you teased her, you teased the opening of an incursion happening in the dark dimension. And now that we're bypassing all of that, because after the incursions and after Secret Wars, all incursions are supposed to be done. Now we have been deprived of the potential of a Doctor Strange movie in the dark dimension, figuring out what incursions are, what Clea is, the difference of sorcerers and sorceresses, because she's a sorceress. Maybe there'll be a difference there. And just exploring more character development for Doctor Strange and a potential new romantic interest in Clea. We've now been deprived of a whole movie that could be really cool, at least for fans of the comics like myself. And you're going to do Doctor Strange 3 and probably not touch upon any of those. And that made that whole Charlize Theron post-credit scene a waste.
Yeah.
That's my thought about that. So for me, it's a little bit more disappointment. I'm not going to say no to Doctor Strange 3. I think that'd be cool. I just think that you already started a good story that you're never going to tell now, and that's a disappointment. So,
yeah, I'm with
thought.
you. I mean, that makes sense. I do think that they do something drastic with him, or it's going to get old quick.
Yeah.
So,
anyways, that's movie number 1.
Yeah.
Movie number 2, Spider-Man 5.
Fifth?
So, this to me, guys, this isn't a leak.
It's a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer because every 69 months, they have to have a Spider-Man film in production for Sony to keep the rights. So whether Tom Holland is going to be doing this till he's 90, which most likely he's going to, or they decide to pivot to another Spider-Man adjacent hero or whatever, you're going to get this. So this is not really a leak, but this is what has been talked about. So negotiations are already made for another trilogy. Brand New Day is the first, of course. Also rumored is that Spider-Man Sony deal has been changed. And was made. Let me read this properly, guys, because I wrote it all down, but now I'm stumbling on my words. Also, rumored that the new Spider-Man deal Sony and Marvel made was to better incorporate Spider-Man with the Sonyverse, which is why Sony has already stated publicly they are planning on a soft reboot of the Sonyverse, and this could potentially bring crossovers between Spider-Man in the Sonyverse and Sonyverse, and potentially bring crossovers of Spider-Man villains into MCU projects that you normally wouldn't see if it wasn't attached to the Spider-Man name. We do know that Miles Morales is on the table to make his live-action appearance, but we know that's after Beyond the Spider-Verse because Sony said so. So when Spider-Man 5 comes out, which Beyond the Spider-Verse is supposed to come out next year, so basically anytime 2028 onward, they can do Miles Morales in live action, and I'm sure Kevin Feige was going to love that. Tom Holland's already said he wants to now be like the Tony Stark of this new trilogy and mentor someone to take on the Spider-Man mantle. This is the best time and best way to do it is in Spider-Man 5, getting that started. And by golly, Ned better start becoming the Hobgoblin in Spider-Man 5 onward if we're going to fulfill that dream. But what are your thoughts on Spider-Man 5?
I think it's a no-brainer. You and I have talked about this being another trilogy anyways, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
I would change a little bit of that timeline that you just presented.
Mm-hmm.
I think these 3 movies still need to focus on him, on Spider-Man. I think by the end of these 3 movies, we need to have the Ned and him have a conflict and turn into a full circle. And I think Miles should be teased at the end of the last one. And then Tom Holland is that cameo character for his first couple movies.
Okay.
For Miles's. Because then they can just be Miles's movies with him being the Iron Man of that, like you said. To me, that makes more sense.
That does.
I think this Spider-Man should end. We get into the Secret Wars and all that. And once we get into the next phase, I'd like to see a time jump and actually have Spider-Man be even a little older. And that's when Ned goes bad to me. Maybe even a loot post-credit scene showing Ned go bad starting to go bad at the end of this movie, and then over time, have the actor lose a bunch of weight, look real cool. You can see he started building this machine, and all of a sudden, 6 years later, he's this bad guy that shows up.
And glad you touched upon that, because the actual actor has started losing a lot of weight, and they've actually gave him baggier clothes to still make him look like he did before. So that is a lot more of a reality type thing that he's already pulling off in real life, which is kind of cool. Good for you to get your health in shape, of course. Yep. But
which is something I'm gonna be working on. So watch to see if I transform. But
Transformers. I can be a transformer, y'all.
I still would like to see this trilogy of him focus on him and end it and bring it to an arc. Do all the do all the stuff that all the other Spider-Man had to go through still, which is eventually fighting their best friend.
Yep.
So let's do it. And I think that was a great nod to it in the No Way Home. And I think you set it up now with erasing memory to actually make sense on why it would go bad, because now there's a different take on it.
Yep.
And he might have a different take. And he's already kind of obsessed with Spider-Man. So you're already on that borderline of someone that goes bad. Because that's a problem. You know what I mean?
And
so we're already getting hints to do this. I like the idea. I don't care if it's people might come out and say it's predictable. I don't care. I want it. Yeah, I think that it would work well. But then I think it'd be great if the last Spider-Man movie is is she gonna go crawl up the wall backwards? But it's like a spider landing on your face. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here.
For those of you who don't know, we have X-Men 1 in the background as we're doing our rumor rundown, because Disney Plus just automatically generated that. Ike's favorite scene
is that creepy ass backwards up the wall Mystique thing. I'll never get over how just the look she's giving. It's like, get out of here, man. Like, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. I feel like I gotta take a shower.
You guys need to watch our X-Men 1 retrospective, because we go into full detail about that. So
anyway, Ned being bad. Yeah, I think it's alluded to already. I like it. And then at the very end of the trilogy, have the boy get bit by a spider and then be like, oh, what's that mean? And then let his movies be mentored by Peter. And then Tom can kind of ease his way out, or just become that for a long time. And it'd be neat to have an older Spider-Man around with the younger Spider-Man doing his thing, and let older Spider-Man be like, I'm gonna go live my normal life while you take care of the city, But then have cool moments where he's needed, and you can bring him back, because I think Tom will always have a place in his heart for this. That's why he says no, doesn't say no to these, And I hope he sticks around. I guess all depends on, let's see what comes after. Honestly, to me, that's my pitch, We'll see what this next movie does, and we'll see what Secret Wars entails.
To me, I forgot to mention on this. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I just saw it on here. I must have skipped right by this, and I was reading Spider-Man 5. Potentially, Alex Perez discusses that Venom is in line to be the villain to fulfill the post-credit scene of No Way Home, of Venom's symbiote being left on Earth.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that. If I were them, I'd stretch Venom out even longer. I wouldn't even give Spider-Man. I wouldn't even make Venom be Spider-Man's villain. Have fun. Give him to Miles.
That'd be an interesting take on it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You don't have to do exactly what the comics do. I think it would be fun to do that, right? I think it would be interesting to just have a good time with that. Heck. Yeah, I know. I'm just I don't want to get too far, because I'll go down rabbit holes. But I think it's a great idea. I mean, and if he does show up in one of these other two ones, that's cool too.
Yeah,
I am not against it. I guess as a writer, though, I'd be kind of like, you know what? People will wait for Venom. So let's give him to somebody else, and that could be that character where they have to team up together against him because he's such a bad one. It'd be the worst first Miles Morales is. You know what? If you're going to give him the Peter Parker treatment in a way, any kind of tragedy you're going to do to Miles, let Venom be the one to do it. Because Spider-Man comes with tragedy, right?
Yeah.
He has to. Kind of. I'm not 100% up on Miles' story as I am Peter's. But is there something in his storyline that is tragic like that?
Yeah.
Like, what's his main... I should know this guy, and I feel bad.
It's okay. I should know a lot more of this, too. I'm just going off of... Because Miles hasn't been that interesting of a character to me, but some of the some of the things I've seen, like in the Spider-Man video games and stuff like that, is his dad died. His dad was a police officer.
It's like the same thing.
He's half black, half Latino.
So there's a race issue in there too, which is fine.
His mom is full Latino, and she becomes a councilwoman after his black police officer father passes away from, I believe, a Spider-Man villain. I believe it was Mr. Negative that kills him. Which we haven't seen that in the MCU yet, but I mean, there's time, guys, especially if you introduce him at some point.
So there's a good way of tying this in and doing this.
Yeah, and I believe he gets bit.
Mr. Negative with Venom, and you got a great movie.
If I remember right, he gets bit by the same type of spider that Spider-Man got bit by, and then he finds Spider-Man and shows him he has the same abilities, and Spider-Man mentors him to just be his partner until at one time Spider-Man disappears, and now it's all Miles. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the comic version of him, I think, does differ. I think, if I remember right, in the comics, Spider-Man Miles Morales is another universe Spider-Man, and then he gets thrown into the MCU, Earth 616, the mainline continuity, and they just blur them together. But I know in recent iterations, he's more of his own character inside the main timeline. So either way.
I'd rather it be that.
Yeah. Yeah, enough of this convoluted multiverse stuff. Yeah.
Or, I don't want to bring race into it, and I don't want to get canceled. But I will say this. Tom Holland and Zendaya, she's definitely of a mixed race. I mean, what are the chances that, how crazy would it be if they make Miles their kid? What if we end this Spider-Man trilogy with them having a baby and they name him Miles? And then the first Spider-Man movie after that is years later, and you find out that he was born with what he has.
So in the movie we're going to talk about today, there's a continuity issue with that.
It'd be cool.
In this movie, Spider-Man meets the Prowler, who is the cousin of Miles Morales. And in a deleted scene of Spider-Man Homecoming, he actually calls Miles and asks for help to get out of this web. Yeah, so technically, Miles already exists.
So it doesn't count. Sorry, I'm just going to call it out there. It's got to be in the movie.
I get it.
That, and you just change that. He's just not that. I mean, look how much they changed Thor's sister.
Yeah, Thor didn't.
That's not all real.
Hela's not really his sister. But
no, that literally changed the figure of death for a Thor movie.
And it worked.
You could just do this, right?
Yeah,
it's not far-fetched, at least.
You're right. It's not far-fetched. Yeah, so...
I think I kind of like the idea. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's interesting. I've never heard of a take like that, but I can see that happening. It'll definitely throw a curveball. It's what everyone thought about, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
I mean, continuity for this iteration of these heroes, it kind of works, Yeah. And I don't mean to be race about it, but they could have a baby that's very mixed race. And that could be,
well, see, that's one of the things about Miles is we've talked about.
I wouldn't want to take away the rich history of that. Though.
Exactly.
But at the same time, it is kind of a cool idea.
Well, what we talk about with certain characters in Marvel Comics when it comes to race is we did this with Black Panther is the greatest example, I think, but some of these other ones like Magneto being Jewish and things like that, there are just some things that are defining to a character based on their race that I think no one would accept a white Miles Morales. He has to be a Hispanic, Black heritage of some sort.
Well, even if we did make him look like he's not white and he just happens to take after
but like you said, how they've changed MJ to be the Zendaya type of MJ, and I don't know specifically Zendaya's heritage and all that stuff, but I do believe she is a mix of. Actually, I don't think
she's got white in her. I'm not sure.
I don't think she's got white in her, but I dare I say, don't cancel me. I'm speculating, and I love all races. But dare I say that she is Black Latino heritage?
That would be my guess. Truthfully.
Or DNA 23.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. Sorry, Zendaya.
Yeah.
You're beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, oh, beautiful. You're gorgeous.
Damn.
Anyways, yeah. Tom Holland struck gold with you. But what are you? So,
What are you? What are you?
What species
What are you
are
from?
you? Yeah. She would laugh if she was here.
I'm sure.
She'd be like, "This is funny." She'd probably tell us the whole thing of her background. So, Zendaya, parents, teacher. Okay. Black American, Nigerian ancestry, and she's got some German and Scottish in her.
So there's a little bit of white, but maybe
Yes,
in the back.
laddie.
Yeah, so I mean, it's possible. I think the only part of mine that really fails it is, first of all, you'd have to, like I said, deleted scenes. I don't want to hear about it. If it's not in the movie, it doesn't count.
And second, you have to definitely age him up if you're gonna.
Tom and them a little
Well,
bit.
not Tom.
Oh yeah, you'd have
Miles.
to skip. You'd have to be like 12 years later.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
And then you would be aging Tom a little, but you might be able to get away with that.
Mhm.
That and I wouldn't want to take away the rich history of culturally what that means of his background either. With that said, any tragedy that does come in his life would have to be with them. So that would be a big pitfall. I mean, would it be a really
The death of
crazy
his dad.
storyline to see Spider-Man die?
And then he takes up the full mantle.
Takes up the mantle. Like, I'm
I
not
can
going to
see
lie to
that.
you guys. It sounds like a good movie.
I can see it.
And then Zendaya gets to stick around for a while, and she can kind of just become the new Mary Jane, but the real mom, and
Yep.
I kind of dig the idea, guys. I'm just saying. I get it. It changes a bunch of stuff, but get over it. It's a different medium. We're supposed to be here for the change.
Well, that's
if you
the
don't
thing.
like it, then you don't like Infinity War.
You have to compliment the comics,
Right.
but not some things written in the comics can't fully translate into another medium. So
my
that's
biggest,
fine.
If you can't take that as a change, then you got no right to like Civil War, because it's nothing like the books, right? So you can't do that. You can't do that. So you guys got to accept changes. That's a cool, if it was given to me as what would you pitch? I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be a great, because you got ideas now. I just gave you 10 years worth of ideas of Spider-Man movies in 5 minutes. That would be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
If you did it right. So anyways, we got a bunch of them to go through. So let's do some more here.
Yeah. Let us know what you guys think in the comments, by the way, guys, as we're going through them. We want to hear your take. So the third one here is an Avengers film. Apparently,
oh goodness,
the Russo brothers are also working on another Avengers film after Secret Wars. Rumor has it. Possibly Marvel learned that we shouldn't go too long between Avengers films. So one of the hot takes that's out there on the internets is we waited so long between Endgame and Doomsday that one of the reasons why phases 4, 5, and 6 felt a little disorganized and literally like a wandering nomad is they did not have an Avengers film that would tie everything of that phase together. Because that was part of their formula. We do phase 1 and with Avengers 1, phase 2 and with Avengers 2, phase 3 and with a 2 epic parter Avengers. And then phase 4 and 5 we had nothing. And now phase 6 is a 2 Avenger parter that, let's face it, again, they are, I wouldn't say they're doing catch up, they're doing damage control with these Avengers films, which it could work out in their favor. But do you think they would have learned their lesson enough? According to this rumor, they have, and they want the Russo brothers to continue doing the big Avengers films. Do you think that by the end of phase 7, we would get Avengers, I don't know, Welcome Mutants?
I think they're fixing the wrong problem.
Yeah?
Yep. I got 2 big takes on this.
Okay.
Number one, the Russos have ruined Avengers movies for everybody. We're going to have this now as the second time that they've taken on Avengers movies, and it's a double movie thing. So first of all, I think the era of one Avengers movie is over. I don't think that you can tell a story that includes multiple amounts of characters that they have, especially once you start doing X-Men along with it in this phase, where you can't, you have to split it up into 2 movies. I think we're used to it now, and I think we like it.
And I was just going to say, I kind of like that.
I'd rather have 2 big,
because then you could tell bigger overarching stories.
That's right.
With 3 hours each.
Any big changes you want to make, you can do.
Yeah.
So then correcting things would be easier because you'd have that room to do it, and you'd have these. And that's a great treat. The 2 Avengers movies within a year. And the other thing is, it's never been a problem.
Mhm.
Anyways, the issue isn't how long we wait for the Avengers movies. It's the shit you give us in between them. The reason why this hasn't worked between Endgame and Doomsday is because you didn't have the Thanos looming in the background the whole time. That's why. But I think the Age of Ultrons, it's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
I don't think we do one-offs anymore. It's going to be 2 movies. You think about it.
I can see that.
Who you think about the next big bad they're going to fight, right? I think it's going to be Apocalypse.
Mm.
And I'd freaking put his DNA all over the first X-Men movie.
Mm-hmm.
If not introducing Apocalypse, I'd introduce Sinister, which is eventually going to introduce Apocalypse. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the first big X-Men movie would be a Sinister guy. I don't know. Maybe Sinister could be a guy that they fight. I don't know. I'm speculating a lot of that. My point being is, though, the problem isn't the distance between the Avengers movies. It's the content between them that counts the most. And I also do truly believe that I think we were served better by getting these doubles, especially if these two are awesome and we're like, thank God they did it. And yeah, we saw the course correction, but they're great. If these two land the way they're hoping they do, and the way honestly it probably looks like they're gonna, with the Russos doing them, I have a feeling, how bad can they be, right? So if these two just blow us out of the water, then the one and done Avengers movies is done, man. It's not going to happen again. Because then you're going to get crap like the things that was wrong with Age of Ultron. You're going to want a 2-movie thing to tell an arc of a story. Because let's be honest, what really set well with Endgame and Infinity War was that development of Thanos himself over the 2 movies. I mean, it's great. It's like you need it. I think we need it now at this point.
Yeah.
I do. And once again, it's not the distance, it's the quality.
Yep, that's true.
You give us a big bad to look forward to, or a hint, or make these movies have that little bit of glue, then we'll wait 2 phases for one.
Yep.
We really will wait for a good Avengers movie.
I agree. I agree exactly what you said there. I don't think it's waiting for Avengers movies. I think they're cool. I think they're complementary to the overarching story. And to remind people, this is a shared connected universe. But that not having an Avengers at the end of Phase 4 and 5 is not why they sucked. It's the content you gave us in 4 and 5. And the wandering aimlessly and then teasing a villain that now we're never going to get. And how they did do the villain, poor taste in how they did it. That's what sucked.
How long have we known Dr. Doom is going to be the new villain?
2.5 years at most.
How long did we know Thanos was coming?
Almost a decade. About 8 years.
There's your answer.
Yeah.
It's in right there.
Oh, longer than 8 years, actually. Iron Man, 2012. And then, yeah, it was 8 years. 8 years later.
Almost
we got it. Yep.
So, guys, I'd rather this not happen. The single Avengers movies this fast, don't ruin the Avengers name, especially if these two rock. Because your key thing that keeps this going will be that title, the Avengers.
Yes.
So don't ruin it by thinking
that's true. Don't ruin the good thing you got.
Right, because your problem isn't that. Your problem is we had nothing to look forward to until 2 years ago. And we still don't understand what we're even looking forward to.
Honestly, yes. We only know of Doom from the previous iterations of the live action and the early Fantastic Four movies and the comics. MCU has never introduced Doom. So your casual MCU fan that just watches the movies and say, it's MCU, I'm going to watch it. They're not as hyped for this other than Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. That's the only hype around Doom you got. Honestly, if he wasn't announced as Doom, you wouldn't have that much Doom hype yet.
You go back and look at Guardians. You got scenes of Thanos. We got Thanos all over the place. Like, oh, he's coming. He's coming.
We had story development of Thanos before you got to Infinity War.
Yeah, and then when you got it, it was this feels.
Yeah, and then they didn't have to reintroduce him. That was the beauty about that.
Yes.
So, anyways, guys, next film, number 4, Shang-Chi 2. Now, this one, it's kind of a no-brainer. It's already confirmed to be in the works.
Yeah.
Destin Daniel Cretton is highly regarded by Kevin Feige. Like, Kevin Feige talks high praise about him. And the proof is in the stuff he's done. Shang-Chi 1 it was highly thought of as one of the best movies of Phase 4. Wonder Man is one of their best TV shows that's highly regarded. And now, so far, with the impending release of Spider-Man Brand New Day, has nothing but praise from Kevin Feige and company. So it just makes sense that probably is going to be his next film because he's still in active development with it, apparently. So
yeah, I don't got much to say about this one. Bring it. I mean, that's obvious. I imagine that first one, they hold that movie well. It's great. I definitely think that I'd like to see them get really creative with it.
Yes. Yep.
Get creative. Have fun with it. You know, you got a lot of really cool mystical stuff to do with that, the Oriental side of it. So enjoy that and dip into that realm and have a good time.
And now that you've introduced the world, now you can explore the world in the sequel, how it's supposed to be.
I agree.
So anyways, that was a quick one, guys. Number 5, Thunderbolts 2. This took me by surprise. So, because I didn't think I thought Thunderbolts was going to be a one and done. Apparently not. Unsure if it's the same director returning due to the same director, I believe Jack Schreier. Is that his name?
I believe so.
Yeah. I hope I didn't mess it up.
I think you said it correct. Yeah.
Jack Schreier, yes. He is now going to be directing the first MCU X-Men film, as confirmed. But this Thunderbolts 2, it sounds like they do want to do it. They want to bring back Yelena. They want to bring back Red Guardian. And then it also, apparently part of this rumor is they want to introduce new characters. An example would be Bullseye, who's now been recruited at the end of Daredevil Born Again Season 2. We'll see what happens in Season 3 to see if that actually could be fleshed out and done. But that is the 5th movie that's rumored to be on the slate. I could just tell you my initial thoughts right now is I am surprised, like I said, starting off with, but I welcome it. I think the Thunderbolts is a unique flavor. It depends on what they're going to do with Doomsday and Secret Wars and how this universe is going to be rebooted to see how exactly that would work out. But I actually was pleasantly surprised with that movie that I'd welcome a sequel to it. But not that I need a sequel, but I'm not going to say no to it. If they say we have a cool idea, Kevin Feige's in agreement with it, and the higher-ups are like, let's do it. So what are your thoughts on it?
I have 2 quick thoughts, and because they're so blunt, couldn't be more sure of it. I think, first of all, for one, I don't think there needs to be a sequel. I like it as a one-and-done movie. I think it's great. I see a sequel potentially making it boring. And 2, there is definitely no sequel if there's no Bucky. Because that movie is good.
That's true, actually.
But you take Bucky out of it, and it's not anymore.
That's very true.
If Bucky's gone, don't do it.
He's one of the flavors that you need to make the soup good.
You need it.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you're getting rid of him, throw this out too.
Well, see, the problem with this is if you get rid of Bucky, there's now lesser different variety of characters, and it's more of the Black Widow characters are taking center stage. You might as well make Black Widow 2 at that point.
Yep, exactly. And
so
we know how that first one went.
Yeah, could have been better. Anyways, next movie, number 6, we just touched upon it, X-Men.
Oh, yeah, duh.
That's already guaranteed to be the next film. They got the writers, they got the directors.
This might be one of the first ones that goes.
Yeah, honestly, and the rumor about this that Alex Perez gives is he believes that the team is going to be teased at the end of Secret Wars. That's how you're going to get your intro to them, and then you get their full movie next.
This is where I'm going to insert that thing I warned you about yesterday.
Yeah.
So, do this movie, obviously. I have a great fan cast, and I'm just going to say it, and we're going to move on. I'm just going to let you melt in it and burn. You're just going to get mad. You're going to stare at it. He might even get mad for a second. But I have a great new cast for Gambit. Because I don't think we're getting Channing Tatum moving forward after this. I think they're considering him part of the old, and he's just going to be a part of this because we want more, and they know we want more, and he's willing to do it, and we're going to get some awesome stuff, but then he's done. I think he's done. And I think Jared Leto should be Gambit. So what's the next movie, Sam?
Ooh.
I can defend it. If you want to talk about it in a second, I'm with you. I'll talk about it first. I'll give you my reasons. But that's my pick. Let me tell you why I think so, maybe.
Go ahead and say it.
I think people underestimate how good of an actor he is.
I do believe that.
Because I can pick out stuff that is excellent. And you've seen some. 2 minutes of a Batman movie proves it. And then there's others. And I don't think he's the reason why those other movies didn't work.
I agree with that too. Yep.
And Jared is a method actor. You say, hey, you got to be a little bayou, like you got to get that accent, you got to do that stuff. He'll go do it. And he'll come back and he's in shape. And Gambit's a little taller and thinner in the cartoons. So you're looking a little more like him in that anyways. If you want to talk looks wise, I don't think you have a problem with that. And I think it's the right age for Gambit because he's not a young student. He's someone that always came later anyways. I think he'd rock it.
Guys, comment down below. Let us know what you think. Did I convince you or not?
Jared Leto's Gambit. For some reason, y'all hate Jared Leto, but grow up.
That's the thing. I don't hate Jared Leto. I just think
he's not the problem with these movies.
Yeah,
Tron was like, who wants Tron? That's what Tron's problem was, is nobody wanted that.
And he was an excellent Skeletor, honestly. He was very good at Skeletor.
It's great. Yeah.
Gosh, I liked it. But
you go watch
you guys are over-hating Jared Leto. I'm sorry. Give me a legit reason why he's bad.
For the bad movie he's in.
Yes.
That's your problem.
Yes. It's not the actor. Right. It's the movie they did. Mm-hmm. Anyways, moving on. So, after that, number 7, Black Panther 3. Yeah, now, that's also a no-brainer. It's already been confirmed. It's in the works. But apparently Ryan Coogler wants it to be more supernatural. Mm. And something he has said apparently for a long time, and now he actually has the chance to do it, he wants to introduce Aurora Monroe, Storm, through the Wakandan Black Panther universe. So there are 2 different directions, according to Alex Perez, that they are deciding on going, and it depends on exactly what else they're going to do with the character. Either way, though, Alex Perez does believe that Damson Idris has already been cast as Black Panther. He's under the impression no matter what way they do it, he's in this movie.
I hope so.
And he's in Secret Wars. He apparently believes that he is in Secret Wars. So,
what a great cast.
Yeah.
Yes. The answer. Yes.
It's either going to be a coming-of-age story or a continuation of a grown-up T'Challa. Rumor has it that they may skip the coming-of-age story as Damson Idris is already reportedly cast, according to him, as Black Panther and will make an appearance in Secret Wars. Also, this would leave an opening for a coming-of-age story of the young T'Challa too, to be involved in what they still want to do as a Young Avengers, either Disney Plus show or feature film. So they would save the growing up years for that film, but jumping right into Black Panther 3, you get already grown up T'Challa. So that's the 2 things that they're considering, according to rumor. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've always said that their biggest mistake was not just recasting T'Challa.
Yep.
I understand you want to show some sort of support and love for him, for the actor, but I do think, I don't know him personally, but from what I've heard of him saying, the activist that he was, or how he felt, why you don't just give that role to another young Black actor that wants it, that could work just as hard as him, was the mistake you made.
Exactly.
By making that character die with him, it didn't make it about what you got, what the woke community made it about at that point. You took it as ownership and it went away. And to me, that was the biggest mistake you made. Find someone like a Damson Idris, who's going to be a great actor, and who could fill that spot, and we just accept that he's passed away, and this guy doesn't look just like him, and it's okay because it's honoring him.
Yes.
That's what you should do with this character.
I completely agree. I think that when Chadwick Boseman unfortunately passed away, what you did was you didn't think about the character, you thought about the actor.
I think
and in doing so, you
let
did
the character go.
Yes, in doing so, you did a disservice to the character, and you did a disservice. Hot take, come at me. You did a disservice to every other young Black actor who's trying to make it in Hollywood.
100%.
Any one of them. Yes, you took a big, phenomenal, what you defined as a cultural breaking role. Which I
Wesley
do think
did first.
I was going to say that's overhyped because
I'm
Wesley
not taking away
did first.
Chadwick.
Exactly. No. But you gave it a little too high of a praise on that regard. But regardless, your own words, you took away a culturally breaking, phenomenal breakout role away from a potential new, young, up-and-coming African-American actor.
Yep.
And that's sad. That's actually really bad on your part.
I don't like that.
You did not respect Chadwick Boseman in doing that. Anyways,
with that said, also, if you're going to bring Storm in, I kind of am for this.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I've always liked that Storm wasn't one of the kids in the mansion.
Mhm.
I joined because I'm there. Like I said, she's the principal that he hires to take care of the school while he's the superintendent. Xavier, I mean, when I say he, I don't like that Storm, that I would like to see that change for Storm, where, like, you know, she's not one of the kids that grew up together. She's kind of their boss.
Yeah.
But not, you know, like she's for the school, she's their boss, you know, but Scott's still Scott.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. All right. So the next one actually is kind of it's a little uncertain according to
let's
Alex
just
Perez.
say the next two.
Yes, I'm going to say it both as one thing, because he is uncertain if this is two separate films or this is one film and they're incorporating all this as one. So Blade and Midnight Suns. Blade, according to the report, Marvel is still fully committed on doing a Blade film still. And they're actually interested, according to Alex Perez, in Ryan Coogler from the Black Panther stuff in doing it, given how big Sinners was, and they want to mimic some of those same attributes in introducing vampires. One of the common themes with that, I know, one of the common themes I'm seeing with that in particular is it seems like Marvel is picking certain directors to helm multiple different projects. And I don't know if that is, I want to say it's a mistake, but I also see it as a safety net for them. If they have perfect relationship with some of these actors directors that are producing great films in their sagas, and they want to keep that, then they're saying you're going to have Black Panther and Blade, and then Destin's going to have Spider-Man and Shang-Chi, and then Jack Schreier's going to have X-Men and Thunderbolts. You know, I see that, but whether it's good or not, we'll have to find out when some of these stuff comes out. And then, of course, Midnight Suns, apparently part of the rumor of that is Blade. If Blade is separate from Midnight Suns would be teased at the end of the Blade solo film, according to this rumor. And he definitely will be part of the Midnight Suns, and they will bring back Moon Knight and Dane Whitman from the Eternals movie for Midnight Suns. And they're going to apparently model this as a supernatural Avengers team. So, both of them, go ahead and your 2 cents on them.
Sinners just isn't as good as everybody makes it out to be.
Agreed.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's a great movie. It's fun. But it's allegorically kind of
it's weird.
Racist. I don't know how to say it, but I don't know. I don't want to say too much to get too weird. But it's definitely there's a thing that's being talked about in Sinners that I might kind of feel like you're bashing people over the head with a hammer about your message in that movie. With that said, though, it's a very visually fun movie. It's acted very well. Like, I don't think it's a bad movie. I just don't think it's this amazing cultural icon that everybody makes it out to be, or this cultural event. With that said, I don't think Ryan Coogler is this big cultural director either yet. I think he needs to prove himself some more. But let's get away from that so I don't get in trouble online, because I don't want it to come off as anything bad. So I don't mean it in that way, but I definitely just feel it's heavy-handed is all in your message. It's very heavy-handed. And it kind of makes some people feel boxed in and not allowed to enjoy it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I've been in that situation before, and I'm not a fan of that, you know, and Supergirl's dealing with that right now because men aren't supposed to like Supergirl. So Blade and Midnight Sun, though, that should be a movie. That's it. It shouldn't be 2 movies. This should be the movie. I don't think you need to do a solo Blade movie. I just don't. Not that it wouldn't work. I think it could work. But if you got Midnight Suns, because you take the characters of Midnight Suns and take Blade out of it, that's not a good movie. But you put Blade in it, and then you just made this really cool ensemble, you know, Suicide Squad-esque, Thunderbolts-esque style of these supernatural things that's going on. To me, it's, what would you say? I think it's Punisher, Blade, and Ghost Rider. And that's your 3 heads. And then you other characters come in as they go, right? To me, that's how I do it. And then bring the supernatural in and have fun with it that way, and always have them be a team in that sense. Or just for that movie, it would be cool. Yeah, I think, to me, that makes the most sense, truthfully. I will say this, when it comes to Blade, I don't believe a damn thing they say until we buy the tickets. Because I still think they don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. This should be one movie, 3 people star in it, have fun with it, blah blah blah. But they got to figure out where this is going to work, because we need these things in these things, And it should be a horror director.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, not Ryan Coogler. Is Ryan Coogler now a horror director because Sinners is a vampire movie? No, Sinners is not a horror movie, guys. It's got horror elements. We need a horror director, someone that directs horror movies.
The thing, and this is not a Sinners bashing segment or anything, guys, but I do think it was overhyped.
Yes.
There was no thing of vampires until almost the third act. It was very weird that this was put on as actually, to me, the vampirism came out of nowhere. And then when the movie became vampirism, it was good for that part of the vampirism. But before that, it was nothing but literally a hoedown that they're putting together in their hometown. That's it.
Well, there's a lot of cultural appropriation themes in there. That's why it's that way. We can dissect that movie like that, and they want us to. And frankly, sometimes it makes me feel, so I can't enjoy this movie. Because if I like it, I'm culturally appropriating just because I like it. Like the movie's become more of a political statement, just like Supergirl is now, and it's just kind of crappy to me. It's like, why can't we just enjoy a movie about
exactly?
Like, you can still do those themes and still have that stuff, but don't make me feel bad for liking your stuff.
Yeah,
don't make it then. I don't know. It's that's part of the problem I have with that is white people that like Sinners, they kind of roll their eyes. Of course you do. It's like, well.
Do you want them to not like it and therefore not get the box office revenue?
It's like, what's going on?
Come on, guys, be real. Anyways,
but this should be that, and it should be horror director. I think this should have been the Sam Raimi movie, frankly. But that's
all right. Well, the last there's 2 that I'm going to say kind of like honorable mentions. One's a TV show, one's a film. The TV show one, Brad Winterbaum has confirmed he does want a Nova TV show.
Yeah,
I don't know. I literally wrote on my notes, because I'd rather see Nova actually be in Guardians 4 if they do that, because I think that'll be a little bit more of an interesting take. I already have a movie planned out for Guardians 4. I'll put it in my Mirror Dimension episode whenever I get around to them, guys. But Nova, I'm not interested in a Nova TV show.
Yeah, you guys know me by now. If they stopped doing the shows, I wouldn't cry. So, but this one definitely doesn't move the needle for me to want more shows.
The problem for me is if you do a Nova TV show and you are going to remain true on separating the films from the shows, that means we won't get Nova in a live action film. And if they did it right, or they backtrack, I'm going to hang you. But because we don't want that. That's the whole one of the problems you got.
I think your TV shows need to be more like the one we're going to talk about today.
Yeah. All right. And then the notable mention's not on here, but apparently Kevin Feige was very satisfied with how Eternals turned out, even though some of the fans did not like it. And at the time, he was told by someone higher up than him, believe it or not there is, at that time especially, that they want to start churning out more of a profit and have good names and good titles, and they didn't want him to move forward with an Eternals 2. But now that he's back and taking the helm a little bit and seeing how these next 2 Avengers films could revitalize interest in the MCU again, he apparently, rumored has it, wants to take another go at doing an Eternals 2. See, I can see a great story for Eternals 2, and I actually have one I'm going to pitch to you guys on the Mirror Dimension and to my brother that involves Arnold Schwarzenegger. But
he started to. I can't wait to hear it. So
but I also want to say, similar to one of these other films, like Doctor Strange 3, it's almost too little too late.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. Don't get me wrong. Angelina Jolie, yes. But at the same time, it depends on how they're doing Secret Wars, and will Eternals be needed when they reset everything?
Yeah, they left us in a weird spot with them, and it's kind of like it all depends on what happens in these next 2 movies. And I think there's one big glaring thing that we've all forgot that's still yet to happen that we need to address at some point or somehow is, when the hell's Arishem going to come back and judge us? Like, in the middle of all this stuff, we got a Celestial out there that's thinking about destroying the planet.
Yep.
Are we just going to pretend that didn't happen?
They set up.
Because it kind of was like he's showing up in the sky.
They set up a sequel for this
he
movie.
He told everybody that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know?
In that scene, they set up a sequel so well where you've even divided the Eternals.
Yeah.
Where you have 3 here and 4 here, and then one's technically dead, but maybe not, because now that they found out there's other versions of them out there and all this different stuff that you easily could now do kind of like an Infinity War version of an Eternals movie where you could have the best of everyone in different scenes and tell a cohesive story on the origin of Celestials and fight what it takes to fight a Celestial like them. It's perfect. It's really already there for you. But moving forward with it, their hesitancy and now so long of it being going on, and especially after whatever they're doing in Secret Wars, I don't know if they could do it and pull it off.
Yeah, it's the 3 things they got against it. Is for one, it's been too long.
Yep.
For 2, you really depends on if these characters even show up in these 2 movies.
Yep.
And if they do, we need them to if we're going to get another one.
Yep.
Really, we need a reminder. And 3, you can't do a second one without talking about what happened at the end of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they think we're just going to forget it, we're not going to.
Mm-hmm.
We can forget little things. We'll forget little stuff. But him showing up like that was big.
It's just like when that thing coming out of the
and it took so many movies to get to it.
And then when you finally did, I was like, that's probably the only good thing about that movie.
Yeah. Honestly, it really is.
Yeah.
That's the only creative part of it that I liked.
Yes.
Was that's adamantium now, and
yes.
It's the thing. Good idea. At least it happened. But if that happened, that he's showing up in the sky, then you can't nitpick what you want to be just because it didn't work.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Do better. You know what I mean? And so if they want us to forget Arisham's coming around and just say, oh, let's just see if they forget about it. Well, we're not going to.
Yeah.
Sorry. Only Singer can get away with that with Xavier because it's Xavier. But and even then, I did have a problem that they did it. But at the same time, yeah, this is a different kind of correction and it needs to be handled differently.
Yeah. All right, so guys, I think that wraps up the rumor rundown right there. Nice. So please comment down below what you think of all these potential movies. Do you think any of them are worthwhile? Do you think there should be something different? Let us know in the comments below. And Ike, what are we off to next?
So next, guys, we're going to do a branch point breakdown of Werewolf by Night. Probably be a quicker segment than usual. It's only like a 45-minute long thing, right? Like,
yeah,
the movie was only an hour. But like, we have a few things to say about it, but it'd be fun to talk about. Mm-hmm. You know, this is the TV shows of the MCU that I'd prefer.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, honestly.
But I do have another take on it as well. So it'll be fun to talk about. So guys, join us there and let's talk about some Werewolf by Night. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. We're into our segment now of Branch Point Breakdown of Werewolf by Night. I just put in an order to have someone turn the heat down outside. I don't think it's going to work, but we are melting, and we'll make it. We got a fan going. We're going to get there. But yeah, let's get this movie talked about. I would not want to be a werewolf today. All the fur, hell no. So it's even a werewolf would be like, oh, I'm just take a nap. So we're going to get right into this guy. This is a very interesting one. I'm very excited to talk about some of this. And I'm going to have Sammy do a quick little history behind the making of this. Mm-hmm. And then I'll give you the synopsis of it, and we'll bust through an act, and we'll let you know what's going on, what we think of it.
All right.
Let's do it.
So, guys, this is Werewolf by Night. It was released on Disney Plus on October 7th, 2022. The main cast include Gail. Is it Gail?
Yeah, Gail.
Gail Garcia Bernal, Laura Donnelly, Harriet Samson Harris, Kirk Thatcher, Carrie Jones, and Eugene Bondurant.
Perfect.
So, some of the history. Werewolf by Night was one of the most unusual projects Marvel Studios produced during the expansion of the MCU's Phase 4 era, serving as the studio's first special presentation rather than the traditional film or Disney Plus series. The idea came from Marvel wanting to explore different genres within the MCU, similar to how WandaVision explored sitcoms and Loki explored time travel and mythology. Development reportedly began in 2021, with Marvel looking for a way to introduce its supernatural side, including characters connected to classic horror comics. The project was written by Heather Quinn and Peter Cameron, with legendary composer Michael Giacchino.
That's it, yep.
Selected to make his Marvel directorial debut. Giacchino had already been deeply connected to Marvel through his work composing the scores for films like Doctor Strange and later Spider-Man No Way Home. But this marked his first time directing a major Marvel project. At the time, filming began in early 2022. The MCU was in a major transition period. Marvel had just completed the Infinity Saga with Avengers Endgame and was deep into Phase 4, which was introducing new heroes, multiverse concepts, and darker corners of the universe. The Disney Plus era was expanding rapidly, with shows like Falcon and Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, and Moon Knight. Supernatural elements were becoming more important because Marvel was preparing audiences for characters like Blade, which we never get, and the darker side of Doctor Strange, and mystical threats beyond traditional superheroes. The special was also released shortly after projects like Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness, which continued pushing Marvel into a horror-inspired storytelling. The cast was also interesting points of their careers, with Gael Garcia Bernal was already an internationally respected actor known for films like Amorous Perros and Motorcycle Diaries, but Werewolf by Night introduced him to massive franchise audience as Jack Russell. Not the dog, a person.
Not the terrier?
Not the terrier, but he is a terror. So, Laura Donnelly, who plays Elsa Bloodstone, known for projects like Outlander and The Nerves. Veteran actress Harriet Sansom Harris joined as Verussa Bloodstone, bringing decades of television and theater experience. At the time, the project was internationally built around actors who could carry small, character-driven horror story rather than a typical Avengers-scale production. Behind the scenes, Marvel took a very different approach from its normal productions. Giacchino wanted the special to feel like classic monster movies from the 1930s and 40s, especially the Universal horror era, which inspired the decision to present the story almost entirely in black and white, then later in color. Interestingly, the special was actually filmed in color before being converted during post-production, allowing filmmakers to be a little more flexible. The production focused heavily on practical effects, physical sets, and old-school horror filmmaking techniques instead of relying on only CGI. Marvel even emphasized creating real environments and having actors interact with practical creatures, including the character Ted, also known as Man-Thing. The production filmed primarily in Truthful Studios in 2022, while filming taking place over a relatively short schedule compared to a Marvel feature film. One of the biggest fun facts about the project is that Giacchino did both directing and composing duties. His musical style became a major part of the atmosphere, blending horror, mystery, and adventure while paying tribute to classic monster movies. Marvel also released a behind-the-scenes documentary titled Director by Night, which followed his experience making the project and featured his brother, Anthony, documenting the production process. Another unique aspect was that Marvel treated it as a one-night experience rather than building it around multiple episodes, giving it a self-contained feel closer to an old horror TV special. In terms of budget and streaming performance, Marvel Disney did not publicly release an official production budget for Werewolf by Night, and Disney Plus does not provide traditional box office numbers or complete public viewership totals like theatrical films. So third-party streaming measurement companies estimated that the special performed strongly for a short Disney Plus release, benefiting from the Marvel brand and Halloween timing. But there is no verified Disney reported viewership number available. Come on, Disney, let's get on it.
Yeah.
Its strategy is less about generating blockbuster streaming numbers and more about expanding MCU style and introducing supernatural characters at a lower production scale. The critical reception was extremely positive compared to many Phase 4 MCU projects. On Rotten Tomatoes, Werewolf by Night holds 90% critic score and 88% audience score, with critics praising its atmosphere, short runtime, black and white style, and the direction from the director. Many reviewers described it as a refreshing change of pace because it felt like less than the traditional Marvel formula project and more tribute to horror classic cinema. Fans especially responded well to the introduction of Jack Russell and Man-Thing, many viewing as the proof that Marvel could successfully explore different genres beyond superhero action. Overall, Werewolf by Night became an important experiment for Marvel Studios. It showed that the MCU could tell smaller, stranger stories while still connecting to the larger universe. Rather than being built around world-ending stakes, it focused on atmosphere, character, and horror influences, opening the door for Marvel's supernatural corner and proving that a 54-minute black and white monster story could stand apart from the larger superhero formula. All right, guys.
Yeah, for
that's
sure.
the history.
Yeah. I think they succeeded.
It's very well done.
Yeah, they definitely got the old horror tropes. We'll talk about them as we go through it. Yeah, some of it's really cool and some of it works really well. And I'm very happy with well, let me get to Synops, guys. We'll get into it. I want to go right into it. I'm like, no, hold on. So Synops, guys, is following the death of their leader, a secret group of monster hunters, which is a great idea already. I don't even care what's next. Gathers at Bloodstone Temple for a deadly competition to win a powerful relic, pitting them against a dangerous creature. I'm going to read Act 1 for us real quick so we can just get talking about it. Werewolf by Night is, right? Yeah, I'm still in the right spot. Werewolf by Night is a black and white Marvel Studios Halloween special that introduces a darker supernatural corner of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The story begins at the Bloodstone Manor, where a group of monster hunters gather following the death of Ulysses Bloodstone. That is an awesome name. The longtime owner of the powerful Bloodstone relic. The gathering is organized by his widow, Versusa Bloodstone. Yeah,
Verussa, something like that.
It's not such a good name. Who announces a deadly competition. The hunters must enter a maze-like monster preserve and hunt down a creature hidden inside. Whoever kills the monster will enter possession of the Bloodstone, an artifact with immense supernatural power. Among the hunters are famous monster slayers, including Jack Russell, a quiet and mysterious man who seems out of place, and Elsa Bloodstone, the estranged daughter of Ulysses, who returns to claim her family legacy after years away. As the hunt begins, the competitors enter the grounds and search through the dark forests for their target. Elsa quickly discovers that the other hunters are more interested in eliminating each other than working together, while Jack appears unusually compassionate towards the creature they are hunting. Elsa and Jack eventually cross paths and form an uneasy alliance, realizing that there is more happening than a simple monster hunt. Meanwhile, the creature stalking the hunters is revealed to be Ted. It's so funny, Ted. All these awesome names, and they call me Ted. And and there it is. A gentle and intelligent monster who is actually being hunted for reasons beyond fear or superstition. Jack secretly tries to protect Ted, revealing that he is not like the other hunters and understands that monsters are not always the villains people believe them to be.
Yes.
So I'm going to right off the bat tell you, I like the black and white part of this. I like that they went this direction. I like that this is all taken over and there's a situation where it's not like a day's thing that's going on. This is an overnight situation. We're all in one group, in one area. I love small stories like this. I like it. I like this part of it. And I think they capture that old monster feeling with this. How do you feel about that?
I agree. I was pleasantly surprised with this movie overall. And then this first act, I think, and this may reveal my hot take at the same time, to be honest. This is their way of introducing the supernatural.
I thought the same thing.
I don't understand how hard it is for them to get a Blade movie up off its feet when you've already made the formula for introducing supernatural to us through this. If anything, this should have been the beginning of their Midnight Suns.
Yeah.
That is my hot take. So come at me. But it's great. That's why I'm giving this compliment. This is a huge compliment because someone already wrote it and already introduced it to the MCU. It's just not to a larger scale like a feature film, which if this was a feature film, I think it would have done really well.
It'd have been a great first 15 minutes of a movie into bigger things.
Yes. Oh, yes. This whole thing. This is really cool. And they didn't overcomplicate it. They just jumped right in. I love the introduction of all the different monsters. I've particularly loved the animatronics of the deceased Ulysses Bloodstone. Perfect. None of that was CGI. Yeah. It showed, and we loved it.
Yeah, you've heard me say in the Dark Dimensions before, the less CGI with monsters and horror stuff, the better. And I like their choice of picking when to use color, when not to use color. It shows that they're paying attention to the tropes they want us to see.
Yep.
And, oh, Man-Thing is cool.
He looks so
CGI.
great.
It looks good. It's one of my favorite things. And it follows that trope of like all these old classic monsters that we know, Dracula, Wolfman, Mummy, they all have a tragic story to them that makes you, oh, I see why they're that way. But yet there's still a scary thing there. And I think that that's something that they did a good job keeping that intact here.
The most CGI they did was on Man-Thing. Some of the movements of the werewolf, but not the full werewolf when we get there.
Just some action stuff that they have to do.
Yeah,
right?
And of course, when they're using that relic, it has to, you can't have like red stuff around it or whatever colors around it for the black and white people. It is red in the colored version. But other than that, that's all they use the CGI for, and it's perfect.
But that relic could be a great use of like, that could be a plot device in a Blade movie.
Yeah, easily. Like, this is so cool, guys. Anyways.
It's even called the Bloodstone.
Yeah, after the Bloodstone family. I think that's really cool. The only I like the evil stepmother.
Yep.
I think that she's complicated in that she doesn't like outright ban Elsa from being part of this, but she does vehemently show her disdain for her.
Yeah, she does not like her at all.
But she's allowing her to compete. So it's this weird of maybe I have to for tradition purposes, but I really don't want you to have anything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I'd love to see what that backstory was a little more on why she wasn't there and all that stuff. But of course, this is a short presentation, so they can't do more about that. But
I think they undercut some of the characters in this. They didn't get a lot to really...
Yeah.
This could have served well as a feature film, even on the Disney Plus thing.
Yeah.
Without it going to the movie. You could have done another half hour of this and may have made this a lot better.
Yeah.
Because some of the guys I would have liked to get to know, they just kind of die quick and they're underutilized, you know, in this first part. But I get it with the constraints that you're trying to do it with. It doesn't hurt it. But it did make me feel, it does feel rushed.
Yeah.
I will say that. It feels rushed. And then the parts that doesn't feel rushed are very creatively sound.
Mm-hmm.
But not always do they all mix well either for me. So I think that's some of my problem with this first part is it just feels that way. But I do want to give a lot of the best I have to say about it is the acting, I think, as well is good. I do like the animatronics and the look, like the practicalness of it, the technical side of this show is very on point. It's really good.
Yeah.
I think I just would have liked, I don't know. I really think it could have been fleshed out a little differently.
Yeah. The only thing that...
longer, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The only thing I would say that put me off the most of this whole movie is Elsa Bloodstone to a degree. And the only reason I say that is because she reminds me of Jessica Jones so much.
Oh, you know,
from her look.
Until you said it, I didn't think about it.
To some of her quippiness, which is great. Writing really well. It's just that it reminds me of like, this is her long lost sister. And then some of her fighting style actually mimics Black Widow. Like we're about to see one right now on the screen where she does a Black Widow move, which is pretty cool. It's epic. But at the same time, it makes me feel like, have we gotten a backstory of Elsa before we saw this? I would have not related to the character more, but you know, it would have differentiated her a little bit more. But then again, this is just a short presentation. This isn't a feature film.
Yeah.
But even down to how the actress looks, even the scene that's on our screen right now, she has Jessica Jones vibe to her.
She does, and it's hit me now for the first time.
It's like Jessica Jones meets the supernatural. It's not horrible.
I guess I'm okay with it though.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it for right now, but I would love to see if they ever do anything further with this, a little more of maybe more of an homage to the comic version, because I thought, is this literally what she's like? And so I looked it up. Apparently the comic version of Elsa Bloodstone is she prefers using guns than swords or the big axe that she's wielding too, and she is a little more sexualized, but then again, that's the comic, so you can't always put that on. But I think with changing those two things and the way they changed them, they made her look more Jessica Jones-y. If they did a blend of both the comics and Jessica Jones, I think it would have made it a little more of her own lane uniqueness.
Gotcha.
So you don't have to do full-on comics sexuality with the guns, but you don't have to do full-on Jessica Jones side.
I think she just served well if she felt more like Lara Croft.
Yes. Oh, yes. Perfect. That's a good blend.
Fit. Yeah.
That's a good blend.
Especially with the source material or the material, I mean.
That would have been excellent. So yeah, there you go. Take notes, Marvel. You do that, you've made this movie or this franchise, whatever you're gonna do with it, better.
Yeah, just take some cues from Tomb Raider.
Yes. All right. So that's all I had to say about the first act.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I'll read the second act, guys. As Elsa and Jack investigate the Bloodstone estate, Elsa and Jack break a wall in the labyrinth so Man-Thing, aka Ted, can escape. Vera Wang, captures Jack and attempts to use the Bloodstone to force him into revealing his true nature. She believes the werewolf is a dangerous beast, but Elsa realizes Jack is different. They discover that Jack is actually the legendary werewolf by night, a man cursed with the ability to transform into a powerful werewolf under certain conditions. When Jack transforms, he becomes a terrifying but heroic creature with incredible strength and instincts. The werewolf escapes his restraints and unleashes his power, defeating Vera Wang's guards. After the werewolf flees, Veressa attempts to kill Elsa, but is stopped by Man-Thing and subsequently killed. Elsa takes control of the Bloodstone, proving that she is the rightful heir to the Bloodstone legacy.
Yeah. I mean, it's good.
I would say my favorite scene of this is the transformation scene.
Yeah.
I love how they did it the old horror style with you not seeing it, but you're seeing it through her eyes, and how they stayed on her and she couldn't look away because of how terrifying it was, but you're seeing through the shadows and the silhouettes and all that what he looks like, and then he just looks cool. I love the practical effects of a werewolf. He's not CGI werewolf.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm half there. I am very particular when it comes down to werewolves. It's one of my favorite, like folklore kind of things anyways. I always thought it was unique. You know, I like that idea that you turn into something that becomes so dangerous and deadly and scary and you can't control it. I've always liked that idea. And they talk about this a little bit in that where he's like, he'll keep looking at me. So when I do turn, that part of me that's in here won't forget, because he could easily like accidentally kill her, and I think that I like that they acknowledge that there's still that edge to it.
Yeah. He sniffs her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the heck is going on? He's like, just so I remember you. You're like, okay.
Yeah. Like he's very aware of how out of control it can get. Yeah. And I enjoy that part of it. Yeah. And here's what I will say. If you can't do an awesome practical transformation, then this is textbook of how you should do it. I agree with you. Best scene in the movie is the transformation. You see it in the shadows. It's all she's selling how terrifying it is. And I think that really is a highlight of this entire thing. Because if you just showed us this really cool CGI transformation, you lose me in that with the werewolves. I particularly am not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say they did anything wrong, and I know it's subjective too. I don't know if I like the look of him as a werewolf. I'm not sure. It's not bad. It's not the worst I've seen. I can take or leave it. It's okay. I think it could have been tweaked a little bit better. I'm okay with it. I like that even in the fighting scenes where they do use the CGI, it's still kind of blurred out enough where it's not CGI in your face. And so the fact that they're sticking practical saves them. It makes me feel cooler about it. A lot of my favorite werewolf stuff is practical. Halloween, American Werewolf in London, Dog Soldiers. I mean, even a new one called Werewolves with Frank Grillo. They're all practical and they look great. And I'm like, if you're going to do a werewolf, go practical because to me, it just feels cooler. And every once in a while, touch a CGI when you're doing something really unique. But some of these movies that do werewolves, it's just full on CGI. It's like, bleh.
Yeah,
it just looks bad, feels bad. You can tell it's fake. This does a good job making it look cool. I just don't know if I like the look of him once he is. I'm maybe expecting more, maybe a little less. I'm not sure. I do like the transformation scene, though, with you. I'm with you on that. It's very good. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I think that plays well for this and how they did it is because they were so limited on whatever the budget is. Because like we said in our history, guys, we don't know how much they spent to do this. And they obviously weren't doing this to make money. That's why they put it on Disney Plus. And they don't even have viewerships to back that up, too. So we don't know how this actually received other than those critic scores and audience scores, which are very high for this.
Yeah.
But I think being so limited in their budget to only do this as a special meant they had to be more creative with how they're going to do it. And had this been a feature film, I feel like we would have unfortunately gotten a full CGI werewolf.
Oh, yeah.
And so I appreciate that they didn't do all their CGI on him, because like you said, maybe if this was a feature film, I would have still done this, but updated some more of his physical appearance, maybe through CGI, but not to the point where he's just full on CGI walking around green person, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
But I do like how he looked as the werewolf, because it's different than what I've seen before, but it's also shows how ferocious he still is, you know? And that practicality, I'm sure for the actors, they loved it, because they don't have to look at a green screen. They look at an actual person all dolled up like that, you know?
I kind of want to watch the behind the scenes documentary that they have.
Me too.
I bet they had a great time making it, at least, for sure.
Yeah.
You could tell it's a movie you could have a lot of fun with, you know?
Yeah. And I think for a big time composer to be able to do this as his directorial debut.
Yeah, success.
Bravo.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. Good kudos to Marvel for giving him this opportunity.
And it's a good way to do it too, because it's not detrimental to their big picture.
Exactly.
So it's like, if it sucks, it sucks. If it doesn't, then good job.
But at the same time, like my hot take, had this been a feature film, how they did this exactly to a T, of course, add more time to it, because it's a feature film. It needs maybe another hour or a half hour just to make it a feature film. This would have been your intro to the supernatural far better than the other stuff we got.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that take for sure.
Anyways, let's see. I put that. I also put, I love that when Veressa is killed and she's thrown into the casket of Ulysses and his head rolls out. Part of me is like, that's a cool creative decision to do that there. I just thought that was kind of interesting and cool. Anyways, that's all I gotta say about that act.
Sure. I'm going to do Act 3. Here we go.
Okay.
After the battle, Jack returns to his human form and reveals that he and Ted are close buddies. Elsa chooses not to follow her family tradition of killing monsters and instead decides to redefine what the Bloodstone legacy means. Jack and Ted continue their journey while Elsa stays behind with the artifact and her new understanding of the supernatural world. The special ends with Jack and Ted walking through the woods, discussing their unusual friendship and their future adventures. So I'm mixed on this. Why I'm mixed on this is it makes me feel like this is the only semi-scary-ish version of what we're going to get out of this, because now it's monsters and friends.
Yeah.
When I like this is my complaint with the movie. Or with the special. I'm just call it a movie, guy. It's a short.
It's a mini movie.
It's a mini movie. It's my complaint with the special is it's like a one and done kind of thing that should stay that way, because the thing that they did is they too much made them good while they're the monsters. I enjoy, for me personally, I would have chose the creative path. For me would have been, it's still very scary to be what these things are, and you can't quite trust them. Is it okay to go, like her idea of, instead of just murdering, let's figure out a different way, because obviously there's reasons why these are this, and we can help them maybe, and we have compassion for the side of it that needs it, but I don't care for the ability to have the control of the beast. This is like the Hulk argument in a way, where I don't mind Smart Hulk, and I think it works for the movie it's in. But what makes the Hulk really appealing is that when he turns into it, he himself is afraid of what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is what's very attractive about Rage Hulk. It's not that people want to just see him destroy things. It's that you got a guy who cares a lot about humanity, very compassionate, has love stories with people that he cares about, but he knows when he turns green, he could destroy all that and not even know, or know and not be able to do anything about it. I wish this had a little more of that element.
See,
I actually would have liked, I do see it, but I don't, it ends though with you thinking, oh, it's always going to be okay though. Man creatures is going to be just a big buddy now and misunderstood. And I still would have liked her. I kind of would have preferred him turning into the werewolf and her still being in danger, like it not working the way he thinks. And it is just her being able to get out of the danger and turning him back to, you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? You know where I'm kind of going with it? the fact that he's able to recognize, I think, is a unique thing, and I think it's kind of cool. But I don't like this friendly monster thing. I think the monsters need to stay a little more. You might be the good guy, and I might be doing good things for you, but I could still kill you. Like, we're not buddies. Don't trust Man-Thing. Don't trust him. But by the end of the movie, you do. Like, you'd sit and have a beer with the thing. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not a shithead, he's not going to kill you. And to me, that takes that scariness away. That's why at first this works. But now going forward, what's scary now? It's not scary anymore.
Yeah.
Because now only bad guys are scared, not us too. Now we can't fear for our heroes because our werewolves and our monsters are going to be buddies with them. And I think that needs to hold that. They did a good job this one time. But that's just it. You can't do that trick again.
Well, I think that was part of their limitations of doing a show like this, is that had this been a feature film that was a half hour longer, you could have had a bigger antagonist type thing that is an actual creature.
I agree with you.
And then the storyline could have been similar to this, where not all creatures are bad. Some are misunderstood. Some don't actually want to be bad, but they turn into something that's bad. And then there are some that are just bad no matter what. And I think that would have been... They made the villain be the stepmother, which is fine. She is a pretty nasty woman. But the supernatural bad guys weren't really there like that.
Yeah, and I kind of like a story that it is like that bittersweet tragic in that sense, you know? Where it's like Man-Thing is, we feel bad for him. Obviously, we like him. You know, there's a bigger reason why he's what he is. But it would have been neat, though, if still at the end, it's like he's still not safe around it, you know? And most werewolf movies stick to that concept. In fact, the end of American Werewolf in London is he's cornered down in an alleyway, and the police are there to shoot him. And she's like, wait. You know, she knows it's Jack, or the guy she loves. And she goes and she pleads with the werewolf. She goes, Jack, I know you're in there somewhere. And it kind of looks at her for a second, and then it lunges to kill her, and they have to shoot him. Now, do I think that this needs to be that dark? No. But what I appreciate about that is you always have an element of the story that can stay scary. And this time it works because it's the introduction of them. But now when we go forward, Man-Thing's never going to be scary again to us. He's just going to look cool.
Yeah.
But he's never going to be scary.
He's Groot's cousin.
Exactly, you know. And the same with the werewolf. As long as he likes you and he sniffs you before he turns, you're buddies. He's not going to hurt you.
See, that's the part that I think they took a gamble on with. I like the concept of him kind of already knowing what I have to do to try to protect the people I like. But I also like that he says to her, it doesn't always work. And so that made the suspense part when he did jumped on her, and then he's sniffing her as she looks like her face is about to get eaten. And then he decides to turn away. He does remember at least enough of a sense to say, I don't need to hurt her. You know?
And I just think it would have served the story better if that didn't happen. If he was dangerous to her the whole time too, and she just had to frantically also get him out of the curse, out of that as much as what was going on around. Just add that element to it. That makes it scary. And then you can do it again, and you can do it again, and you can do it again, because no matter what, when he's a werewolf, he's not reliable. You know, it's kind of like the Hulk. It's like, hey, we need you to be the Hulk, even though you might do some shit you shouldn't.
The Hulk has a lot more of a sentiency to him, where even if he is full-on Hulk and not Bruce, he recognizes when someone is helping him, like in the Avengers Age of Ultron and some of the other movies where he is Rage Hulk, but he's also like, I'm not killing everybody. Whereas Werewolf, he should be killing everybody the best he could.
And I would have liked it that he's a weapon more than he is a... And I think that I don't know. I just feel like
I can see that
better. Maybe it's just my taste, I guess, because it's not bad, but that is my problem with this. Is I feel like, this is a little. You took a chance to make it scary and do these things, and it's cool, but I just don't see them doing it again. And I think that's where I have a problem with, where it's like, this is a great one and done, and maybe I should just. I mean, there is no promise of more, so maybe I'm overthinking this, I guess. But when it ends on that kind of note, it does make me kind of realize, okay. You know, I like things to be ambiguous. I like things to be like, we don't know. It's like, hey, we're still cool. You're awesome when you're not a werewolf. We just got to figure out a way that when you are a werewolf, how you don't shred me as well.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna if I'm not careful, and
Yeah.
I kind of wish the werewolf had that more. I do agree with you. They tread the line at least.
Yeah.
But by the
I
end,
get
it
what
feels
you're
like
saying.
Werewolf and Friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where it gets like, how do you do that again? You're just not gonna, because we're never gonna believe it again.
Yeah. All right. So some of our deep dives, guys. Best performance.
I'm gonna give it to Gail Garcia Bernal, whatever. I think that was somebody's having a great time out there.
Yeah.
I think he did a great job of when he was not the werewolf, very compassionate and nice.
Yep.
And then when he was, he went all out and had a good time. And to me, that showed his range.
Yep.
So I got to give it to him because that's just a great range.
Completely agree.
Yep.
All right. Surprising performance?
Laura Dornell, the one who plays what's her face there.
Oh, Elsa Blitzen?
Yep. Although you have made me kind of now all I see is freaking Jessica Jones.
I hate that I see that, but as I'm watching it, I'm like,
but you're not wrong.
You
That's
are.
The problem. You're right. Although I'm okay with it enough to deal with it. Why I'm going to give it to her though as well is because I really think the best scene in the movie was my favorite part of the movie, and that's her reaction to him turning.
Yes,
it's freaking awesome, man.
She performs it well.
Yep, horror at its best. Because not seeing what she's seeing, but seeing the terror in her eyes. That's scary stuff. That's what you do. So they got some good stuff. They got a lot of stuff right when they got it right.
Yeah.
So
I put my most surprising performance as Harriet Sampson Harris for Verussa Bloodstone. But now that I know the backstory a little bit, it makes sense. It's one of the beautiful things about Marvel formulas. No matter what genre you're doing, you add a legacy actor or actress, and all of a sudden they give a beyond expectation performance.
Yeah.
So it makes sense then.
The sniffing scene was just on. If he's a dog, shouldn't he be sniffing her butt? You know how it works? How do you get away with that, though? He'd be like, just turn around. Like, what?
Be like,
I'm a dog. Like, what do you think? How do dogs say hi?
That
how
might have
know each other.
That might have towed the line from PG-13 to R. That part. Anyways. Yeah, you're right.
It's different wrists. That's vampires.
Weakest performances.
I actually give it to the villain woman.
Oh, okay.
I think she goes a little over the top.
Okay.
Not all the time. But towards the end, I'm sick of her.
Yeah.
I'm like, nope, this ain't working no more.
All right. I gave my weakest performance to the Hunters, the other ones, only because you don't really see too much of them. Yeah. So, like you said before, I think it would have been better served if we were able, if this was a feature film, especially where they could do this, is you flushed out your opponents in the very beginning a lot more so. Maybe when she announces all their kills, you see a little montage of all the different ways they've killed someone, different people, and then you would have felt them more of a serious threat, and then you could see them more of a, okay, this is how they're going to battle type thing. Otherwise, it just felt like Hunger Games, kid version. Almost.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. All right. Casting wins or misses. I had no problems with any of the cast though. To be honest.
I say the biggest win is I think the guy did a great job at the difference between human and werewolf.
Yep,
it really stood out to me how nice of a dude this guy is. You're all for him doing his thing, and then when he's a werewolf, you're like, "Geez, dude, chill out." You know what I mean? Like he's freaking out. Yeah, I like it. I like that.
And any missed opportunities or what's the potential?
I think we covered that.
Yeah,
this could have been longer.
It could have been longer. And for character-wise, I think Elsa doing her more of a blend with the comic book version. Laura Croft is the best way to give it. I'm glad you said that because that's exactly. All right, direction and production, guys. The first thing I'm going to say, because to me, this is usually the quickest spot for me. I loved everything about this, but I will say, if you notice the random blotches in the movie that make it look like old film that's either being torn or normal wear and tear damage, I love those touches to it.
Great creative choice. Yep.
And I think this would be great homage to past horror films. So I like that. So anyways.
Yeah, I can't say I completely agree. We've touched on the visual effects and how we feel the lack of CGI helps it a lot. I like the black and white elements of it, and when they decide to put color sometimes, because even the black and white, because this is the color version it's on right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the black and white, that's still red. Did you know that? Did you watch it?
Oh, really?
White?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's moments in it where they decide to keep the colors so that it's coming out of that stone is still red in the black and white.
Oh,
so I think it's very smart and unique to do
that is cool.
And then once again, what a great first time director chance. This is a win for him. He should take it as a win for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys already heard of my hot take. Do you have a hot take?
No.
Oh, all right. Quick fire questions. Answer fast. Don't overthink. Best scene in the movie. It's
Transformation.
one on our screen right now. The transformation.
Yep.
Really well done. Yep, I agree. Least best scene.
I don't know. I struggle with this one.
I would say my least best scene is when they first captured Jack and Holverus's speech and all that stuff. Like I feel like at that moment,
that's where it went too far.
It could have been merged with the beginning of him turning into a werewolf scene better.
Yep. That was the one that's on the tip of my tongue, or at least what I was thinking of doing. So I'm going to go with the same. That's where it felt, okay, this is a little too campy.
Yes. Yep.
You can do the homage without going full on.
Yep.
And they kind of went full on for a minute, and I was like, Neef.
Yeah.
You could have backed off.
That could have been altered. Yeah. Best villain moment I put was her death.
Yeah, thank God. She's gone, right?
Yeah, I just liked how they killed her, kind of thing. It was a surprise.
I'm going to count the werewolf as a villain just for the hell of it, just for fun.
Oh.
Because I like him tearing the crap out of the guards.
I completely agree. If that's the case, definitely, yes.
Yeah. But for her, her death, because I just don't want to listen to her anymore.
One prop you take home?
That guy's axe is awesome.
That is cool. I can see that hanging on the wall.
I'll take the axe.
Cool.
Yeah.
I put the bloodstone because I thought that's a cool gem.
Yep, I agree.
Most underrated moment. So I'm going to say what mine is. I'll read exactly what I put here. The explanation of the supernatural world in the beginning, I think, is the most underrated moment because for some reason, Marvel is struggling to do it in main MCU, and they already did it in this special, and they just don't realize that this is all we ask. This is enough. They explained hints of the supernatural. That looks so cool to me. Anyways, that's the werewolf. First time you're seeing him on screen. But the explaining
more of a nose. But.
Yeah. But explaining the supernatural world in the beginning, and especially that opening montage of differentiating between the Avengers and what's going on underneath the surface.
That's what
that is all you needed. And I put that as underrated because anyone online that's saying, I don't think they know how to do Blade. Yes, you do. You have it on Disney Plus right now that's free for you to watch. So come on.
Yeah. I actually put it as underrated for the fact that this is how you do a Disney Plus show that has no tie-in to the movies. But if you wanted to, you could later.
Oh, yes.
Like they could just easily say, but let's just go ahead and bring it in. Yep. They didn't contradict themselves at all because of the beginning.
And they didn't do an origin.
So I just had
them.
A different take on it.
But this is like you said, this is a great example of what Disney Plus shows are supposed to be like, or specials, because you didn't have to do full origin of them. We could get Elsa Bloodstone in a future movie, and you don't have to know this in order to watch her because you didn't have to know her here in order to watch her.
Right.
So, anyways.
But you can borrow from your own stuff.
Exactly.
If you do it right.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. All right. I also added here that should this be there or another spot? No, I'll just put it here real quick just to touch on it. The whole society, I don't think is evil. These are monster hunters, and their whole point is to rid the world of these supernatural elements that are terrorizing the rest of humans. Yeah. It just so happens that we don't like the stepmother that's in charge of the whole thing. But
that's that's part of the argument I had before, is these things don't seem as terrorizing as they are claiming.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you're all not smart enough to realize, oh, poor guy. So they should have been scarier.
Yeah.
And stayed that way. Yeah.
I agree.
That's
all right. Overrated moment.
Her speech is what I put down as, I put that in its two spots because I could have turned this off at that point.
Yeah.
So
I hear you there. I'll agree to that. Funniest moment. I will say there are hints of humor throughout the film, but nothing that really sticks out to me.
Yeah, this is blank, guys.
I guess
I don't think I laughed once.
The only time I chuckled was when Elsa said, maybe you could find it up your arse. and then that's when they cut her off. I'm like, okay, that's funny. But also that's the first time it reminded me of Jessica Jones. Because I'm like, that's what she would have said.
Yeah, I'm going to have
Anyways.
I'm going to have to say this movie might lack in a couple moments that could have been funnier.
Yeah.
Or fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with that answer.
Most emotional moment. I mean, this is
stuff with Ted is good. Yeah. You know, you do feel between them two.
Yeah.
I want to give something to Man Thing.
I agree to that. I think that's good. I put Jack smelling Elsa because for me, she's like, what the heck are you doing, man? But his emotion is, I know what's about to happen and I don't want you to die.
Yeah, I dig that.
So that, to me, for him, even though he wasn't outward crying or sobbing or anything, but that was his way of doing everything he can to make sure she doesn't get hurt when he does eventually transform. So that is the only emotional time really in this whole movie.
There's not a lot of moments of like heavy emotion in this.
Yeah, it's because it's cut short. It's a short.
Yeah, good point.
All right, so final scores, guys.
You think they'd still do it? Yeah. They did nothing. But I mean, if Punisher wasn't killing somebody in his Punisher one, he was crying. He's just crying or killing. Anyways.
All right. Story out of 2 for you.
I give the story a 2. I like the story. I think it's there.
I agree. I gave it a 2. Characters and visuals?
That's going to be a 0.5.
Okay. I gave it a 1. Action and visuals?
That's a 1.5.
Okay. I gave that a 2. Emotion and stakes?
That's a 0.5.
That's a 0.5 for me as well, actually. Rewatchability and MCU impact?
Doesn't impact the MCU at all, so it's got to be a big old 0 on that. And I got to be honest with you, I don't need to ever watch this again.
So I can see myself every Halloween turning this on because it's short enough, but it's not like unbearable to watch or anything. So I gave it a 1 out of 2.
In cable terms, if I was going through the channels and this was on, I wouldn't change it. So I'll give it a 0.5.
Okay. All right. Your final score?
4 out of 10.
Ooh. Okay.
I wasn't a fan of it in general.
Okay.
I'm very positive about it, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because this is what the Disney Plus shows should be. Mm-hmm. Whether I think it's good or not, this is exactly what they should be. So that's why I'm that's why I'm positive about talking about it, because I'd rather rate these for what they are like this, and not the ones that confuse us or let us down. This had no expectations.
Yeah.
I'll give it that. But if I'm looking at it as that, it's still for me a 4. I'm very particular about my horror and how you do it. And this just, like I said, by the end, I'm just like, this just didn't set for me. You know, if you ask me, did the ending land? I'd say no. I don't think it's earned. I don't think it feels like there's more to this scenario than what we just got that's going to feel like this ever again. And I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot for that. They should have took the chance and went a little darker.
Okay. I get that.
It would have been a 7 if they did that.
Okay.
But it's just like I said, by the end, I'm just like, oh, Werewolf and Friends now.
Yeah.
So the next one they do, if they ever do it, there's all that suspense has just been wasted in a 45-minute show and not something you could have drawn out longer. So that's my biggest problem.
Okay. All right. I hear you. So I gave it a 7. So our multiverse score for this, guys, is a 5.5 out of 10.
Which, if you think about it, look at the poster, kind of fits.
Yeah.
Because it's not outstanding.
The only reason I went down low is, one, they had to take out some of the Jessica Jones-ness of it. That was a big thing for me. As I'm watching it was harder for me as I'm watching it to differentiate between the two. And I wish they did that. But that really is a big deal for me, because not like I'm a Jessica Jones fan. It's just I don't want to watch 2 of the same characters. And that's what I felt like they accidentally did in here, and not realizing it maybe. And then the other part is I do wish it was more of a feature film and it went darker. I agree with that part.
Yeah.
But other than that, all the other tropes are there, and I liked it.
Yeah. And it actually, with the score that we have as an average, I think that's the best way to describe this movie. And that one-liner at the end we have here is, this is Marvel at its best mid.
Yep.
It's good. Yeah, watch it. You're not wasting your time. Might never watch it again, though. But I think you're either really going to love this, or you're going to be like, it's all right. I mean, the effects are awesome, though. I love Man-Thing. I would like a statue of him. He's cool as hell.
He is cool. Yeah. I see. That's why I would love if he was in a feature film, because I could see these 3 characters plus a Blade and a Ghost Rider and a Moon Knight and a Black Knight right there. Throw all of them into there, have your supernatural Avengers in a movie like this, extended by a half hour, make Blade the team leader along with Elsa, because obviously she has from a lineage of supernatural hunting. I think that would be a pretty cool film. I really dig that. I might even make a Mirror Dimension episode about how this should have been a movie, and this is what I would have done.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. Yeah.
All right, guys, comment down below. Let us know what you would rate this and what your thoughts are. And what are we swinging into next?
Next, we're swinging right into our retrospective of Spider-Man Homecoming.
Oh, boy.
The first MCU Spider-Man movie. Oh, boy, we got some stuff to say.
All right, take off.
All right, guys, welcome to our segment, our retrospective of the week. We are on Spider-Man Homecoming. Very excited. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a quick little history of Spider-Man being made and how it came to be. Sammy will do a synopsis, and I'll read Act 1, and we'll start talking about this sucker, because there's some stuff to get into.
All right.
We had a little snafu with our paperwork. I might have you read the acts, because other than the one, I think we messed up on one of them.
I think Act 3 is the one that I had messed up that gave you. Yeah. So when we get that, I'll just read Act 3.
So then we'll just make sure you do Act 3 when. So why don't you start with Act 1? I'll do 2 and then 3, so it's natural.
Okay.
So we'll go for there. So here we go, guys. A little history of this guy, though, okay? So, movie Spider-Man Homecoming, first MCU Spider-Man movie. Main cast, Tom Holland, Jacob Batalon, right? Zendaya. She doesn't have a last name, does she? Madonna and all that crap. Anyways, Marissa Tomei, Jon Favreau, Michael Keaton, Robert Downey Jr. History behind the film. The development of Spider-Man Homecoming was one of the most important collaborations in Marvel Studios history, because it marked the return of Spider-Man to the large MCU after years of existing separately under Sony's film universe. For decades, Sony Pictures Entertainment controlled the film rights to Spider-Man, and after the mixed reception of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Sony began exploring ways to revitalize the character. In 2015, Sony and the Walt Disney Company reached a historic agreement allowing Spider-Man to appear in the MCU while Sony continued to finance, distribute, and retain the majority of profits from standalone Spider-Man films. Under the deal, Marvel Studios would creatively guide Spider-Man's MCU appearance, with Kevin Feige and his team helping develop the character. While Sony remained the official owner of the film rights, Marvel could use Spider-Man in MCU crossover films, and Sony would release the solo Spider-Man movies through its own distribution system. This arrangement allowed Marvel to integrate Peter Parker into the universe without purchasing the character rights, creating a partnership that had previously seemed impossible. I wonder how much they would have wanted for him. They're probably just like, what do you got? Everything.
Yeah. That's their biggest moneymaker, from my understanding.
It's just, it still proves to be. By the time Spider-Man Homecoming entered production in 2016, the MCU was at a major turning point. The franchise had completed Phase 2. It was moving deeper into Phase 3, following Captain America Civil War, which introduced Tom Holland as the new Peter Parker. Rather than retelling Spider-Man's origin story for a third time, Marvel chose to introduce a younger Peter, who was already a hero but still learning how to handle responsibility. Holland was only 19 when he debuted as Spider-Man, and was selected because Marvel wanted someone who felt like an authentic teenager. At the time, he was relatively unknown compared to previous Spider-Man actors, but impressed Marvel with his athletic ability, youthful energy, and emotional range. Robert Downey Jr. returned as Tony Stark Iron Man, serving as a mentor figure and connecting Spider-Man directly to the Avengers. Zendaya joined as Michelle Jones, or MJ. Jacob Batalon played Ned Leeds, and Marissa Tomei portrayed a younger, more modern version of Aunt May. Director John Watts, who was relatively inexperienced with large blockbusters, was chosen because Marvel liked his smaller scale character work, and his vision of making the movie feel like a John Hughes style coming of age story mixed with superhero action. One of Marvel's biggest creative decisions was choosing the Vulture as the villain. Instead of using another world-ending threat, Marvel wanted Peter's first solo MCU adventure to feel grounded and personal. Michael Keaton was cast as Adrian Toomes, a blue-collar worker who becomes the villain Vulture after losing his livelihood when the government at Damage Control take control of alien technology left behind after the Battle of New York. This connected Spider-Man directly to the consequences of previous MCU events, especially the Avengers, while creating a villain whose motivations were understandable rather than purely evil. Marvel also wanted to avoid repeating the mistakes of previous Spider-Man films by not focusing on Peter's origin, Uncle Ben's death, or making him immediately the strongest hero in the room. Instead, the story centered on Peter proving himself and learning that being a hero is about more than having advanced technology or impressing the Avengers. Filming took place in Atlanta, which they all do now, I think. Atlanta pretty much owns MCU.
Used to now.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Right, I forgot. In New York in 2016, with Marvel emphasizing a smaller, more personal scale compared to other MCU films. Fun behind-the-scene details include Tom Holland performing many of his own stunts due to his gymnastics background, including the iconic Washington Monument sequence, and Marvel creating a Spider-Man suit that intentionally resembled Tony Stark's technology while still keeping Peter's homemade hero identity. The film also included a major shift in Spider-Man's supporting world, replacing many traditional elements with more diverse modern high school environment. Another important aspect of production was carefully balancing Sony's expectations with Marvel's creative direction, as this was the first time the two studios had to share control over a major franchise character. When Spider-Man Homecoming was released in 2017, it was a major success, earning approximately 92% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and around 87% from audiences. Critics praised Tom Holland's performance, the humor, the high school setting, Michael Keaton's villain, and the film's ability to make Spider-Man feel fresh again. Financially, it grossed approximately $880 million worldwide against the production budget estimated around $175 million. The movie successfully integrated Spider-Man into the MCU, proving that the collaboration between Marvel Studios and Sony could work. More importantly, it redefined Peter Parker's place in the MCU by making him not just a separate hero who occasionally interacts with the Avengers, but an important part of the larger universe leading into Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and the future of Marvel's storytelling.
Yes.
Perfect.
Crazy cool. Honestly.
Yeah, they succeeded at all they tried to do, too.
Yes.
Truthfully.
And it shocks me
Without
is the
jumping
budget is that little. $175 million,
Yeah,
which
almost.
it's not little, but for a Marvel movie, and then it makes almost $900 million. Woo!
You gotta think half of that went to Robert alone.
Right? Poor Tom got $1 million of that. But anyways, so the official synopsis, guys. Peter Parker tries to stop Adrian the Vulture Toomes from selling weapons made with advanced I forgot. Shatari, I forgot that word. Technology, while trying to balance his life as an ordinary high school student. Simple, but pretty cool.
What it is.
Pretty cool. All right, so I'll read the first act. After the events of the Avengers, Adrian Toomes and his crew attempt to salvage the wreckage caused by the invasion when the newly established Department of Damage Control steals his thunder. This forces Adrian to begin operating in the black market to make ends meet with the items he already collected. Fast forward to after the events of Captain America Civil War, Peter Parker is eager to prove himself to be capable of being a full-time Avenger to Tony Stark, but is constantly ignored and dismissed. Living a double life as a high school student and Spider-Man, Peter struggles with balancing school, friendship, and crime fighting. While investigating alien weapons trafficking, Peter discovers that the criminals and using salvaged Shatari tech from the Battle of New York. This forces him to attend an initially rejected school field trip to Washington, D.C. so he could potentially discover Toomes' lair after Anne. Okay, that sentence does not finish off for me here. Did I miss the page?
Is it after an incident at the Washington Monument?
Yeah, I don't have that page on here. Oh boy, no. Guys. Okay.
What you done did.
All right.
I'll finish for you.
Yeah, finish.
After an incident at the Washington Monument, Peter is more determined to stop Toons and his crew at all costs. Right?
Yep, that's right. My form literally skips all of Act 2.
Oh, no.
I don't know what I did. Anyways, I'm going to see. Oh, I flipped it on the wrong page. Anyways,
Yeah,
there it
do
is.
it.
It's just my page numbers were off, guys. Sorry about that. So, what worked for you?
So first of all, tying that into the MCU, they did brilliantly.
Oh.
Right off the bat, it's the wreckage of New York City of Avengers 1. And then right after that, it's these home videos of Civil War. So I think that it serves this movie right by putting it in the MCU like that tight. It really works for me a lot, big time.
I agree.
There's a lot of little things to talk about here.
I would say before you do that what you just described, that's my stand-up moment too.
Oh, it's your stand-up moment too.
Yes. There's a lot of cool things in here, and I'm sure you're about to dive into them. But when I had to retrospectively think of just this whole first act, which there's a lot in it, but my favorite part of this first act literally is being able to successfully integrate him to the MCU and feel natural. And I think that whole beginning part, I loved revisiting some of that battle a little bit, the aftermath of it. I think that stuff was cool.
Yeah, I do. I think it's smart.
Yes.
Because you know, it's funny, you don't ever think about that side of things.
Yep.
Like, who cleans this shit up? But, oh yeah, guys like this guy.
And I put Tony creates yet another villain for Peter to fight.
I don't. How many villains Tony have to make? It does. You're not helping your case, Tony, about being a hero. I should have added that into my argument for him being a bad guy.
There you go. Right,
the guys he's created, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Geez, Tony.
Anyway, so the little things that worked for you in the first act.
I think the chemistry between the actor who plays Ned and Tom is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're real good together. They're very funny. I enjoy those moments. I like there's a lot of little just snarky moments in this. I actually was worried when I watched this again that I thought maybe because of how old I am, I thought the high school aspect of it was going to make me feel I've aged this movie a little, but the humor in the way it's set up is so meta that it is for all of us adults. Anyone that likes Spider-Man is going to like this. And it doesn't matter how old you are. Mm-hmm. It doesn't do the Harry Potter thing where you feel like, I got to be a teenager to like this. No, you laugh at all these things because it's all these wink and nods. You know what I'm saying? And I like that a lot. I do think they nail the high school vibe. I think this does feel like a John Hughes movie. And I think that's the best way to go with Spider-Man. Make it feel like have a younger generation's going to latch right onto this. I think that really is awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will say to that, I personally went to a private school growing up, so I wasn't at a private high school. It was smaller. It wasn't like your big typical public high school and big things like that. But when I was watching this retrospective for the first time with my friend, he said that this is exactly the same vibes he got when he was in high school when he watched this movie. So they nailed that to a T for this at least.
Awesome.
So that's pretty cool to hear that from firsthand experience of someone, you know? Anyways.
Yeah, let's talk about the villain for a second, because I got to tell you, I like this idea of making it very grounded, and you understand why he's angry and what gets him mad. Clearly, he's got a personality that erupts. Mm-hmm. He punches a guy, but the guy gave him a good reason to punch. Mm-hmm. Perfect punchable face, except he punches him. So he gets excluded for me. Yep. Even though, man, that dude needs it, and then he does. And it's like, damn it, I forgot he hits him. So yeah, it's so that works well. I will tell you this though, I no more best villain moments are going to be when he just kills one of his insubordinates to show that he means business. Because this one is a cool way that he kills this guy. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of funny because he didn't realize what it was going to do. Yeah. And the guy dies and like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, But I have to say, at this point, it's now become the MCU trope to do that. To now, if you want to show us how bad your baddie is, it can't be him killing his friends anymore. Or just random people. It's got to be moments. It's got to be something that sticks out more for me. You don't have to go that direction. You can use those for your favorite best villain moments, because some people say it shows just how far he'll go. No, to me, now we're to the point, you've done it so many times in other movies that's old. They created a trope, and we've done so well in the MCU that they made that trope old.
Yep.
So now
You know,
I'm
I
almost
agree.
like, blah, blah, blah. He's going to kill the guy because he's being snotty too.
That's not one of my favorite villain moments, but the only thing that I will say about that character trope, which I completely agree, at this point now we've seen 2 other movies that do this, at least, and each one has been like and now you see it again. The only reason this one works is he didn't do it intentionally to do it.
Yeah.
That's the only part. It turned into a slight joke in the midst of doing it, whereas the other ones, they did it to prove a point. He only was just trying to stop him from leaving.
Yeah. No, and I'm with you. And then the guy threatened to tell people stuff. I mean, he probably would have let him leave if.
Well, yeah, he probably would have put him in a cell of some kind there. He would have done a villainy thing, but I don't think his intention,
if the guy
was to
just
kill him.
left, he would have let him leave. I have a hot take about this villain.
Okay.
Later.
All right.
Well, I'll explain it as we go. I don't think he's as bad as you think.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he's desperate.
Yes. I agree.
And there's a difference between that. But as soon as that guy said to him, I know too much, that's when he's like, shit. And I don't think he was faking that. I think that was a real emotion.
That was a realization of, I can't just
let him go because he's going to compromise everything I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he committed to it because, like he tells Peter later, that's what I'll do for my family.
Yeah.
So you're kind of, duh, I would too.
You're right.
So I do think he's honest. I think that's what saves this villain, though. So, because if he wasn't, he just was a mean guy, it'd be different. But I think the meanness we're seeing is a guy that's made a choice and he's sticking to it, which is also brings me to my hot take at the end of the movie of what he really his intentions are towards the end. So, but either way, we'll get there because I think you'll like what I got to say about it. But the only thing I'm saying is they can continue to do this thing where the villain does kill people and do that. It's cool, but it's no longer for me in the running for their best moment because it's used too much.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm okay with it. It works for the joke too, actually, because it is kind of, it's a dark kind of joke. But like, no more though will that be their best moment. You got to do better. You can do better. You know what I mean? Which they do. So I'm not complaining, because you got to think of Quentin Beck in the next Spider-Man movie. He doesn't do that. He does some great moments. Anyways, we'll get there when we get there. So that's all I want to talk about with the villain for that. For now, I like that he's there. I believe his situation. I'm all in for that stuff. I think we should talk about the monument scene for a second. I like that one of the other things I like is that he's learning this suit. This to me is the equivalent of them in the workshop trying to build something.
Yep.
And man, it's just addictive and it's fun to watch and it's funny. The suit stuff in this is funny, which brings me to my standout moment is I like the whole sequence where he's locked in the vault. It's fantastic.
Okay.
Because he's just like talking to her and getting to know her name. He's just like hanging in the hand. He's like doing all the different weapons. And then how long have I been here? And she's like 35 minutes. He goes, what? I just like, it's funny, but it's just a great moment of the movie that makes me go, this movie can literally take 10 minutes and have nothing to do with the progression of the story and does not take away from the movie at all. And in fact, heightens this movie does well is it takes moments that have nothing to do with the story, specifically this vault one. The only thing it has to do with it is that he got trapped in there, right? But like you got 10 minutes of like, you could be doing story progression here of characters or whatever. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt this movie at all. In fact, it adds to that moment of the movie. I had forgot how long that moment went on. And I enjoyed it very much. So to me, that was just a standout moment that they took the risk to let's play this joke out a little longer. And in this moment, we'll use some exposition about the suit and about this. And then it actually leads to my favorite thing about this moment is Peter's smarts is what gets him out of there and not him being a superhero and superpowered and all this other stuff. Him doing all those codes and figuring out to get out of there, that's him being Peter. That's like the Peter Parker stuff that some people say Tom doesn't do a lot, but he does it right in that scene. Spider-Man doesn't get him out of there. His webs or his powers don't get him out of there. His mind got him out of there. And I think that not only does it build this character to him being more than the suit, right? But it also speaks to, cool, we have a smart Peter. This Peter's a genius. all the time. He's showing it all the time. And all the decisions. So I like that about, I think that points that out, which is why I put that in there. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, other than the other stuff in the mine scene's fun. It's good.
Yeah.
It's not the scene that blows me away. It is iconic, though. I like that he's never been that high, which makes you wonder in the city, why does he not climb the buildings? He's just kind of thinking, maybe not. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But it shows the youthfulness and how early on he is as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
What doesn't work for me in this is sometimes it's like a train with slow brakes. I'm not a fan of, as things are going, it gets a little cookie cutter. Certain moments start to feel that way, but then they're just like, but here's how we're doing it different. And I'm glad they do that. And I know it shouldn't sound like a negative, but I will say sometimes the roller coaster that makes me feel, is this on purpose or is it not? And I'm not sure if it's genius. It feels less like it's not. It feels more like it's not genius. It feels more like they have good ideas and they prolong things to get there, and then they get there. And it works once they get there. But the getting there is tough.
Yeah.
And some of that is the villain stuff in this. Not that I don't like this villain, and I'm not complaining about the villain, but it's pretty average, like not very compelling, really. And we'll talk about that when we get into Act 2 more. You know, it's like we got his motivations, we got what's going on. After that, a lot of the villain scenes are pretty cheesy and like, okay, we get it. Not his acting and not what's being said, but particularly who's around him. I really feel like you didn't even need to see Vulture again for quite a while because we just had to keep reminding us that he's there. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
Honestly,
it slows in moments for me, and then when it picks up, it's good. But there's moments where I feel like, okay, get back.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like
everything that you said is exactly how I felt about this first act. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I'm trying to think if there was anything different I would have said. That there are times where I thought that's him being trapped in that holding cell area scene. I thought it was going to drag on a little too long, but they filled it with useful stuff. Where that easily could have been, okay, this is a drag of the movie, but it didn't. It didn't turn into that. And I liked it all. I agree with everything you said, honestly, about it. And I thought your analogy of the train with the slow brakes, that's a great analogy for this.
Because it almost comes to like a stop and then we're going again. It's, okay, good. And it's like, okay, we got you again, you know? And and it just feels that way sometimes. And it's almost like there's like 5 minutes here and there I could go without. But yet the stuff that comes right after that 5 minutes, I love. So, you know, standout things in this other than that is I don't know if this is part of it's not part of Act 2. I like that Ned finds out that he's Spider-Man. I think that's smart. Because the guy in the chair is a great joke that's on. I like that a lot. But that just reminded me of that when I looked over because it's on that scene. So I think that's real. I like they drops the whole like, so geez, man, you've been working on that for a while.
That looks like, pretty in depth.
He's a guy from YouTube. You know, it's like, and Ned just like can't believe it.
I agree. That's really cool. All right, so what's the score you'd give Act 1?
I give it 9 out of 10 though, because the stuff in it that is great. Yeah.
Well, that's a good score. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Ooh.
So
okay.
All right.
Spicy.
All right, guys. So let's see.
I'll read Act 2.
Yeah, you read Act 2. Yes.
So Act 2, Peter becomes overconfident and tries to act like a full Avenger, but his inexperience causes him to fail repeatedly. After a botched attempt to stop Toomes on a New York City ferry, he is stripped of his advanced start suit and by Tony, forcing him to rely on his homemade suit. Meanwhile, Peter discovers that Toomes is actually the father of his classmate, Liz, complicating his moral choices. Toomes continues stealing alien tech and upgrades his Vulture suit, becoming a serious threat. Peter's forced to confront what it really means to be a hero without relying on advanced technology.
All right. Well, I'm going to say what works for me, that there's 2 scenes in particular that work for me the most. Actually, 3 scenes that work for most. I like the ferry scene because I think it's a little bit of an homage to Spider-Man 2 with how he tries to put the fairy together, but also shows, and maybe this is not the right way to say it, but Peter is right in most of this, and it's the arrogance of Tony, but also Tony is right in letting this become Peter's whole thing of trying to prove himself to the point where he's misusing the suit. So it's this weird I don't know how to say it, roller coaster of who's to blame, who's not to blame type thing, because there's a little bit of both to go along with it. But I love that scene between Tony and Peter of him saying, if all you are is a suit, then you don't deserve the suit. That's a great teaching moment, because that comes from personal experience of Tony himself, and he says that to him. I want you to be better than who I am, because all Peter is saying is, I want to be just like you. And he says, that's the thing. I want you to be better than me.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're not supposed to have the suit.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really cool moment. That was a really good moment. And this is still the scene, or the same act, where we'll talk about probably the best scene of the movie, probably, is the car scene.
Yeah, I'm going to save a lot of what I have to talk about for that later.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to be honest with you. I purposely didn't put this on, talk about this in this act, because it's later for me.
Okay. That's fine. We can talk about it later then, just to have the whole thing on that topic. But I did those three scenes I do like in this act. There is not a lot, honestly, that doesn't work for me. I had a hard time picking a specific thing that didn't work for me. So maybe, do you want to fill in that blank there? Or what did you like, I should say?
Swallowed wrong that last one, guys. Apologize. So I want to piggyback off what you said. With, to me, the best character moment I'm going to pick for Act 2 is that with Tony and Peter about the whole, you shouldn't have the suit, blah, blah, blah. If you're gay, got to be more than the suit thing. And you nailed it right on the head about how he's right, but he's right and he's wrong at the same time. What it actually is, if you really look at it, is it's the perfect mirror image of what being a parent is. And so when Tony does say, I sound like my father, it's like, because even if he wouldn't want to be the worst versions of his dad, he still is going to be like his dad. And like, where a teenager feels like this is important to me, it is important. And a lot of parents have had to learn to pay attention and caress and kind of take things that aren't that important and treat them like they are, because to that teenager, it is. Like, you know, when a kid has their first breakup, we know as adults, you're going to get over this. It's going to happen again, but you will be fine. But do they feel like that right then and there? They don't. And you can't change that. So where Peter's right that these people are more dangerous, Tony's like a bad father, or not bad father, but like a typical father, ignoring that importance of it, which reminds him of himself at the same time, even without knowing that there's still something important going on, what Peter's talking about. Because Tony's right. You can't rely on this stuff. You got to be better at this. And that's what stop crying. You will meet another boy. You'll meet another girl. It's the same thing. It's the same conversation. We're just talking about heroes and villains now. And it's perfect in that. I think it's great. What a great mirror that is, right? And I think that that's the smartness in this writing that makes it feel like a John Hughes film, and that's what Watts gets right, is this kind of stuff. Also, the escalation of events in it, like the movie has fun. I like that it's like low level investigating from Peter's part. It's like whenever we do have the villains, or through Peter's eyes, it's him getting a clue, then going here, then another clue, and then seeing the guy here, and then showing up here. And I like that, because it's like we're with Peter all the time with that, and that's what's fun, And I think that plays well into who that's honing his ability to do this stuff. And, going interrogation mode is funny. Like this moments of that, it's like, these are cool things that you don't need to put in here, but they work real well.
Sounds like the Batman a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways, the Dark Knight there. All right.
Let's see. What did I put here for the...
Yeah.
what I'm gonna say, I'm dodging around things I want to say for later, but we're talk about after that major villain moment that we're really going to talk about.
Mhm.
One thing that happened in this movie that fixed the pacing for me from the first part,
Mhm.
which is why for when it says the pacing hold up, I'm gonna say it got better.
Yeah.
Because I liked that at a certain point, like after this ferry scene, it's like Peter does walk away from it. Like, I'm done. Fine.
Mhm.
I'm gonna listen to him and do what he said. And through circumstances beyond him
Mhm.
is thrown back into it once it's revealed that he's the father of that girl.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, I like that. Because for a moment, I'm almost like, this movie almost feels anticlimactic. But then on purpose it does, because they're just like, oh, no. Don't worry, it's
We're
coming.
gonna up the antics.
It's
Yep.
coming. And it's, instead of Peter just going against Tony, it's forcing him back into it.
Mhm.
And he's not going to ignore this at that point.
Yeah. No.
Which no one blames it either.
Yes.
He has to. You have to. Like, because if he wasn't her dad, the rest of this movie's over. Credits.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
And this guy would have stole stuff, and Vulture would have been out there, and maybe coming back in a different movie. Credits. But it's just perfect that they did it that way. They don't do that same stupid thing where the little hero that you're working, that you're cheering for, decides to be defiant and go do it. He literally surrenders to the idea that I gotta figure my shit out.
Yeah.
And then there he answers the door.
Yep.
What's you supposed to do?
So good.
And it's like, oh shoot. And it's
Like,
not even I would even say beyond that, you almost think you could have got away with him ignoring it still until the car scene.
yes.
Once he turns and he knows that he's who he is, and he tells him what he tells him, it's like, now I have to.
Yes.
Have to.
And that easily
You're
could have been.
forcing him.
That could have been, and I know we're going to get into that a little later, but that could have been the best time for him to say, I definitely don't want to get back into it now because I don't want to get Aunt May hurt. But he does the right thing, even knowing what the consequences could be.
He becomes a hero without the suit.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So good.
Yes. All right.
Good. Yeah, I love it so much. Love it so much.
What would you give this score then?
This is a 9 out of 10.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 9. Like, there's couple little stupid things, I guess, but I'm not gonna get into them. I don't want to ruin our favorite streak here.
Yeah. Yes. I was gonna say I gave it a 9 out of 10 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really, really good. Yeah. Especially having those scenes in there in particular. All right, I'm going to read Act 3 for you guys. Let me just make sure I got my notes ready to read them properly. Let's see. So, Act 3. Let me just double check to make sure. Did you already, yep, that was Peter confronts him, which really makes him the hero. Okay. Act 3 is during a flight transportation. I am butchering this. During a flight transporting stolen weapons, Peter thwarts Toomes' plan. During the process, the plane crashes on the beach. Spider-Man ultimately defeats Vulture, but chooses to save his life instead of letting him die. Tony Stark acknowledges Peter's maturity and offers him a full Avengers suit and membership, but Peter declines, choosing instead to remain grounded in his own identity. Later, Tony proposes to Pepper's Potts and decides to publicly announce the event new direction.
Yep.
So, did the ending land for you? To me, it did.
So we're going to be in the ending. We're going to go to the very end then. Yes, it landed. And I actually like that it ends with Aunt May discovering that he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I think it's a daring thing to do. I think it's smart to do. And clearly, once we get to the third movie, it's brilliant, and that's the point. Like, and it also is that punchy ending where something happens and then the credits roll. I'm like, yeah, I love movies that do this. Like, I just like it when they just do that, and it's fun. So the ending land for me, yes.
The other part of the ending, I personally put down for the other part is Peter declining Tony's offer. Would that be considered?
That's my favorite, the best moment I put.
Okay.
For Act 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So, yeah,
I agree.
On the same line though.
I completely agree. Yeah. I love that, and I agree. It's my favorite moment of that whole act because he easily, because he's always so captivated by the Avengers. That's been his whole point throughout this whole movie, is I want to impress him enough so I could be part of this team and be taken seriously. Well, now he knows he could be taken seriously without having to be part of the team. And there's a humbleness to Peter from this experience that I really enjoy. And I love that they made that decision of not just having him just join the Avengers. He becomes his own hero. And
Tony's so proud.
And Tony, he was shocked, but he's also proud. But he always has something up his sleeve. And I love that Pepper was there, the proposal thing. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, see, I haven't heard. It doesn't make a difference.
It's
just Pepper showing up makes such a difference with Tony.
Yeah.
I think it proves my point that without Pepper, it completes the Tony Stark experience.
Yep.
Even that couple minutes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the nuance of the looks between Happy and him during him saying no.
Yeah.
Looking at the surprises. So if you watch the scene carefully, there's a lot going on there. It's just so well acted.
Yes. Yeah. I completely agree. I love that. And that is my favorite moment too of Act 3 is him, Peter half smiling, looking at that suit and walking away from it. And I'm like, wow, that's bold. That's cool. And I'm so for it.
And by the way, it's our first look at Avengers Compound.
Yeah, full look. Yeah,
cool.
It is a cool.
I want a Lego thing. Well, they have one, but it sucks.
Yeah, it's not like the movie.
Yeah, I want a model of it. It's so awesome.
Right?
Yeah, it looks so good.
All right, so what would you say would be like your biggest issue? You think for this?
I don't have any issues with this end of this movie.
Me either.
I think this movie nails the landing perfectly. The climax is earned. I like that Peter not only proving that he's a hero to himself, but he also takes this moment at the end with Toomes. It's like
he easily could have let him die, knowing that his family would be safe from him, but he doesn't.
Yeah, you're 100%. He takes it's a connected thing. That's a thing that Peter Parker has to be, that Spider-Man has to be. Because you know who else was like that with a villain? Toby was like that with Norman.
Yes.
He'd have rather saved his life than kill him.
Yep.
And doing it like this, like it's just so nice. Like this is what gives me this hot take about Toomes later. Because I'm still not there yet, even though it's the end of the movie.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I feel like what a mirror to that by staying true to that without it feeling like a copy. Like you're not copying what Toby's did with Norman or how he felt with him, but you did it. You know, he could have easily let him die. He could easily just defeat or in a way, but it's like he's proven to him that, hey, you need to stop. You got family, man. Like quit being who you are. He's not looking at the criminal side of it. He's looking at the human there that's making bad decisions and very bad ones, you know? So yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. I think that's very much earned at this moment.
I agree. And you know, one of the things I love about this act, and not just in this act, but you see it a little bit in Act 2 a little bit, is another way of them connecting this to the MCU is that Tony's building the Avengers Tower is sold. And that's, whoever was sitting in the writing room with either John Watson, Kevin Feige, and Amy Pascal, whoever is involved in this creative process and saying, how do we make a first Spider-Man movie be a banger? They laid out 3 or 4 specific things that put him into the MCU and make it cool, where you kind of need Spider-Man, but it complements the rest of the MCU. That first scene with cleaning up after the Avengers stuff establishes your villain. Pretty cool. Really cool, actually. And also starts up Damage Control, because now you find out that that's how Department of Damage Control was founded, is Tony's answer to, hey, we just helped wreck New York City. Even though we saved it, we want to help build it again. That's perfect. That's really cool. And then this whole selling the Avengers Tower and moving to the compound, and you're wondering what's happening with Avengers Tower. This movie says what's happening to Avengers Tower. You don't know that it's Valentina Allegra de Fontaine that actually bought it. We find that out many years later. But that moving the stuff, the important stuff too, they made sure that the last shipment being sent out there was all the big stuff from all 6 of your main heroes. Seeing all the arc reactors in that one big suit, seeing all the bow and arrows from Hawkeye, seeing all of Black Widow's gauntlets and
awesome.
trinkets.
Yeah.
Like there are some Thor stuff, I forgot what it was, but there's stuff all over the place. It's the DNA of every single one of these heroes, and making it where that is the ultimate prize that Toomes is going to be doing. That is so cool. And the constant dismissal of Spider-Man, even though he's saying there really is a bad guy out there, it's perfect for the story. I can't get over how well they made this movie as the intro to Spider-Man full-fledged into the MCU, because that is gold right there. I can't picture Doom Vulture any different than they did here. He was semi-relatable, but yet still menacing.
Mm-hmm.
It's really so cool. Sorry, I'm kind of my mind's at a blank with saying anything negative about this, because I can't get over how well each actor performed it. The casting was perfect. Just the whole story in general was so good. So
if I had to get more detail about the things that don't make this movie work, which is why you're going to see in my final score, I'm thinking, because I'm kind of calculating it as I go. So I like to do it as we talk, because we can talk each other into things.
Yeah.
That I don't want to go into this with rose-colored glasses on, though.
Yeah.
Because we're coming off of good movies.
Yeah.
I mean, the last movie wasn't so good, but we did Doctor Strange, right?
We did Guardians 2.
Oh, yeah.
That was great. Doctor Strange,
I'm sorry.
A little lower than Civil War.
Was almost perfect. And when I look at that, though, I'm got to be very honest. There's stuff in this, though, that is kind of just typical, and it's okay. And a lot of the villain scenes with the other villains, like the one that's on here, they get a little drawn and boring and drawed. There's something about them that just doesn't feel. I don't like the people around them. I don't think they're good actors. I think they're good actors. I just don't think they're in a good spot. They're just not doing well in this role.
Yeah,
and there's moments where even when they showed the Glover character there, I was like, okay, all these villain moments I struggle with. I have a hard time with, and it slows this movie down. And there's certain times where you wonder where the cut was, where they decided to put it. And I'm not going to ignore those things. As much as I want to talk nothing but praise about this movie, you will see reflected in my final score that I'm keeping myself honest about what we're looking at. And what is still good and enjoyable, I'm not going to mistake for mid. Or I'm not going to mistake mid for enjoyable. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So just because it doesn't necessarily not work doesn't mean it's as good as, every moment in Civil War is thought out.
Yeah, that's true.
This doesn't feel that way.
Yes.
As good as this is. This has corners and curves that make you go, okay, it's fine. Because what's next is awesome. And this has peaks. Way more peaks than lows. Very few lows, if any, really. Go dip real far.
Yeah.
But way more peaks. But it's not the kind of like Civil War perfect.
I agree.
And that's why the hot takes I said before. The Russos set the bar high. Even in these good movies, to get up there in the 8s, 9, and 10s ranges. Man, I don't know. It's tough, right? I'm not saying this is going to get a low score. It's definitely not today. But it might not be what you think it is, though. And for that reason, I'm trying to keep myself in that area. But I can't pick out the biggest issue because it's hard to explain when it is more like just moments here and there that make me feel, you can tell that this isn't up to that kind of par. Even though it's still really freaking good. Like, it's still good. Like, I love a lot that's in this, to be honest. But the highlight of it that's wrong for me is you give us 3 excellent villain moments in this movie and 6 bad ones that just are there. And to me, it's like, what happened there? Like, what's going on? I feel like the writing failed when it come down to Toomes. In that aspect, because what they do with him that works is spectacular. But what they do with him that doesn't is just mediocre. It's there. It's no big deal. Which kind of goes on to my hot take for later. So
did we already give a score for Act 3, or we haven't touched upon it yet?
We haven't. I'm going to give it a 9.
Okay.
It's high marks here.
Yeah, high marks. I gave it a 10 out of 10 for me. Because I liked how this ending was, and I liked the decision that he made at the end that they made him have in this movie, and where it left off.
Yep.
Honestly. All right, so guys, post-credit scene. In prison, Adrian Toomes is approached by another inmate who asks if he knows Spider-Man's identity. Toomes denies knowing anything, choosing to protect Peter despite their conflict. And then the post-credit scene is Captain America appears as a public PSA explaining the importance of patience and endurance, delivering a humorous, anticlimactic message about waiting. The purpose?
It's just comedy.
Yeah, the purpose of that, the post-credit scene is just comedy. The mid-credit scene, we don't see any follow-through with that later on
with the Toomes thing.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
There's not much actually. Funny enough, the only follow through we see of that is Toomes in Morbius in the Spider-Verse.
Weird.
I don't know what they were trying to do, but regardless,
it off more than they could chew with that. And someone said, "No, not it."
Right.
Put a stop to that. Thankfully, this movie sucks. No one's gonna watch it.
All right. So, how important is it? I put not at all.
Yeah, it's not important. But it does shed a light on Toomes for me. I think at the end of this movie, when he goes to jail like that, he's no longer a villain. It's over. And I think it's the first time that might be one of the first times that kind of happens in the MCU in a legit sense. Where I guess you could say, in the MCU for sure. Because you can even say Loki becomes a good guy, but there's a lot to that.
Yeah, but there's a difference of becoming a good guy and just giving up villainy.
Yeah, I think once he loses, I think you could call this a hot take, I guess, but I have a different take on Toomes because I think because Peter saved his life, that ending scene is done so well that it also shown he realized, damn. And he's not the kind of guy that's going to let someone go murder a kid. I don't think they have conflict anymore. I don't think Toomes is after him. I don't think Toomes would even think that he would. I think Toomes is portrayed well enough by Keaton that we can all understand that now that he's caught and it's over with, he realizes his actions is what got him to where he is. Even though he did what he could to do what he, and I think that's how he's going to see it. But he's also going to see it that Peter kind of saved his life. Because ultimately his direction was not going to. So number one, he is a tit for tat kind of guy where it's like, you saved my life. So I'm, just like in the car scene, you saved my daughter's life. Here's your one chance. And I think he means that, and I think he means it here at the end, where if he hated him and it was always holding it against him, then tell this guy who he is. But he's not gonna, because he sees evil in that guy and the guy who becomes Scorpion, right?
Yeah.
And that's different. I don't think Toomes is that bad guy anymore by the end of the movie. I think there is a redemption there that I kind of wish they put more nuance to, because I think it's there. I think in his mind, it's like, no, I wouldn't do that to a young kid.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's, yeah.
But as an impact on the MCU, it doesn't mean shit because they didn't do anything with it. It's over. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. So I gave it like a hype level 0% and the score of 1 out of 10. Yeah.
I'm with you.
All right, guys.
The Captain America stuff is fun.
It's fun, but
it's just a joke.
That's one of my problems with post credit scenes.
Yeah.
Is I don't mind a jokey post credit scene, but I was kind of put off by that one. Be like, really? But whatever. Yeah. Anyways, all right. So let me make sure I have my notes in the right order because I, for some reason, don't. Our deep dives, guys, casting and
here we go.
Performances. Who would you give the best performance to?
I'm going to give it to Tom.
Me
too. For an unknown that's got to play the emotional range that he plays in this movie, I am going to give it to him. What a great job. He's funny. You can tell he's doing his own stunts. He's athletic. I think he brings that emotion home. He has great chemistry with everybody in whatever certain spots that they're in. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to him.
I agree. I completely agree. Everything you just said. Most surprising performance, I gave it to Michael Keaton.
Me too. I gotta tell you, Michael Keaton before this had come off of a time where he wasn't around much, and he actually did a movie called Birdman,
Oh yes,
where he plays a bird-like superhero that's an alter identity. He plays an actor who used to play a superhero, and now he's a failed actor who used to play a superhero, and he can't ever get rid of it. So it kind of like reflected his Batman years. And then he comes and plays Vulture. Like, he just plays these things with wings all the time. Like, and it's just unique that he did this. I like that he chose this, and I think he kind of did that on purpose in his own way.
Yeah.
And Michael, what an awesome! Oh my God, what a great actor!
Great.
Forget how good he is, and man, oh man, is he good in this movie?
Yeah.
Whew.
He is excellent.
Whew.
He is excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, who would you give to the weakest performance?
The actor, I can't remember his name.
Ned?
But no, I'm not gonna give it to Ned. Ned's all right. Ned, Ned's Ned. Ned would be my second choice, but only because Ned's not like the other Peter friends in the other Spider-Man movies. Other than comedy, Ned really doesn't have a role, and I feel like that is true all the way through all three movies. Unfortunately. When like Harry at least made sense because there's a point to it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm hoping Ned becomes, there's more to
him.
Yeah.
Yep.
But no, I'm going to give it to the guy who plays the Shocker 2 there.
The second one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just falls so flat as an actor to me. It's just another one of those side characters that's there that makes me go, I don't believe a word that's going on here. This really bugs me, these scenes and why they're not better with these guys. But I'm going to give it to him.
All right. Yeah. I had a hard time picking a weak performance, but I actually agree that it's his whole crew.
Yeah. Just a bunch of good actors with nothing.
Exactly.
To do anything.
And some of those, like there are three of them in particular that you see a lot and are actually big Marvel villains. You have Shocker, and then Shocker 2 when the other one takes on the mantle. You have the one that we are now definitely going to see in Brand New Day, the Scorpion one. And then the one guy, his name is the Tinkerer. And he's actually a big Marvel villain. He's actually the main villain in Ultimate Alliance 2, the video game. And so and we never see him again. So I actually also put him, just to skip ahead for a moment, as my missed opportunity is that Tinkerer guy. We've never seen him after that, which surprises me. But anyways.
I don't have a missed opportunity here because it was hard to think of one, but I'm going to agree with that one for that.
Yeah, you introduced him.
I forgot.
And it's a little nod to it, but then that would be a cool villain for either Peter or actually, to be honest, he almost could be an Avengers level threat to a degree.
The guy they had playing him, I'll tell you that. They need to change that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. That character, though, could have been a lot more.
At least a lot more, in my opinion. All right, casting wins and misses.
For the win, obviously, is Michael Keaton. But I think the biggest win in this is Marissa Tomei as Aunt May. What a great decision to make her young and make it her.
Yes.
What a good choice. It adds to the comedy with Tony. I think it just adds to Peter's life and how she becomes part of his life later. It's just, it's what a great choice to do that.
Yeah.
It's a big swing too, really, if you think about it.
It is. And Marissa Tomei's a great actress. Yeah. She's so good.
And she's easy to look at.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. All right. So, direction and production. Everything I wrote down here, from the directing style to the cinematography to action, CGI, and the music, of course, is almost iconic Spider-Man music mixed in with MCU music. So it's all great for me. I have no complaints about any of it.
Yeah, I think the CGI is some of the best of the MCU so far. A lot of the alien tech is really cool to watch. I love this thing that you're seeing right now.
Where that
purple, the thing, the portal, it's awesome.
That's really cool. Yeah,
it's really cool. I think the director definitely took encapsulized, or however you say it, encapsulized John Hughes feel, because John Hughes is old school and this kind of, high school-esque coming of age stuff. And I think that he did a great job with it. And the cinematography is fun. Nothing sticks out to me cinematography, except the action scenes are real. I'm glad they're not real shaky and hard to watch. I'm glad they just went out there and just let it happen.
Yeah.
I think the sets were great. and where they chose to do them. And yeah, I love the soundtrack, and I also love the score.
Mm-hmm.
I think the soundtrack fits the score fits the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the song choices they put in this movie are fantastic and really edgy out there stuff, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, once again, their score stuff that they've been doing, the MCU has been doing a great job.
So good.
Ever since Avengers, they realized we need good music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they've been consistent on at least delivering. And this is some of my favorite stuff. Yeah.
I actually think that the score for this one with the old Spider-Man theme song mixed in with this new version of the Avenger style orchestra type thing fits this Peter better than the other two it would have, in my opinion. I don't think those other two did do it, or if they did, it was little nods to it. This one, it fit because he's a teenager and a kid, where this is kind of how that movie was geared towards, of a coming of age for Peter type thing. And I feel like that was just a good mixture.
Playfully epic.
Yes, playfully epic is the best way to describe it. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to get on to hot takes.
Yeah. I got a big hot take. And it's something that I don't want them to stop doing, because they kind of have, because the stories have gotten real weird now. But it's something that I notice that if government agencies weren't assholes, we wouldn't have villains. Because if they shown up and they just were like, hey, it's under this jurisdiction now.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your option. You either get the hell out of here, or you sign on a dotted line and you work for us for this project.
You know, I thought...
And you know what? None of this would have happened.
I thought about that too when that happened. Part of me was thinking, they're already there. You have the manpower now.
Yeah.
Just pay them.
Yeah.
It might not be as much as what they could have been getting, but at the same time, circumstances, government has to take over for whatever. I get it, but...
Well, the government contracts out just like the city does.
Exactly.
So that, well, now you no longer, you either work for the city and you don't have a job, or you work for us and you keep a job.
Yes.
And he'd have been like, fine. And he's taking money home. Because his goal was never to steal this stuff and do this. He's only doing it because he lost his job.
Yep.
And he told him right out, I literally bought things. That's what these contractors do. When you get a good green light, you say, cool, I'm going to go spend all this money to get this done for you, and you're going to pay me all this money back. And that's what they did. They gave him the contract. He went and bought the trucks, and then they fired him. So all the money he put into it, he didn't get back. What a bunch of dicks. Yeah. No wonder he's stealing their stuff. There's nothing evil about this guy, except for the fact he's willing to kill. But even then, he's only willing to kill because I would kill for my family.
Because he's doing it in the guise of protecting my family.
And he's not wrong. And he's sick and tired. Who wouldn't be sick and tired of the big corporation coming in and kicking you out?
In the real world scenario.
He just lost his business.
Yes. In the real world scenario, he could have sued New York City and gotten a lot of money.
Hell yeah.
Because he really could have.
So my hot take is, come on, man. Have some...
Give the vulture a break.
Well, yeah. I mean, the hot take to me is like, this is not... His intentions are not evil at all.
Yeah.
And in fact, I would go as far to say, because of their actions with it, other than actually taking human life, which I don't think he should do, he's kind of justified to feel the way he does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a hot take, because he's a bad guy, right? But how bad is he? You all be pissed. You'd all be pissed. Because it's his family, and it's the people that worked for him. It's their family too, you know?
Yep.
It's like, so he's working with shady people because that's how he's making his money. He's stealing, he's going to take it from them.
Yep.
He's kind of like a Robin Hood in a way, you know, but he just...
Yeah, it's just...
See, guys, the old school Robin Hood tales too, he killed people too. So it's not much different.
Yeah, and to your point there, he does... I'm not saying that every blue-collar working-class person is like this, but his mindset of, I'm going to do what I can to help my family, make ends meet, things like that. That's like your average Joe Schmo out there.
Yeah, actually, people do worse. There's shootings that happen for this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People drive vehicles into buildings because they get fired and they lose their job and their family's screwed or whatever.
Yep.
This guy decides to put on a vulture suit and steal things. He's not even hurting anybody. Yes, he's stealing stuff.
Yeah.
From who, though? The richest person in the world.
And not only that.
Not really stealing from Tony, but it's the people that kicked him out. What a bunch of jerks.
And what he's stealing is alien technology. He's not stealing your personal bank account.
Right.
He's
Yeah,
stealing something that
something.
wasn't supposed to even be here.
Because it can make money.
Yes.
And it might end up in the wrong hands. That's the dark side of it that he's willing to accept because they screwed him over. And they're making me have to do this. And it's like, and I'm not saying it's the right answer, but I think he's justified in the feeling of it.
Yes.
And like, just be nice. Like, what are we doing here? Don't do this crap.
Yep.
Like, I don't think this happens often in real life, but I think the times it does, I see why this happened. I mean, he could have chose a lot worse things to do. It doesn't show him killing people. I don't think he had any intentions for it to go like that at all.
He didn't intend to kill his one foreman there, and he didn't intend to threaten Peter's life, but he saw an opportunity of a scared kid. I'm going to put the fear of God into him and say, don't come after me, or I will have to come after your family.
Well, I think he's I think he's honest. If it comes between my family being okay and you, it's always going to be my family first. And I think that's that spot or that thing in his head that snapped that for us normal people doesn't. That he is willing to cross that line because he feels so jaded by it, right?
Yeah.
Because he has no larger intentions other than to keep making money. Through the whole movie, he's telling us that, no, don't make that suit. He's not planning on doing this thing. It's just he's forced to because the actions of Peter.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then also, he tells him, look, we don't want the Avengers around. What do you want? You think you want? He yells at that guy. He says, "Don't be doing that crap out there. We don't need the Avengers coming. We're just trying to make money. We're not out here trying to be villains to the Avengers."
Yes.
Yeah, he's not even like he's telling them this, and they're just acting like idiots. And he's just willing to take that step to protect it. So justice for Toombs.
So I'm going to say my hot take then is, and maybe it's not too much of a hot take, but for someone out there, it might be. A young adolescent Peter Parker Spider-Man with no power origin can work in the movie. And I think this film is proof of that.
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember when this came out, and there was a lot of people were put off by he's not getting the origin of Spider-Man. That's okay, because we've already had 2 origins. I don't know anyone who doesn't know how Peter becomes Spider-Man.
I'm pretty sure that when you turn like 7 years old, there's something inside you that just opens up, and it's a folder that says how this happens. I don't think you even have to be taught this. Like, this is this and Batman's parents are the 2 things that you don't know this already. Like,
yeah,
we don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the Batman parent thing, we don't need to rehash the tragedy that made Batman Batman.
Yeah.
We just know Batman just became Batman because of that.
Yeah, I'm a school bus driver, and I have a pre-K kid on my bus that he likes Spider-Man, and we talk Spider-Man every day. He's waiting for the bus to get out when we're at the loop, and I talk with him about it. I said, do you know how Spider-Man became Spider-Man? He goes, yes, he was bit by a spider.
Simple.
Pre-K.
Simple. Like, yeah, you don't, yeah.
I need to be told.
I completely agree with you. It's like air. You just know this. This is like a fact of life now.
I can't think of the time I knew this. Like, I learned that he was bit by a spider. I feel like I was born with this knowledge.
Right. Pretty self-explanatory.
So what do you guys want an origin for? Because you'd be complaining about, it's always origins. Yeah, no, this is perfect, man.
Yep.
Like, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, close to an origin. When is as close to an origin as you're going to get that you should deserve, to be honest with you. When he goes and recruits him in Civil War, he's only been Spider-Man for a few months. That's actually what Peter tells him. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. So anyways, guys, let's see. Oh, see, my notes are messed up, but what's next? Our quick fire.
Yeah, quick fires. Did we skip one there?
Did we skip something?
I'm just making sure we did. No, we did not. We didn't.
All right, perfect. So, best scene of the movie.
The best scene of the movie? I don't want the one to be 2, so I had to pick a different one. I'm going to pick the trapped in a vault scene.
Okay.
I love it. I understand why it's not everybody's favorite. I think what I like about it is, like I explained earlier, is him getting out relied on him being Peter Parker and smart. And I think that the mix of that was genius.
Oh gosh. So best scene in the movie for me, which
Yeah. You know the one I'm contending with but I'm going to leave it as the one.
okay. I'm putting the best scene in the movie for me is when he chooses not to take up the Avenger offer.
Oh, that's a good choice. I do love that.
There's like 3 scenes in this movie that I would say are the best, but I agree with you. I want to make sure I can save some of those other scenes for other moments, so to speak.
Yeah,
so
they're so deserving in that spot.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I put that one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
All right,
Good
least
choice.
best scene.
Yeah, honestly, the only stuff I don't like is anything with Toombs' guys. You know, there's a couple of them there. They're just.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, or here, you're Shocker too. Okay, that scene sucks.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just going to say that for that. Best villain moment.
I mean, duh. From the time he goes to the house to when he drops him off at the school.
Exactly.
Holy shit. Let's get into this.
Wow. I was impressed that they went that far.
Yeah.
I was happy. The moment he gets out of Aunt May's car and he knocks on the door, rings the bell or whatever it is, and he opens it up. When Peter gulps, I gulped because I was thinking, oh my. Because they never hint at all throughout this movie. There's a brilliance of hiding this, how they did it.
Yeah.
Yes, that Liz's dad is the Vulture. And all Peter is thinking, which, you know what's so cool? If you didn't know that and you just watched this scene, it looks like a very stereotypical new boyfriend coming over going on the first prom date with the daughter and how he's going to act in front of the father type of thing. It's very stereotypical. So that's how Adrian Toombs plays that off as. But in Peter's mind, he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
It's
he
so
looks
good.
Scary. He's scarier because of it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? I have the balls enough to say this online. I hope we don't get canceled before we get too far. But the brilliance of this scene, which I don't think you'll ever hear them all say because cancel culture is so crazy, the brilliance of this twist is that you never saw it coming because she doesn't look like she has a white dad. But you can't even guess this.
That is not controversial. If anyone thinks that is, I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of mixed families out there, and we're not dismissing
we can't
them.
Just assume,
actually,
right? But they're going to say, "Well, you're assuming." No, that's not how it works.
If anything, how they did this is they tricked the audience because the audience would have assumed that she, being darker skinned African American, she would have an African American mom and dad. Maybe one of them a little lighter skinned because she has a lighter complexion. No one would have assumed.
Yes. Nobody guessed this. Nobody.
Yes,
because there's no clues,
and that's brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah,
this is a compliment. That is a brilliant part of this whole thing.
I just don't know. It sounds weird to say if you're writing a story. Let's make her, a different race. So then you'd never guess it. I guess some people say, "Oh, that's being racist." To me, I think it's a great tool.
It's a great example of New York City being as culturally diverse as there is. Yeah. Yes.
And it adds to this scene. You don't see it coming.
And if anyone says this is racist, you probably are racist in saying white can't mix with black, I guess.
Usually when you're looking for those things, you think about it too much.
Just saying.
To throw that out there.
Yeah.
But so I just wanted to say that because it stuck out to me. I'm like, Dad, you cannot guess this. There's no guessing this.
Yep.
And it's such a smart move.
It's so brilliant.
It's so smart. And what I like about it too is when it opens, there's no music too. This just plays out. And it just lets us go, what? It's cool. There's no you know what I mean?
No, nope, it's just tense.
This is just normal. It's just these actors all together, these two. The chemistry of Tom and him, perfect. Of making it feel like, oh man, you can cut that room with like cheese. You know what I mean? And then as it continues on in the car, he seems menacing, but right up until he realizes what she's saying, he's not a scary guy still. But Peter, he's always going to be scary, right?
And she was saying enough of those clue words of, but you're friends with Spider-Man. And then, you lost a Stark internship? Oh, what happened? All that. And
too many things added up.
He's hearing it. And Adrian's smart. He's putting the dots together. And then when it hits him, he's very cool and calm and collective. And then he plays it off still as, I'm the protective dad. So give me a minute to have the dad talk or whatever. And
now, before we get to the dad talk part.
Okay.
the nuance of the brilliance of what almost gives this, if this movie, I wish this movie had some better choices of some pacing moments and stuff, because it would be almost a 10 just for this one scene. The nuance in this scene of when he's talking to her and she's putting the pieces together, you see in his face the phases of what his options are and for Michael Keaton. And at first, it's like, Spider-Man. So part of him's like, this kid could get me to Spider-Man. But then towards the end, as she says more, it's like a bell goes off when the light turns green with the thing. It goes off. Oh, you're Spider-Man. Like, so you see him without saying it go through that process of, oh wait, Tony Stark. Okay, you weren't there. They said, wait a minute. I could use this kid to get to Spider-Man. Wait a minute.
It's pretty good that your friend Spider-Man was in Washington, D.C., huh?
Yeah.
Like,
whoa. Then once he knows it, he knows it. And only in the acting, though, do you see that process without the words being said. And then, of course, we get there, and he just turns to him. He's like, does she know? And Peter tries to play it off, and he's just like, listen, I'm going to lay it out there for you, pretty much. Wow. Like, and he means it. I think he's honest with it. I do think so.
Yep.
Some people might argue that, say, well, then why would he send the guy in the back? Is it just in case? I think he told him if he doesn't come out after a certain amount of time, leave.
Yep.
But
he wants to see what he would do.
Yeah, he wants to see what he could do. I don't think he'd have killed him. I think he would have let it be. Because I think he was honest about, you saved my daughter's life. So with that, I'm going to pay you back by saving yours by not killing you. So get the hell out of here and forget about it. Or not only you am I going to kill.
Yes.
And I don't know if he means he really would have went and killed those people.
I think that was just
some
a
of it
tool.
was to scare him. But I do think he would have went through with something for sure. Yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah. What a scene. When he tells him that too.
And the acting on both of their parts. Fantastic.
I like that there's not a lot of argument from Peter.
Oh, yes.
He's great choice to be silent.
Yes, because he's playing that typical kid. He's 19 when they were casting him, but I think he plays a 15, 16-year-old. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
He hasn't even drove yet.
Yes.
He's a young kid.
So that's exactly how they would act. It's perfect. It's perfect.
And it also shows his intelligence, though.
Yes.
Because he not once does he deny he's Spider-Man. Once he knows he listened. And he just got out and just was like, petrified. You know what I mean? Like, when the truth is, he could have kicked his ass right there. He's Spider-Man. You know what I mean? But he's learning this. He doesn't, he's It's just throwing him back into that mix.
Well, and also, he doesn't have a suit at that time. That's why he has to find his spare suit underneath the lockers.
Yeah.
So even if he did
see other people,
even if he did want to, at that moment, like hit his head or something like that, and other people saw it, they would see who was doing it, you know? So it was just really, really brilliantly done where you can't give any wiggle room to this could have happened differently. Mm-hmm. This was perfect. This is how it's supposed to happen. It was written so well.
Mm-hmm. But it's not an idle threat. I think he meant what he would do what he said he'd do, but I do think he was honest with him, and I think that's what I like about this villain. Is like you could have negotiated. You could have negotiated with this guy. Yeah, you could have been like, all right, got it, and then left and called Tony. Yep, that'd have been the best thing he could have done. Yeah, but he still becomes a hero without the suit, right?
Exactly what Tony said.
So good. Yep. But best villain moment by far.
I completely agree with you.
And a second closeness to that, though, is when he does encounter him down in, like, when he's like, I'm just buying time, and the suit comes in. Oh, yeah. That whole conversation there
I have that for
real good.
I have that for another part on my questionnaire here.
Okay.
All right. So most punchable face to you. I literally put the new Shocker and Tinker.
I put the Tinker. Yeah. Everything he says is not funny. Shut up and hit him. I want to punch him in the face. Yeah. I just don't like the guy. Yep.
All right. One prop you take home.
Okay. My prop is controversial because it might not exist, but it does. It's got to because it's in the movie. Okay. I want the cassette tape with the cover of it of the Captain America things that they play in school.
The PSA things?
Yes. Yep. Like the VHS. I want a VHS version of the Captain on the front of it like this. And it has like the title of it. I want that so bad. I know it's not technically in the movie, But to have that and then the tapes of it would be awesome. I love those.
That's
In fact,
cool.
I'll tell you, that'd be a great marketing ploy. Hey, Disney, give me a call. You want to make have a cool collector's item toy? Have Steve, while he's still young enough looking, put him in the costume, do like 45 minutes worth of these funny things like that, put him on the cassette tape and sell them. I would buy the shit out of that. I'd buy it on DVD. I'd buy it on VHS just for fun. Like,
I bet they already have it archived and doing those scenes.
There's got to be a bunch.
They probably have them filmed so many different ones, and then they pick one as a post credit and one as what you see there.
I'm telling you, you do that
because he has one for detention in this movie. He has one for Jim. Like, I'm sure they probably just gave him like 10 different things you would do in school and do one. And then we probably, if we paid attention a little closer, I wonder through the PA system, you hear any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You never know.
I would love it that I know it's a weird one because technically you don't see it, but I kind of invented something out of that.
Yeah.
I think it would be cool.
I like that. That's a good one. My prop is the cartoon drawing of the Avengers you first see when the movie opens.
Yeah, that was on my list.
Part of me is like, that's pretty cool. I don't know who did that, but that's pretty cool.
I also thought the Avengers mask.
Oh yeah,
from the robbers would be cool to have them in the line on
that'd be
on the
cool.
wall, just because
Oh gosh. All right. So, most underrated moment for you.
Well, what's yours first? We might have the same one.
Maybe. So I'm putting this as my underrated moment because one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot about this moment, and it makes more sense to any of the naysayers of No Way Home why Peter did what he did in No Way Home, and that's Peter choosing to save the Vulture's life. I think
that's a great choice.
That's underrated because he easily and justifiably could have let him just die because he knew what would happen if the Vulture had any sort of power to him and wanted to kill Aunt May, everyone he loved, all that stuff. He could have done it. But he still chooses that classic Peter Parker trope of redemption is what he's going to start with first for all these characters. Redemption always. And in No Way Home, he teeters that line of, I want to just kill these guys. But Aunt May reminds him, this is who you really are.
His first instinct is to save them.
Yes, and I can't wait for No Way Home because I'm already getting chills thinking about that scene. But I think for this movie, that's underrated because people forget what Peter Parker has been doing consistently since he started.
What a great choice.
So,
neat little trick you got there, Peter. I love that.
That's a good scene. Yeah. All right, so what's yours?
For me, I don't think they talk about the scene of Toombs and him talking before when he attacks him enough. Because I think it's overshadowed by the other one. But I think the intensity is, it carries on to there where you feel it here still too. Like now it's just shit's going down. You know what I mean?
I agree. No, I agree. All right. Most overrated moment.
It's still a good moment. But I'm going to say it's the one that's always pointed to all the time. And it's the Tony Stark speech with him about the suit thing. I say overrated because that seems to be that whole segment actually with the boat and everything. I'm going to say is overrated because for some reason it tends to be the highlight of what everybody talks about these days when you talk about this movie. And they also complain about, this is where they complain the most, where they think Iron Man's too involved. And I actually think that the opposite. I wouldn't say the opposite. I don't think he's not too involved. I think it makes what makes it work.
Yeah.
So I say overrated for different reasons.
Yeah.
Mostly because I think they use it wrong. That in the boat scene to me is definitely not the most exciting scene in the movie. Yeah. Even though for some reason it tends to be the one talked about the most.
So it's funny. It's funny that you said that. This is right on our screen right now. Exactly is the moment.
Yeah, we do this too often.
This part where he is holding it together. I call it overrated because it does feel like they're trying to mimic the Spider-Man 2 Peter, the Tobey Maguire one.
Almost a little too on the nose.
It's not bad scene. I don't hate the scene. I do find some of the logic wrong in it when they're putting the ship back together and Tony is, trying to put it all together. And we just got done watching Titanic, guys, so we kind of know a little bit about what happens with ships when you split them open like that. I don't. Yeah, I agree. This boat should not be floating after that. There is no way they can seal that enough. How it's split in half from the bottom up all the way to the top. That thing, like a perfect sandwich, came back together, and it's still working. That's a big problem for me. But anyways, it's so funny. It's on our screen right now as we're talking about.
The concept's cool.
The concept's cool, and I see that's Peter's logical step is I'm going to try to put it back together. But I think it's over talked about and overhyped because they always compare it to Spider-Man 2 on, oh, that's why it's so cool, but also that's why it's overrated because we already seen it in Spider-Man 2. Mm-hmm. So it's like, yes, keep it in the movie, but don't overhype it. So that's my take. All right. Funniest moment.
I got 2.
Okay.
So I'll say the one real quick, and the other one I have a little more behind, like more to talk about. But the funniest moment to me, I laughed out loud. Is a small moment when Happy was reading off the list of stuff that has to go into the plane and struggles to pronounce Thor's belt. We always joke about how all of the stuff that is like from the North stuff is hard to pronounce. Yep. And they just play into it. Yes. He's like, yeah. Thor's magic belt. And I'm just like, that's so funny. Like, I laughed out loud. Mm-hmm. My second moment is the teacher when they're interviewing the teacher about, we don't want to lose a kid. Not again. And he gets real serious. But I laughed so hard. And don't forget, guys, he was in The Incredible Hulk. Remember, he was a scientist who goes on to become a teacher who ends up being Peter Parker's teacher of science, just like in The Incredible Hulk. So that's why it's real funny, too. Yep. But no, that scene where he goes, it's serious. Like, something happened before. And like, to me, that kind of humor is gold. That
teacher in particular gets funnier in the second Spider-Man film, and I can't wait for our retrospective on that because off the top of my head, that is the one I remember the most for funniness on that movie.
You know who I'm going to miss in the Spider-Man movies going forward, though, is Happy not being there. He's always been a great part in all 3 movies. A little less in the third, but still a part, you know? There's nothing like him looking at his Ring camera thing and you see all the villains walking in.
And he's very, very little mentioned in the second because it's far from home. So
but then you get to the end and he's in the action sequences.
That's true. Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, so he's not in it and then he is all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You know, but at least in No Way Home, I like that they use his apartment and I like him looking at his camera thing and you see all the villains walking by. But I'm gonna miss Happy involved in the rest of them going forward.
Brand New Day,
Maybe he will be, but he won't. There's no reason though. It's the thing.
We'll have to see.
I'm gonna miss that character and being there.
So I put for my funniest moment is when Ned is asking him all the questions after he finds out he's Spider-Man. He asks like within the span of 2 minutes, like 20 questions on can you summon spiders? There's a whole list of them. I can't think of all of them on top of my head. I chuckled at every one of them because he's like, no, Ned. No, Ned. It's just,
yeah. It's all throughout the whole day. You gotta stop.
They're all, I mean, I would too.
Oh, how do you not?
But it's fun to see it. Yeah. I love that.
That's good stuff.
All right. So now, most emotional moment.
I think this one's obvious.
Okay.
And we're looking at it right now.
Okay.
I think this Aunt May calling him out. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Even though he doesn't tell her he's Spider-Man, this is that moment where he decides to walk away like Tony's telling him to. And he breaks down and he's sad about it. And the only way he can tell her without telling her who he is that he lost the internship.
Yep.
And I just think this shows why picking her as a young aunt and the actress that she is and what they're going to be like going forward is definitely the heartbeat of these stories, which once we get to the third movie is, oh my God. So that I think this is the most emotional moment of the movie.
Yeah. So I put mine as different than this. I agree with you. Everything you said here, that's a really good pick. I don't know why I didn't think of this when I wrote this down.
Because there's no big thing happening here, but I see that there is, though, at the same time. You know what I mean? So
I wrote down when Peter saves himself from being crushed after what Toomes did.
Good choice.
To him.
Yeah.
Because that was the moment for him, because he was kind of giving up, and he was definitely being crushed, and it was. he remembers what Tony said to him, "You're nothing without the suit."
Mhm.
Or if you have, what's the exact wording? I'm sorry, I'm blinking on it at the moment. But if you're nothing without the suit, you shouldn't have the suit or something like that. You're more than the suit. And he decides, because he doesn't have the suit at that moment, it's just his pajamas he's wearing. He demonstrates his strength.
Yeah.
I think for the first time really in this movie.
Probably learning that he can even do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Because this is still part of his origin to a degree of discovering more of who he is, even without the suit, and his determination to not give up. That was really cool to see in that moment as he lifts that up and gets out of it. So I like that.
That's a great choice. I think both are just as important.
Yeah.
Because for character growth on both of it, because this might pay off, mine might pay off later.
Yep.
When yours is for the movie for sure.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like I definitely like. For some reason, I'm waiting for a reason why she's who she is in this, and then that moment was like, oh, okay.
Yep.
This is why, because going forward, this is going to mean a lot. Yeah.
I completely agree. All right, guys, we're on to our final scores.
Boy.
So, out of 2, what's the story for you, sir?
Story's a 2.
Story's a 2 for me as well.
Yep.
Characters.
I'm going to give it a 1 only because of some of the side ones are the ones that we've had problems with. Ned is Ned. He's not Harry, and he's not, well, Harry, both of them. You know what I mean? He's not that. So Ed's really just more comedic, which is not a problem. They really underutilized MJ.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad. When I watch this, I'm glad Zendaya gets the shine she gets in the next one. Because in this, you're almost like, boy, that could have been anybody. You know what I mean? Like,
so a hot take on that, in my opinion, is I think they were... One, I don't think the story called for too much of a love interest other than what they wanted to do with Toombs' daughter. I think that was perfect.
I agree.
But I think that they made a very big, at that time, creative decision where the fans still talk about today on making MJ be Zendaya.
Yeah, I know.
And they're changing MJ's origin. And that, I remember that at the time being like, oh, because that was a big reveal at the end. She's MJ. And a lot of fans were either put off by it or whatever. And we're not getting into like a race talk of it because MJ is typically depicted as a white redhead girl that Peter's in love with.
Yeah, unconsequential though. Yeah.
Yes, but that's the thing. I am of the opinion, and I've said this on the podcast before, that the race of a character does not matter to me unless that's consequential to who the character is. So there is nothing about MJ that's ever been written where it was because she was white or because she was a redhead that she was A, B, C, and D. And same thing for changing her to be Michelle Jones as opposed to Mary Jane. That, honestly, I like the name Michelle Jones a little bit better. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of MJ Mary Jane. I am. They're an iconic Spider-Man duo in the comics. I love it and everything else. But in this, I'm not upset with it. Not how some people have thought. And I think that they felt it too.
Yeah.
I think that they were worried there would have been enough fan backlash of saying they changed one of my favorite characters or whatever. That they didn't.
There was some scuttlebutt about it.
Yeah, but I think they did that on purpose. Yeah. They underdid it. And then in the next movie, they gave her due. And I think all was forgiven because of her performance.
Yeah, and I think where I feel like she got kind of gypped this time, I feel like that they were making creative decisions that paid off.
Yeah.
For this movie, it felt a little sidelined.
Yeah.
But ultimately, in the long run, Mary Jane and I'll say MJ just for the sake of the character. MJ and Lois Lane are my 2 least favorite female characters in superhero shows and movies. Because I am tired of this, I don't want you to be Spider-Man anymore, and we can't be together when you are, and boo-hoo-de-boo-de-boo-hoo-boo. And Lois Lane always, like, come on, I could save thousands of people across the world, but you're always putting yourself in a position where you got to be saved. You know how many times Superman saved Lois Lane when he could have been somewhere else saving other people because she wouldn't keep her freaking nose out of shit? So, like, there's certain times where you got to, and then and maybe the worst one is some Batman girlfriends. Not all of them, but in particular, the Christopher Nolan one, I'm not a fan of. We can't be together. I do love you, Bruce, but I'm going to pick the other guy. It's like, good, just blow her up. Oh, thank you, you did. Thank you for doing that. She's dead. Now we don't got to worry about it. And so what I like about this MJ is not once in this trilogy do you hear her tell him that you can't be supervised Spider-Man if you want to be with me.
Yes.
In fact, she figures out he's Spider-Man because she's a weirdo and doing what she's doing and makes her a whole different kind of person. And she's fine with him being Spider-Man.
Yes.
Thank you. Because I'm tired of the other crap. I don't need these, I don't know how to be this and be with you. It's like, why doesn't she just get her head out of her ass? What, do you want to go date the normal guy? Or do you want to date effing Spider-Man, lady? You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Like,
yeah, like...
where else are you going to feel the safest?
That's a big perk right there.
And how would... It's because what always got me mad about MJ is he loved her even though she spit in the face of the whole purpose of what his uncle taught him. You're telling me that you can't love this guy and be with him and be happy with him, knowing he's the superhuman Spider-Man, and you might be putting your life in danger, but you're taking that chance because you love him, but you could live with knowing that he could have saved someone's life? Because with great power comes great responsibility. I always thought they contradicted themselves constantly with that. With this whole, wait a minute, why is he so broken up? He should be like, hey, listen, I was raised to know that if I can make a difference, I got to make a difference. You and I don't have the same values. Bye. You know what I mean? What are you so stuck on this lady for? She wants you to go pretend that you're not a superhero. So when someone's burning in a building, remember, if you're Spider-Man today, I'm going to leave you. You can go kiss my ass. You know what I mean? Like that's, I always thought it never made sense to me. It never made sense to me, right? Like those Spider-Men were grown up knowing that I got to do this. I got to do that. You have to. You're able to, so you do it.
Yep.
Because if you don't, you're going to feel like you are at fault. And she just perpetuates that. Why can't you be with him? Yeah, you selfish. I just want to say a bunch of words. I wish I could swear like the dad from Christmas Story. Because I'd be freaking like get out of here. Goodbye. Like, don't worry, Spider-Man. There's other women out there that will be glad you're Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Same with you, Batman. Chill out. Let Rachel have what a good blow her up. Thank you so much. Anyways, when he did that, and I'm just like, oh. Everyone else is like, oh, I'm like,
the best moment in the movie.
It was though. It's such a. If I ever have conversation, we'll talk it sometime.
We're gonna do Dark Knight sometime.
I remember being in the theater, and I'm just like, so is that sad? Oh well.
Oh geez. All right. So, where were we? Action and visuals.
Oh yeah, that was just our scoring, guys. Action and visuals. Whew. I got a little hot on that one. All right.
I gave that 2. Action and visuals.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Some of the best.
Yeah. Emotion and stakes.
You know what's funny, because it's not the end of the world stuff, but I think this is him growing up, and I'm gonna give it the 2 because it's big and meaningful to this character. So as hard as it is to not give it to 2, like I don't want to, because it's not like there's really anything consequential happening here.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do it, but this needs to be there for him. This has to happen for him.
Yep.
He can't learn this from world-saving events. It needs to be personal in this movie, and I think it works better here.
Yeah, I gave it a 1 though.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But anyways,
because technically there's really no danger if you just leave him alone. No one's gonna get hurt.
So rewatchability and MCU impact.
This is the difference. This is a solid 2, maybe 4.
Yes.
This might be a 4.
I was gonna say this is definitely at least a 2 of the 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it proves that this part of a hot take thing that I almost said it as a hot take. I'll say it now. But this needs the Iron Man stuff in it too, because like, not that it needs it to be a good movie, but embedding this so deep into the MCU is what makes this feel so alive and fresh. Because they're not just tiptoeing around being part of the MCU, but they're just like, we're just going to go all in. We're in. And a part of it's got to do, I think, with the contract stuff. the more they involve it in, the easier it's going to be later to have them show up to and do things.
Yep.
But with that, though, it's just the perfect choice to do it. So,
Yep.
But rewatchability, this is such an easy watch.
It is. And you know what? Anyone who just likes Spider-Man and just wants to see him do Spider-Man things, a good chunk of this movie is literally just that.
Yeah,
and that's cool.
I watched it 3 times and I didn't get sick of it. So,
Yep. This is a great movie. Great origin movie. All right, guys. So, final score.
So I did, like I said, I have to be honest about, I don't want to look at it through rose-colored glasses. I'm going to be honest about the things I do have trouble with it, and pacing issues in the beginning, villain stuff, not having stuff to like all the things in between, the great ones, not so good. I definitely don't like the idea that we have a bad guy all because the government won't subsidize out. It makes no sense. I mean, I don't know if that's going to count against the guys. I know it's just a hot take, but I'm going to be honest, though. I'm going to give it an 8.5.
Oh, you gave it higher than I thought?
Yeah. Is it? Because I struggled. I'm like, man, I almost want to do a 9 because I do enjoy it that much.
Wow.
But I'm just like, if the villain scenes in between the good scenes were better, this would have been an easy, solid 9, almost 9.5. But there's just some pacing because of that stuff that I'm gonna go 8.5 because I truly love this movie. I enjoy it a lot.
Well, I initially was gonna give it an 8 out of 10.
Wow.
But there are some things that you've pointed out in this movie that really do make a bigger impact to me on some of these scenes. So I'm just gonna match yours by going up that half a point extra. I think an 8.5 is a solid. It's a solid score. I agree with you. It's not a 9 until if they had fixed Toombs' henchmen there, or his crew, I should say, but they act more like henchmen. They made them either a little more purposeful or even a little less of seeing them, to be honest. We didn't need too many of them.
Yeah, honestly, you almost could have took them out and maybe it would have made it better.
Yes. Yeah. So, but I completely agree with you. So I'm going to do the same thing. 8.5.
I feel that 0.5 is deserved because what is good is excellent.
So this movie is official Goodell Multiverse score is 8.5 out of 10.
I think that makes sense.
It does. I can see that on the poster.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's pretty cool. All right. Last sentence, final review.
Yeah, guys, if you haven't watched it, I mean, what's wrong with you? And on top of it, this is how you do a movie without having to do an origin, and it works just fine.
Mm-hmm.
So watch this movie. Spider-Man, my favorite Spider-Man, Tom Holland. He's great. Love the other guys too. Don't get me wrong, but it's awesome. Love him.
I love the scene that's on right now where he says, "I need your car," and then he drives the car and he's driving it through everything. Be like, "Oh my gosh, it's just funny." Yes.
Even on the phone with Ned, he goes, "I stole Flash's car." He goes, "Oh, that's awesome."
He's like, "How do I turn the headlights on?" He's going back and forth. And I forgot that funny moment too, is when the teacher catches him and Ned just says he doesn't want to say anything about Spider-Man, so he says watching porn.
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh man,
you could have picked anything."
You now opened up a whole can of worms that's going to be devastating for you. Anyways, so my last sentence final review is, don't dismiss this Spider-Man movie. I feel like of all the Spider-Man movies that are out there, this movie for some reason gets ranked from some Spider-Man fans as one of the lowest ones. And it's not because it's bad, I'm saying. I think that they're doing it because they're looking at all these other ones and they're like, "Oh, this one's just better. This one's just better here," and all that. This movie is a gem that I don't think people really appreciate it as much as they should. So don't sleep on this movie. That's my last sentence final review.
Do they think it's lowest out of the trilogy or out of all of them? One of the lowest.
They
including like the old ones, or they just the trilogy?
If I remember right, they've put like the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, and then Spider-Man 3, and then Homecoming, and then they put Spider-Man 1, and then it's Far From Home, and then I think if I remember right, I've seen a couple.
Including the old movie.
They're including all Spider-Man movies.
Because to me, this is the lowest of this trilogy.
Yes.
For me, personally. I like the second one more than I like this first one.
Yes.
I got a lot to say about that.
I can't wait till we get to the second one so I can get a better view for myself personally, because this one was pretty darn good. But from what I remember, there are elements of the second one that are
certain things
so
in the second
good.
one that they go for, and it's like, wow.
Yes.
and it works.
Yeah, I agree.
But out of the group of them all, this is better than all the old ones.
Mm.
Don't get me wrong, guys. I love Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, except for MJ. Yeah, but in Spider-Man 2 is an exceptional movie for sure.
Yeah.
And like I said, best villain with the Green Goblin. It's some of the best stuff in that first movie. And Andrew Garfield's ones are fine. The second one, not so much. There's some things I don't like about it, but things I love about it. That first Andrew Garfield one was dope. But this is better than those if we're looking at better put together and story. Yeah, sorry. I mean,
I think the Tobey Maguire ones, they're put on the pedestal because it was the first big Marvel movie that made blockbuster money besides X-Men. But X-Men got there after, I think, the first one. I think Spider-Man 1 did beat it because it's Spider-Man. And so he's now a legacy trilogy, but I completely agree with you. For Spider-Man stuff, I think this is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not dismissing the other ones. It's just that they're at a point now where they could put him into the MCU and make him a true full-fledged Spider-Man movie. And it's thanks to what Tobey Maguire did before that we were able to do some of these stuff. But it's not... objectively, this is a better movie.
Well, let's call it for what it is. It's because it's in the hands of the people that know the character better.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, actually.
No offense, Sony, you did a great job and all that. But it's back in Marvel where it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the guys that made the storyline.
Mm-hmm.
So they know what they're doing. So this feels like Spider-Man.
Yep.
When you watch an old Spider-Man cartoon, where is he? He's in high school, right?
Yep.
And those other ones aren't.
Mm-hmm.
All of them start out with him graduating.
Yeah.
This was the only one that dares to say, we're still in school.
Mm-hmm.
For 2 movies, actually. It's not even, actually, all the way up to the third one. They're still in school.
Yeah, the third one, he's still in school because he has to get his GED because he didn't graduate yet.
You're talking about a trilogy of him in school when the other movies began with him graduating almost. So
exactly.
You're talking, these guys know the character better. It's just, that's why it's a better movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess what are we up to next, Ike?
So next week, let me grab my thing to remind me, guys. I can't wait. It's we're going to be doing, oh, thank you so much. I had the paper hidden over here. So next week, guys, oh my goodness, we're going to do a branch point review of the Guardians Holiday Special.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Bacon. I can't wait to get to it. I love it.
Kevin Bacon.
I love these characters. That'll be a fun one to get to. And then we're going to do, oh man, this is going to be a good time, y'all. We're going to be doing our retrospective of Thor Ragnarok. And we got some stuff to talk about with that. And that's going to be similar to this movie in a lot of ways, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to doing it. It's definitely might be my favorite Thor movie, to be honest. It threw us for a loop when we first saw it.
It did.
This was that movie. We did all this guessing. We sat down for a long time and we guessed what's going to happen from beginning to end. And I swear to God, someone needed to come over with a shovel to pick our jaws up off the ground when they start the movie with Surtur. And we thought, no way would I have thought
that like, what the heck's going to happen? I honestly was worried at that moment that the rest was going to go downhill because you started off with a big bad right there. And oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
When that scene was done, we kind of looked at each other. We're almost like, "Is this movie gonna suck?" And then we're like, "Nope." But like in fact, I remember I was talking about the trailers before we went and watched it, saying, "Man, showing Surtur, do you think they showed too much of this movie?" They didn't show you nothing. Like it was like it's so good. I love that they did that. So it's awesome.
I completely agree. And the only thing I'm going to say for my little preview of it is I remember going into Thor Ragnarok and I had conflicting feelings about it because of the tonal difference they decided to do. But over time, and I know I'm going to feel this in my retrospective, it is really well done for that. And I was actually shocked. At the moment, I was like, oh, wow. Because I always told you guys, my favorite Thor is kind of like the Avengers 2 and Dark World Thor. I like that version of Thor. But what they did in Ragnarok was great, too. So I'm excited to revisit that. All right, guys. So where can they find us?
Yeah, find us online, guys, on YouTube's. And we're on the internet's all over the place. You can find us here on Facebook. We're on all the Spotify stuff, or Spotify, Instagram, anywhere that you can listen to a podcast. You can listen to us. You can watch us on YouTube, and you can watch it in segments if you want to. Yeah, guys, like, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell everybody.
Mhm.
You know, it's just, let's get the petition out there. Jared Leto as Gambit. Let's have a good time and happy birthday to United States, man.
Yes,
150.
yes. 200. Yeah, we're filming this on July 3rd. So by the time you see us, July 4th, July 5th. So happy birthday, America.
And it's hot.
Oh, yeah.
It's
250 years and 250 degrees in here.
It's like we're gonna put our stuff away, and in 10 minutes I'm gonna be in the pool. So I'll see you. You guys have a good day. Thanks for watching.
You too.
For sure.
Happy Independence Day, and see you at the movies.